My name is Aria, Luna of the Crescent Moon Pack. And the day I turned my back on destiny was the day I shattered hearts, maybe even my own. Under the full moon, before witnesses from every pack, I rejected Alpha Ethan. The hush that followed, colder than the moonlight, haunted me long after I turned away. But deep down, I sensed this wasn't the end. It was the spark of a battle one he refuses to lose, and one I may be destined to fight, whether I want to or not. The echo of my rejection hung in the air long after I left the ceremonial clearing. A few days had passed, but the memory still clung to my mind like shadows at twilight. I could recall the gasps that rippled across the gathered packs, the shocked expression on every face when I pronounced, before Luna witnesses and elders, that I, Aria of the Crescent Moon Pack, would not accept my fated mate. That mate, of course, was Alpha Ethan, renowned for his battlefield valor, wise leadership, and calm determination. The fact that I denied him in the presence of so many was no small slight. It was a monumental, public strike that upended every tradition and expectation of werewolf kind. Yet despite my show of confidence, I still felt an ache in my soul, a hollow spot in my chest that refused to be filled by pride or justification. No matter how many times I told myself Ethan had only been courting me for political reasons, no matter how often I convinced myself that he wanted me for the convenience of uniting our packs, the doubts lingered, whispering that I might have made a terrible mistake. Stubbornness, I learned early in life, could be a double-edged sword. It gave me the fortitude to make difficult choices, but it also prevented me from truly seeing what lay beneath the surface of other people's intentions. I needed to be strong. With rumors of growing trouble on our borders, the Crescent Moon Pack couldn't afford to appear weak or prone to forging alliances purely based on destiny bonds. My father, the late Alpha, had raised me to stand on my own feet. My mother, the preceding Luna, taught me that leadership wasn't about deferring to a mate. It was about making decisions that benefited the entire pack, even if the process felt lonely and burdensome. Rejecting Ethan was my way of proving to myself and everyone else that my loyalty lay first and foremost with the crescent moon, not with some romantic ideal or archaic tradition. That morning, I stood in my personal training yard, a hidden clearing behind the main lodge, ringed by tall pines and blanketed in soft moss. My breath fogged the crisp dawn air. I rolled my shoulders, preparing for a sparring session with one of my closest friends, Liana, an elite guard, who served as both my confidant and my occasional sparring partner. She flicked her gaze over me with a knowing look. We had been through many trials together, from petty squabbles in our teenage years to the harrowing infiltration attempts by rogue wolves some months ago. "Ready?" she asked, widening her stance. I exhaled, pushing aside the swirl of turmoil in my head. "Ready," I replied, launching forward. We clashed in a flurry of moves, each strike testing the other's reflexes. Muscles burned, lungs expanded, and I felt the tension of the past days begin to dissolve into the familiar rhythm of training. My claws slid out as part of the partial shift I'd perfected over the years, neither fully human nor fully wolf, but somewhere in between for the sake of fighting. Liana countered with a deft move, hooking her leg behind my knee. I stumbled for half a second, then pivoted and spun away. For a moment, I forgot the humiliating hush after my public rejection, the watchful eyes of elders who believed I was setting a dangerous precedent, or the stinging heartbreak in Ethan's expression. In this pine-scented clearing, I was just Aria, a fighter, a daughter to a strong lineage. But peace never lasted long. From a distance, the shrill blast of a horn ripped through the forest. It was a call I recognized instantly. An intruder had been spotted on Crescent Moon territory. Liana and I froze, our gazes colliding. Without a word, we rushed to shift fully into wolf form, bounding across the clearing, weaving between pines and leaping over boulders until we emerged near the main lodge and the watchtower beyond. I shifted back to human form on the run, summoning clothes from a hidden cache behind a stone. As I yanked a shirt over my head, one of our watch sentinels sprinted up. "Luna Aria," he panted. "The intruder is alone. A single wolf near the western boundary. He's unarmed and not posing a threat." "Then why sound the alarm?" Liana questioned, narrowing her eyes. The sentinel's cheeks colored. "He asked for an audience with the Luna. He said something about needing to talk about, well, about the rejection." My stomach twisted. I already knew who it might be, or at least, I suspected. But was Ethan truly so bold as to come alone, unarmed, to our borders? "Show me," I said, my voice firm. We navigated the winding paths between cabins, passing curious pack members who stepped onto porches to watch us hurry by. Some had witnessed the rejection themselves. Others had heard rumors. I could sense their confusion and excitement. I forced myself to keep my chin high, reminding my heart not to pound in my chest like a war drum. When we reached the western boundary, I saw him tall, dark-haired, and proud, wearing the unmistakable crest of the Silvercrest pack on his leather bracers. It was indeed Alpha Ethan, standing calmly beneath the dappled sunlight, hands visible at his sides, a stance that said he wasn't there to fight. My mind flashed to the memory of him on that ceremonial night, how the moonlight danced over his determined features, how the raw hurt in his eyes nearly broke my resolve. I pushed the image away, focusing on the present moment. "You dare to come here," I said, stopping a few paces from him. My pack members formed a cautious semicircle behind me, each ready to leap into action if needed. Ethan lifted his gaze. Hazel eyes locked with mine, and I caught a flicker of vulnerability. "I do," he answered. "I came to talk." Liana bared her teeth quietly, but I signaled her to remain calm. "State your business, Alpha," I said in a measured tone. "You know that by crossing our border uninvited, you risk conflict." He bowed his head slightly, a gesture of respect. "I accept that risk." His voice carried the familiar rumble I'd heard in countless negotiations in the past. "But you must know I wouldn't come here lightly. I have no quarrel with Crescent Moon. My quarrel, if any, is with my own fate." I stilled, unsure how to respond to that. "Explain." "I'm not here to force anything on you," Ethan began, gaze unwavering. "But I can't let that rejection stand without clarity. If we can't be together as mates, so be it, but I need you to understand who I am and why my feelings are real. I refuse to let you believe. I only came for a strategic alliance." A part of me softened, but I remained outwardly stern. "My decision is made," I stated, though my heart clenched at the finality in my own words. "You should leave before tensions escalate." Ethan's expression flickered with hurt, but he held his ground. "I won't trespass further into your lands, but I will stay on the border as long as it takes for you to let me speak properly." I opened my mouth to retort, but a sudden wind rustled the pines, shifting the atmosphere. The elders in my pack had always said the spirits of the ancestors sometimes guided the winds, encouraging us to pause and listen. And so, for a moment, I simply regarded the Alpha in front of me, the man I had publicly denied. "All right," I said finally, my voice taut. "Speak. But you'll do it under guard. You come into the lodge. We talk. Then you leave." "Understood." His shoulders relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted. "Understood." Liana and a few others accompanied us. We walked in silence back to the main lodge. a sprawling timber structure that served as the communal heart of Crescent Moon territory. The walls were adorned with carvings of our history, the first alphas who founded the pack, the great wars we had fought, the alliances forged. I felt a pang, wondering if this moment would one day be carved into memory too, a tale of a Luna who broke tradition and the Alpha who refused to walk away. Inside the lodge's grand hall, a long wooden table dominated the center. I took my seat at the head, and Ethan sat opposite me. My guards remained stationed around the perimeter, their postures vigilant. "What do you want to say?" I asked. Ethan's hazel eyes flicked around the hall before settling on me. "I want to apologize for any pressure you felt, any assumption that I was pursuing you purely for politics. I won't deny that uniting our packs would have advantages, but that's never been my sole intention. Ever since I realized you were my mate, I admired your strength, your leadership, your fierce dedication to your pack. I fell for those things, not for your father's legacy or your alliances. I was complacent, perhaps. I assumed that because we were fated, we would eventually come together. I should have made my case clearer before everything turned so public." A flicker of sadness stirred in me. "Words are easy. Action is what matters." He inclined his head. "I intend to prove my commitment, if you allow me." "You said that your quarrel is with your fate," I noted. "What did you mean?" He exhaled softly. "I meant that if fate chooses our mates, it doesn't necessarily smooth the path for us. We still have to build the bond ourselves. We still have to earn each other's trust. If I'm fated to be with you, it's not an excuse to be idle or to assume your acceptance. But I never intended to rely on destiny alone. And now, after you rejected me so publicly, I realize how I've failed to show you my heart." He paused, searching my face for any sign of reciprocation. When he found none, he continued with quiet resolve. "I'm willing to court you properly, to earn your respect and your love. If I can't, then I'll step aside. But I will never give up simply because my pride was wounded." My packmates shifted uneasily, sensing the tension in the air. A part of me admired his courage to walk unarmed into my territory, to speak so openly of his intentions. Another part of me stiffened with old fear that I would be overshadowed, or that I might place the pack in jeopardy if I allowed personal feelings to cloud my judgment. I straightened. "I will permit you to stay within Crescent Moon territory for 1 week," I announced, my tone carrying the weight of command. Liana glanced at me in surprise, but I pressed on. "During that time, you will follow our laws, respect our boundaries, and remain under light supervision. If at the end of that week, I see no reason to continue this conversation, then you leave, and you don't return. Understood?" Ethan nodded without hesitation. "I accept your terms." My heart pounded. I knew letting him stay would cause a stir among my pack, but my curiosity was piqued, and a deeper part of me, one I barely acknowledged, wanted to see for myself whether Ethan truly could prove me wrong about my assumptions. As the tension in the hall waned, I dismissed everyone, instructing Liana to arrange lodging for Ethan in one of the guest cabins near the guard barracks. Some in my pack gave me perplexed looks. Others nodded in respect, trusting my leadership. I felt a flicker of self-consciousness but stood firm. Ethan departed under watchful escort, leaving me alone at the table, surrounded by the carved images of Luna and Alpha pairs from centuries of Crescent Moon history. Their wooden eyes seemed to question me. Were they condemning me for straying from tradition? Or were they urging me to keep an open mind about the bond that shaped their own histories? I inhaled, rubbing my temples as a pulse of weariness washed over me. It was time to step out and handle the day's duties, seeing to border security, checking in with the elders, and ensuring that my pack's morale remained unshaken. The daily routine enveloped me like a familiar cloak. Patrol reports needed reviewing. Supply inventories had to be updated, and I had to delegate responsibilities for upcoming winter preparations, stockpiling salted meats, preserving fruits, ensuring the old storehouses were inspected for leaks. With the colder season approaching, the pack's survival depended on meticulous planning. Yet, through it all, I felt a gnawing awareness of Ethan's presence somewhere in the territory. My beta, Rowan, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a stern disposition, approached me at midday with a slight bow. Luna, I've assigned 2 of our best trackers to keep an eye on Alpha Ethan. They report he's settled in the guest cabin and has been respectful so far, asking permission before stepping into any communal area. Good, I murmured, scanning the inventory ledger. Keep me posted. Also, Rowan, please ensure he has no reason to complain about hospitality. We'll keep a close watch, but we won't be inhospitable. We're not savages. Rowan bowed again, his expression unreadable. Understood. He turned to leave, but I stopped him with a quiet question, my voice laced with a hint of self-consciousness. Rowan, do you think I've made the wrong call? He paused, considering his words carefully. My opinion doesn't matter more than the pack's well-being, but I trust you. If you sense this arrangement is necessary, then I support it. We will follow wherever you lead. Luna. Something in his response tugged at my heart. His unwavering loyalty wasn't just a formal gesture. It was part of a bond we shared, nurtured during the challenges that came after my parents passed. I nodded my thanks, letting him go. Still, a swirl of uncertainty lingered. I told myself that I was simply gathering information, that letting Ethan remain was a tactical decision to see if his claims held any water. That evening, the main lodge bustled with activity, as it often did during dinner. Long tables lined the hall, and the aroma of hearty stew and grilled meats filled the air. Though many in our pack usually chatted and joked, I sensed a wave of murmured curiosity passing through the room. The reason was obvious. Ethan sat at a corner table, guarded by 2 crescent moon warriors who were trying very hard to appear indifferent. He ate without complaint, occasionally offering thanks to the server who brought him a fresh plate. I stood at the threshold for a moment, uncertain if I wanted to join the communal meal. Typically, I sat at the head table to encourage camaraderie, but tonight, I felt like a spectacle. My presence would remind everyone of the tension between the rejected mate and me. And I wasn't in the mood for hushed glances. I turned to leave, intending to eat in my private quarters. But a tug at my sleeve made me pause. A wide-eyed pup, maybe 8 or 9 years old, looked up at me with earnest excitement. Luna Aria, he said. Is it true that the alpha from the big pack came to see you because you're real special? The corners of my mouth twitched, despite myself. I'm not sure about that, little one, but he's here on a visit. The child's eyes sparkled with curiosity. My mom said you could beat him in a fight if you wanted. Is that true? I let out a soft laugh, then crouched down to meet his gaze. If it came to it, I'd give it my best. Now run along and eat before your supper gets cold. He grinned and scampered back to the table where his mother was waiting, giving me a respectful nod. Even as I tried to mask it, the momentary exchange warmed a part of my heart. Leadership was often lonely, but moments like these reminded me why I strove to protect everyone. I slipped away before more of the pack members could gather the nerve to approach me with questions. My steps echoed in the corridors leading to my private quarters. Once inside, I settled down at a small table where Liana had left a tray of dinner. I picked at the meal absent-mindedly, my thoughts circling around Ethan again. I remembered the anger and distrust I felt at discovering I was fated to an alpha from a neighboring pack, an influential one, at that. It felt too convenient, too much like a political coup disguised as romance. And maybe I was also afraid of losing myself in a relationship, of letting someone else's power overshadow mine. But the man who came to Crescent Moon territory that morning, unarmed and resolute, didn't look like a scheming manipulator. His eyes had held sincerity. Still, sincerity could be an act, a veneer. I reminded myself that one day was hardly enough to shift my perspective. The next few days passed in a careful dance. Ethan made small, respectful gestures, such as helping carry supplies when he saw a few younger members struggling. He offered to lend a hand in reinforcing the fences near the southwestern border. He requested permission to spar with some of our warriors, an opportunity both sides used to measure each other's skills and keep pride in. Check. I occasionally observed from a distance, never letting him suspect how keenly I noted his actions. Whenever I appeared, my presence caused a ripple of awareness in the onlookers. He would incline his head in a subtle greeting, but I rarely acknowledged it. My goal was to keep a cool distance, to see if his courting was more than mere words. Meanwhile, I managed internal pack affairs. The threat of rogue activity and possible infiltration weighed on me. I instructed patrol leaders to expand their routes, reminding them to check in frequently. Old rumors hinted that rogue wolves had a new benefactor, someone with resources and a vendetta. There were also whispers that certain packs on the outskirts were being slowly, methodically targeted. None of us had definitive proof of who or why yet, but the tension was thick in the region. Rowan reported that some of our scouts found fresh claw marks deep in the forest signs, that a small group of unknown wolves had passed through. I tightened security further, worried about the possibility of an attack. Though we had held strong against past incursions, the Crescent Moon Pack was not infallible, and the well-being of every pup, every elderly wolf, weighed on me. Despite the anxiety building over these threats, the biggest commotion within the pack was about Ethan's presence. Some curious souls approached me in private to say they believed he truly meant no harm, that perhaps he was, in fact, a sincere alpha with genuine feelings. Others felt I was risking our security by letting him roam free. No matter how closely watched, I answered each inquiry with the same measured calm. Give it time. I'm evaluating. My official stance was that I was allowing him to prove his worth as an ally in uncertain times. In truth, I was also probing my own heart, struggling to reconcile my pride with the growing suspicion that maybe, just maybe, I had been too quick to reject him in the first place. One cold, drizzly afternoon, the entire dynamic shifted. I was in the lodge, finalizing negotiations for a trade agreement with a smaller ally pack to exchange furs for medicinal herbs, when an urgent alarm sounded, this time from the southwestern boundary. Liana burst into the hall, rain-soaked, her eyes flashing with adrenaline. Rogues, she panted. A group of 5 or 6. They're attacking one of our patrol units. My stomach twisted. Where? Near the meadow by the old oak trees. We're getting the warriors ready now. I didn't need more details. With a curt nod, I raced outside, shifting into my wolf form mid-stride. My clothes tore away as fur rippled down my skin. The cold rain battered my muzzle, but I pressed forward, the tang of fear and anger fueling my swift pace. Behind me, Liana and half a dozen other warriors followed, teeth bared in readiness. When we reached the meadow, I saw chaos. 2 of our patrol wolves lay injured on the ground. Another was desperately fending off a savage rogue with a patchy black coat. 4 more rogues circled, snarling and snapping at any attempt to intervene. The smell of blood was thick in the rain, I let out a furious snarl and leaped at the nearest rogue. Biting down on his shoulder, he yowled, swiping at me with sharp claws. Pain flared in my flank, but I refused to let go, twisting my head to force him away from the wounded patrol member behind me. Liana tackled another rogue, and soon the clearing erupted in a fierce fight. At one point, I was knocked back by a powerful lunge. The rogue pinned me, snapping his jaws near my throat. My vision blurred under the onslaught of the downpour, but I could still make out a dark shape barreling in from the side. A moment later, the pressure on my chest vanished, replaced by a shriek of pain from the rogue as it was thrown off me. I struggled to my feet, blinking rain from my eyes. My rescuer stood between me and the rogue, even in wolf form. He was unmistakable broad shoulders, dark fur that was nearly black in the wet gloom, posture radiating controlled ferocity. Alpha Ethan. A part of me flared with alarm, but I had no time to dwell on it. Another rogue lunged at Ethan from behind, and I launched forward, slamming into the attacker's ribs, letting out a warning growl that threatened swift retribution if he didn't retreat. Meanwhile, Ethan whirled on the rogue who had pinned me and tore him away from the battlefield with a vicious snap of teeth. Moments later, a loud howl cut through the din. The rogues, sensing they were outnumbered, scrambled back, dragging their wounded as they fled into the forest. A heartbeat passed, then two, before my pack and I gave chase, ensuring they wouldn't double back. Once we were certain they had retreated beyond our borders, we returned to the meadow to tend to the injured. In the drizzle, I shifted back to human form, my breath ragged, adrenaline coursing in my veins. Warriors rushed to gather the wounded. Ethan also shifted, giving a wide berth as he watched me approach the battered wolves. I knelt beside one of our patrol guards, pressing my hand to his shoulder to slow the bleeding. "Hold on," I murmured, feeling the warm pulse of blood beneath my fingertips. "We've got you." Liana quickly retrieved a kit with bandages and herbal salves from a storage box hidden near the trees. While we patched up the patrol, the rest of the warriors kept watch for any sign of the rogues returning. Ethan took a cautious step closer. "They need medical attention back at the lodge," he said. "May I help carry them?" Instinct told me to be wary, but reason and gratitude collided. I nodded tersely, too occupied with triage to argue. He lifted one of the unconscious wolves with disarming gentleness, cradling him as if he weighed nothing, then followed the rest of us back to the lodge. Once inside, the wounded were laid out in a large room that served as a makeshift infirmary. Healers scurried around, applying poultices and stitching wounds. Blood stained the floor, mixing with muddy boot prints from our frantic entrance. My heart clenched. This was the price of leadership, seeing my packmates injured, potentially scarred. But as I looked over at Ethan, who had set one of the wolves down, his brow furrowed with genuine concern, a new wave of emotion crashed into me. He had risked himself to protect me, to protect my pack. He didn't have to be there. He could have stayed out of it, claimed neutrality, or waited for us to handle our own fight. Instead, he dove in without hesitation. He caught me watching him. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The charged silence was broken by one of the healers beckoning me over. I shook myself free of the thoughts swirling in my head and went to assist. Night fell over the lodge, but sleep eluded me. I stood in the corridor outside the infirmary, arms crossed. The healers had patched everyone up. The injuries, while serious, would heal in time. No lives were lost this day. That fact alone was a blessing in this savage world. Ethan lingered down the hall, leaning against a wooden column. He looked as though he wanted to speak, but was waiting for me to make the first move. Eventually, I walked over, keeping my face neutral. "Thank you," I said softly, for intervening. He dipped his head. I'm just grateful I could help. I would never stand by while you or your pack were in danger. I hesitated, warring with the impulse to remain aloof. Yet the memory of him pulling that rogue away, saving me from a potential killing blow, had seared itself into my mind. I see that now. Silence stretched between us. Then, unexpectedly, Ethan let out a long sigh. Aria, I know my presence here is controversial, but let me assure you, I'm not taking advantage of the situation. I only want you safe. Your pack, too. My chest tightened. Was I imagining the earnestness in his voice? Or had he always been this way, and I'd been too stubborn to notice? Caution had guided me for so long. It was second nature to distrust, but doubt gnawed at me, suggesting that the man before me might genuinely care. You've proven something today, I admitted quietly, and I appreciate it. He met my gaze, an unspoken question in his eyes. Did that mean I was reconsidering the rejection? But I wasn't ready to discuss that yet. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned inside me. Gratitude, lingering resentment at feeling cornered by fate, worry about what the future held. I cleared my throat. Get some rest. The healers have everything under control, and I'll be here if they need me. Tomorrow, we can see about reinforcing the western boundary even more. Clearly, these rogue attacks are escalating. He nodded. I'll do whatever I can to help. I offered a curt nod in return, then turned away before my composure slipped. Over the next days, the attacks became a topic of urgent concern. Scouts reported sightings of rogue wolves prowling suspiciously close to Crescent Moon territory. Some footprints suggested more than just opportunistic attacks. There was a pattern, a purpose. I held a council meeting with our top warriors, elders, and Beta Rowan to discuss strategy. Ethan, by my invitation, participated as well. In the Great Hall, a large map of the region was unfurled across the central table. We pinned small flags to mark known enemy movements. Candles flickered over anxious faces. I gestured to the southwestern section. They've attacked here twice now, once with enough force to injure multiple patrol members. This suggests they're probing for weaknesses. Liana nodded. We've bolstered patrols, but we should consider an alliance with the neighboring packs. If these rogues are organized, we may be dealing with more than random raids. Ethan's gaze swept the map. Silvercrest territory borders you to the east. If these rogues are coming from the southwestern side, they might be circling around, trying to isolate you. I can offer to send some of my best warriors to assist, if you'd allow it. Rowan bristled slightly, but he kept his voice even. And what would Silvercrest expect in return? Ethan looked directly at me. At this point, consider it a gesture of good faith. I pressed my lips together. Accepting help from Ethan's pack felt like stepping deeper into the quicksand of dependence. Yet my responsibility to protect my pack outweighed my pride. We'll consider it, I said, careful not to commit immediately. First, let's gather more intelligence. The meeting adjourned with a plan to send out further scouts and to set trap lines near the southwestern perimeter. But I noticed that my elders, usually staunchly opposed to involving outsiders, were less dismissive of Ethan's offer than I would have expected. Perhaps they, too, recognized that the threat was mounting beyond our ability to handle alone. Outside, the autumn sun hung low in the sky, painting the horizon with streaks of gold and pink. I paused near the training yard, watching as younger wolves went through formation drills under the guidance of an older warrior. Laughter and the rhythmic stomp of feet on packed earth filled the air. Scenes like this reminded me of my youth, training under my father's watchful eye. A pang of nostalgia tightened my chest. Ethan stepped up beside me, quietly, so as not to startle the trainees. They're good, he remarked softly, nodding at the disciplined group. Dedicated. I folded my arms. Our pack prides itself on building unity. We're not the biggest, but we're strong. He looked at me with a small smile. I can see that both in them and in you. I fought the urge to blush. Why do you flatter me? It's not flattery if it's true. The subtle sincerity in his tone disarmed me more than any polished compliment could. I turned to him, letting my eyes linger on his features for a moment. The strong line of his jaw, the tension in his stance, and the unwavering honesty in his gaze all hinted at a man who bore his responsibilities with pride and maybe a touch of weariness. Before I could say something, Rowan approached, clearing his throat. He gave Ethan a short nod, then turned to me. Luna, one of the scouts has returned with new information. He's waiting for you in the war room. Duty called, as always. I nodded at Rowan, then glanced back at Ethan. I'll see you later, I murmured, the half-promise hanging between us. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. I'll be around. The war room was a smaller chamber within the lodge, lined with shelves of old records and maps from previous alphas. I entered to find a young scout, Bren, his fur still damp from an apparent shift, pacing restlessly. He straightened when he saw me. Luna Aria, he said. I followed the rogue's trail deeper into the southwestern forest. It seems they're gathering in an abandoned logging site, small huts. Though mostly in disrepair, I counted at least a dozen wolves. Maybe more. My pulse quickened. A dozen rogues working in tandem was no minor threat. Did you see any indication of who might be leading them? Any insignia or distinctive sense? He paused, looking uneasy. I caught a scent that reminded me of the Bloodfang war band from a few years back. A cold knot formed in my gut. The Bloodfang war band was notorious for brutality, known to be led by a wolf named Garrick, who had once tried to annex a portion of Crescent Moon territory. My father had clashed with them and barely managed to repel their advance. Are you certain? I asked quietly. Bren nodded. As certain as I can be. It was faint, but I recognized it from the old stories and records. I looked at Rowan, seeing the same alarm mirrored in his eyes. If Garrick was behind these rogue attacks, we were dealing with a cunning, vengeful adversary who had a score to settle. Thank you, Bren. Get some rest and warm food, I said. Rowan, assemble the council again. We have to form a plan to deal with this threat. That evening, after multiple strategic discussions, I found myself in the courtyard outside, cool air biting at my cheeks. The sky was thick with stars, a large moon drifting overhead. My thoughts weighed heavy. Garrick was a known monster, someone who relished breaking weaker packs. If he had set his sights on Crescent Moon again, we were in for a harsh battle. Soft footsteps approached, and I turned to see Ethan. He paused a respectful distance away. Rowan told me about your findings, he said. About Garrick, I clenched my fists involuntarily, recalling the stories of Garrick's cruelty, unprovoked raids, kidnappings, torturous displays. Yes, I replied. We need a plan, and fast. Ethan inclined his head. If Garrick is truly behind this, we're both at risk. He hates all established packs. But I suspect you in particular are a prime target, given your father's history with him. A bitter laugh escaped me. My father's victory came at a cost, and Garrick never forgets a grudge. He stepped a bit closer, voice low. Let me help. Let the Silvercrest pack stand beside you. We can create a joint force strong enough to intimidate or hunt him down. One pack alone might be vulnerable, but together. The prospect of uniting with Silvercrest on a military level was momentous. I could almost picture it, our combined warriors patrolling the borders, defending each other's flanks. It was sensible, maybe even necessary. But forging such an alliance was also a step toward something deeper both politically and personally. You've seen how reluctant some of my elders are about outside interference. I said. But this threat might force their hand. Ethan's gaze flickered with determination. Whatever they decide, I'm here. Even if I can't convince you to give me another chance personally, I refuse to stand by and watch Garrick tear into your pack. Something in his words sparked a warmth inside me. I brushed it aside, focusing on logistics. In the morning, let's discuss it with the council. The southwestern perimeter must be reinforced first. We'll also need to gather intelligence on Garrick's numbers and any potential alliances he might have. He nodded, but I sensed he wanted to say more. Instead, he simply offered, "Try to rest tonight. You'll lead better with a clear mind." I wanted to snap at him for presuming to tell me what to do, but the genuine concern in his voice tempered my pride. "I'll consider it," I replied. He turned away, leaving me alone beneath the moon's pale glow. I exhaled, tipping my head back. The tension in my shoulders refused to ease. The idea of a joint force with Silvercrest was starting to feel inevitable. My father's lessons hammered in my mind. Never ignore a threat in the hopes it goes away. Face it with unity. And now the question loomed, would that unity extend beyond the battlefield? Perhaps bridging the gap Ethan and I had created with that public rejection. I didn't have an answer yet. All I knew was that war was coming, and if I wanted to protect my pack, I might have to let my personal grievances go, or at least set them aside long enough to see the bigger picture. Dawn broke with a thunderous meeting of minds in the council chamber. The elders, Beta Rowan, several top warriors, and Ethan gathered around the table, tension palpable as we discussed Garrick's suspected involvement and the possibility of an alliance with Silvercrest. My lead elder, a stoic woman named Marisol, drummed her fingers on the table. "Luna Aria, you are the final authority, but we must speak our concerns. Inviting Silvercrest warriors onto our land could be perceived as relinquishing our autonomy." Rowan's gaze flicked to Ethan. "Perhaps we can define clear boundaries, areas where Silvercrest support is allowed and areas reserved for Crescent Moon." Ethan nodded. "I fully respect the sovereignty of your territory. My warriors will follow any guidelines you set. We only seek to bolster your defenses where you deem necessary." Marisol exchanged glances with the other elders. "We recall Garrick's threat in the previous generation. We cannot handle a full-scale war alone. Not if his numbers are as large as the rumors say. If cooperation with Silvercrest is the only way to ensure our survival." She paused, and I sensed a reluctant acceptance underlying her words. I leaned forward. "We'll form a joint tactical team. This team will map out the southwestern perimeter, post sentries, and coordinate with Silvercrest forces if we agree to deploy them here. In return, Silvercrest will expect similar support if Garrick's band moves east." Ethan's expression was resolute. "Exactly. We'll be allies, co-defenders of each other's packs." The discussion went on for hours. Some elders voiced fears of a deeper infiltration or betrayal, while others pointed out that Ethan himself had already saved several of our warriors. Eventually, we came to a tentative agreement. A small contingent of Silvercrest warriors would patrol Crescent Moon's southwestern edge, working under Rowan's directives. Meanwhile, Crescent Moon scouts would share all intelligence gathered about Garrick's movements with Silvercrest. I could almost feel the wave of cautious relief that rippled through the council when the final plan was set. We had taken a critical step toward unity, forging an alliance that might save us all from Garrick's wrath. And yet, as the group began to disperse, I caught the watchful gaze of Marisol. She approached me quietly, her weathered face solemn. "Luna," she said in a lowered tone, "I hope you understand the risk you're taking, both in war and in personal matters." I blinked, realizing she was referring to Ethan on both fronts. "I do," she nodded, placing a wrinkled hand on my arm. Your father was wise, and so are you. I trust you know what's best for our future." With that, she left, leaving me oddly comforted. While the alliance plans quickly went into effect, communications with Silvercrest ramping up, patrol schedules meshing, Ethan and I found ourselves in a strange limbo. He was no longer just a visitor. He was now a partner in our defense, a presence that both intrigued and unsettled me. We continued to cross paths in the lodge, reviewing maps and exchanging updates on the rogues. Each conversation was pragmatic, yet laced with an undercurrent of personal tension. Sometimes, I'd catch him looking at me with an intensity that threatened to unravel my composure. Other times, I found myself studying him out of the corner of my eye, perplexed by the swirl of emotions he evoked. Late one evening, after finishing a long day of coordinating patrol rosters with Rowan, I ventured into the courtyard for a breath of fresh air. I didn't expect to see Ethan there, pacing beside a small garden of night-blooming flowers. He looked lost in thought until he heard my footsteps and turned. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked softly. I shrugged. "Too much in my head." He nodded, like he understood completely. Silence stretched out, and the soft chirp of crickets filled the background. We stood beneath the pale moonlight, near enough to sense each other's warmth, but not quite close enough to touch. "I know this alliance is about more than just protecting our packs," Ethan said eventually. "It's also about trust. And well, it's something we have to earn from each other." I studied his face, the gentle shadows cast across his features. My guard wavered. "I admit you've surprised me with how you've handled everything. You stepped in to protect my pack. You've respected our boundaries and laws. You've offered help without demanding anything in return. It's different than what I imagined." He let out a quiet breath. "Aria, I may be an alpha, but I'm not here to overshadow you or your pack. My father taught me that a true leader respects not just allies, but also the sovereignty of others. Our bond might be fated by the moon, but that doesn't mean I expect you to submit or become less of who you are. I only want to stand beside you." My heart thudded in my chest. The sincerity in his words, the unwavering gaze, this was the moment when I might have cracked, might have let go of the iron hold on my pride. But old fears still curled in the corners of my mind. I don't know what the future holds," I admitted quietly, crossing my arms as if to guard myself. "And with Garrick threatening our borders, it's hardly a time to delve into personal matters." A gentle smile touched Ethan's lips. "I understand. But if there's anything I've learned, it's that life rarely grants perfect timing. We're left to make sense of our feelings amid chaos." I looked away, uncertain how to respond. He didn't push. Instead, he stepped back, giving me the space I clung to. "I'll be here," he said simply, "for as long as you'll allow it." My chest tightened, but I found no answer. Instead, I turned to gaze at the night sky. Stars twinkled overhead, reminding me of the vow I made when I first stepped into the role of Luna, to protect my pack at all costs. If forging an alliance with Silvercrest, and possibly acknowledging Ethan's sincerity, led to our survival, then maybe it was time to let go of my stubborn mistrust. Still, I feared that opening my heart would come at a price I wasn't prepared to pay. Days blurred into a flurry of preparations and watchfulness. Scouts reported seeing Garrick's band expanding. More rogues seemed to appear near the southwestern perimeter each evening. Yet, with Silvercrest's reinforcements, we held the line. Alpha Kane, Ethan's second in command back at the Silvercrest pack, arrived with 24 skilled warriors. They set up a small encampment near our southwestern border, coordinating daily patrols with Rowan's team. The tension that once gripped the pack over Ethan's presence began to ease, replaced by cautious acceptance. Our wolves mingled around campfires, exchanging stories and laughter with the new arrivals. The mutual threat of Garrick forced them to see each other as allies rather than rivals. And perhaps, in the back of everyone's mind, there was the realization that these alliances often led to strong relationships, both diplomatic and personal. Meanwhile, Ethan proved himself, time and again, assisting with everything from fortifying barricades to organizing meal rosters. He was tireless, always ready to share the burden. More than once, I caught Crescent Moon Pack members praising his dedication. Even some of the elders who had initially eyed him with suspicion began to speak more kindly of him. Late one afternoon, while reviewing the updated patrol routes with Liana, I noticed Ethan approaching. I waved him over to get his input on potential blind spots along the southwestern edge. As we huddled around a small table covered in maps, I felt a jolt of awareness run through me. The quiet focus etched on his face, the warmth of his arm nearly brushing mine, the subtle scent of him, all these things wove together in a heady realization of how close we had become in mere days. He pointed to a section of forest near a creek. My scouts found fresh tracks here, about half a mile in. It seems like Garrick might be testing the waters again, seeing how far we'll push our patrols. I nodded, trying to focus on the details rather than the pull I felt in my chest. We'll deploy a rotating guard here, perhaps 2 of your warriors alongside 2 of ours, to maintain balance. Liana traced a route on the map. Let's ensure they have a direct line of communication with the main camp. If a skirmish breaks out, we need a rapid response. Ethan agreed, and we spent the next hour hashing out the specifics. By the time we were done, the sun hung low on the horizon, bathing the clearing outside the lodge in soft gold. Liana excused herself to organize the patrol, leaving Ethan and me alone with the leftover maps. As I rolled up the parchment, he studied me with a faint smile. "You look more at ease lately." I paused, a bit startled by the observation. "Do I?" He nodded. "I remember how tense you were when I first arrived. There's a grace in you now that suggests you're not fighting alone anymore." My heart fluttered at his words, though I tried to mask it by busying myself with the stack of papers. "Everyone is working together. It's not just me." He stepped a fraction closer, leaning his hip against the table. "True, but you carry the heaviest load leading this pack, navigating a dangerous foe, and dealing with me." A faint flush crept into my cheeks. "Yes, well, you're not exactly small potatoes." He raised an amused brow. "Small potatoes." I realized how silly the phrase sounded and let out an unexpected laugh, tension loosening in my shoulders. It felt good to laugh, to share a moment of levity amid the chaos. Then, as quickly as the laugh escaped, I sobered, remembering the precarious reality beyond our fleeting warmth. He caught the change in my demeanor. "Aria," he said gently, "I don't expect everything between us to be resolved overnight, but I hope you know that I'm here because I care." My throat tightened, words hovering unspoken on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to admit that I was beginning to see how much he cared, that I no longer believed he only wanted me for the political advantage. But the fear lingered, coiled around my heart. I simply nodded, letting my silence speak for me. The moment stretched, charged with possibilities. If I leaned a little closer, if I let him see the vulnerability I guarded so fiercely, perhaps the entire course of our connection would shift. But footsteps from outside interrupted any chance of deeper confession. Rowan strode into the hall, calling my name. I pulled back, focusing on the beta's urgent tone. "Yes." He bowed respectfully, though his face was grim. "A messenger has arrived from the Western Plains pack. They're seeking immediate help reports of roving attacks." believed to be Garrick's men. Ethan and I exchanged a worried look. The Western Plains pack was smaller, lacking the fortified structures we had. They were known for their open grazing lands and minimal defenses. Perfect targets for Garrick's band. I glanced at Ethan. We should go see what we can do. If Garrick is expanding his attacks outward, we might be dealing with a larger campaign than we thought. Ethan nodded, a determined set to his jaw. I'll come with you. This is bigger than any single pack now. With that, the delicate moment between us evaporated into the pressing duty of protecting others. But as we raced off to handle this new crisis, a fragile hope glimmered in my mind that perhaps these trials would forge a stronger bond between us, one that went beyond reluctant allies and became something deeper, truer. Word spread quickly that Luna Aria and Alpha Ethan were preparing an envoy to the Western Plains. Within hours, we assembled a small group of Crescent Moon and Silvercrest warriors, plus 2 healers. The journey would take at least half a day by horseback, shifting between wolf and human forms as terrain allowed. Before departing, I addressed my pack. They stood in the courtyard, concern etched on their faces. "Hold our borders," I commanded, voice carrying across the gathering. "We'll return once we have more information about Garrick's movements." Beta Rowan remains in charge during my absence. Rowan stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest in a salute. "We'll keep the pack safe." Luna. Ethan, too, had parted from his second-in-command, Kane, instructing him to maintain the southwestern encampment. Then, Ethan and I mounted our horses, an unusual choice for werewolves, but one that spared our stamina for the potential fights ahead. Our small company rode out under the watchful eyes of Crescent Moon. Clouds threatened rain overhead, and the wind carried an uneasy chill that spoke of looming storms, both literal and metaphorical. As we traversed the forest trails, Ethan rode beside me, his wolf sense alert, scanning for any sign of rogue ambush. I did the same, trusting that any suspicious scent or distant growl would catch my attention. Despite the tension, a small part of me marveled at the comfortable silence we shared. We no longer needed forced conversation to fill the spaces. Our shared purpose provided a bond that transcended mere words. After hours of travel, we emerged onto the rolling grasslands that marked the edge of Western Plains territory. Low wooden fences lined the fields, and in the distance, I could see clusters of huts and small barns scattered across the landscape. Smoke rose from a central settlement, likely the heart of their pack. But something felt off. There was an air of stillness, as if the inhabitants were holding their breath. Our envoy approached cautiously. A watchman, perched atop a lookout platform, recognized our group and waved. Soon after, a small delegation of Western Plains wolves came out to greet us. Their leader, a middle-aged alpha named Garen, bowed respectfully. "Luna Aria, Alpha Ethan, we're grateful you've come," he said, fatigue evident in his pale eyes. "Garrick's rogues have struck twice in the past week. They came at night, stealing livestock, injuring our patrols. We have no idea when they'll strike again." I dismounted and clasped Garen's forearm. "We suspect Garrick is amassing forces throughout the region, aiming to weaken each pack in turn. We'll do what we can to help." Garen led us to a communal longhouse where the local pack members huddled, eyes brimming with fear. Children clung to their parents, and older wolves carried makeshift weapons. The sense of desperation was palpable. "Show us where they attacked," Ethan said, voice steady and reassuring. A few scouts guided us to the outskirts of the settlement. Broken fences, patches of blood, and the remains of a few slaughtered livestock painted a grim picture. My jaw clenched. This was the mark of cruelty, not mere survival. Garrick's tactics were designed to terrorize. to break spirits before launching a larger assault. Ethan knelt by the trampled grass, sniffing the air. "I can pick up faint rogue scents heading southeast," he murmured. "They might be circling around, just as they did near Crescent Moon." I exchanged a glance with him. "We need to set up defenses here, maybe even escort them to a safer location. But we can't weaken Crescent Moon's defenses too much." It was a dilemma. The Western Plains lacked the manpower and fortifications to repel a full-scale rogue attack, but spreading ourselves too thin would leave both Crescent Moon and Silver Crest vulnerable. Garen's voice trembled as he rejoined us, having checked on his injured. "Please, Luna Aria, if you can spare any warriors, we'd be indebted. We're simply not trained for large-scale combat." My heart twisted at the sight of children peering out from behind doorways. I turned to Ethan. "We should leave a contingent here, at least enough to form a deterrent. Perhaps a half-dozen of your warriors and half-dozen of mine, working under Garen's guidance." He nodded without hesitation. "Agreed. We'll coordinate a perimeter watch, set up alarm signals, and begin basic drills for the locals so they can defend themselves if needed." Garen bowed repeatedly, relief lighting his weary features. "Thank you. This means the world to us." Night fell by the time we had arranged everything, creating makeshift barracks for the newly stationed defenders. Ethan and I had decided to stay until morning, ensuring the Western Plains pack was settled with the new security measures. We found ourselves in a modest guest hut, one of the few with enough space for both me, Ethan, and our immediate aides. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me. Yet my mind buzzed with questions. Where would Garrick strike next? Was this escalation just the beginning of a coordinated effort to splinter multiple packs? What if Crescent Moon came under attack while I was away? Sensing my turmoil, Ethan guided me to a small table where a simple meal of bread, dried meat, and fresh water had been laid out. "Eat," he said gently. "You need your strength." I slid onto a wooden bench, absently tearing a piece of bread. "Do you ever feel the weight of everyone's lives pressing down on you?" He settled on the bench across from me. "Every day," he replied softly. "Being alpha means carrying every hope, every fear, on your shoulders. It can be crushing." I nodded, relief mingling with my anxiety. It helped to know I wasn't alone in feeling overwhelmed. "My parents left big shoes to fill," I murmured, lowering my gaze. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing enough, or if I'm just repeating their legacy rather than forging my own." His eyes flickered with understanding. "I know that feeling. Living up to a great alpha's legacy can feel like a blessing and a curse. But from what I've seen, you're more than capable of carving your own path." A soft breeze rattled the hut's thin walls, carrying the faint scents of nighttime grass and the distant hush of wolves patrolling. I swallowed a lump in my throat, the intensity of the day saving a vulnerable pack. Solidifying alliances made me acutely aware of how fleeting life could be. "I'm still not sure," I said quietly, "about us." His gaze grew gentle. "I understand, but I'm willing to wait." Emotions churned in my chest: gratitude, confusion, maybe even a flicker of hope. I reached across the table, letting my hand rest on his for a moment. The warmth of his skin sent a tremor through me, reminding me that, despite the chaos, something real was growing between us, something that might anchor us in the storm. He said nothing, but the way his fingers tightened over mine spoke volumes. We sat like that for a heartbeat longer, allowing the unspoken resonance of the moment to settle between us. Outside, the night stretched on, fraught with uncertainty. Yet, inside that small hut, for a few precious moments, we found solace in each other's silent company. Morning arrived in a flurry of activity. We rose early, ensuring that our combined forces had established patrols around the Western Plains settlement. Garen thanked us profusely, tears of gratitude in his eyes as he shook our hands. Some of our warriors would remain behind, but Ethan and I had to return to Crescent Moon. Our own territory needed us. Our journey back was subdued. The wind carried a sense of foreboding, as if the confrontation with Garrick loomed closer with each passing hour. Once we reached Crescent Moon lands, we confirmed that no new attacks had occurred during our absence. Though the southwestern patrols had encountered a few rogue scouts lurking near the boundary, no direct fights, but it was only a matter of time. Back at the lodge, Ethan parted ways with me, saying he'd check in with Kane and reorganize Silvercrest's presence in the southwestern encampment. I appreciated his diligence, though I couldn't deny a strange pang of loneliness as he left. Shaking off the feeling, I focused on the myriad tasks that awaited me, briefing the elders, reading patrol reports, and finalizing supply routes for winter. Yet, amid the routine, my thoughts drifted frequently to Ethan, how he'd stood beside me when we helped Western Plains, how he'd quietly validated my anxieties. The memory of his hand on mine lingered, a gentle warmth that refused to fade. That evening, as I sat in my private quarters, scribbling notes on a parchment about strategic placements of supplies, a knock sounded on the door. "Come in," I called, expecting Liana or Rowan. Instead, Ethan stepped inside, his posture slightly hesitant. He closed the door behind him. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." I set my quill aside. "Not at all." He crossed the room, stopping a few feet away. "I just wanted to see how you're holding up. It's been an intense few days." I managed a small smile. "That's one way to put it. I'm all right, just a bit worried about what's next." He nodded, raking a hand through his dark hair. "I won't pretend to have all the answers, but I'm here to share whatever burden I can." Silence fell, underscored by the distant crackle of the lodge's fireplace. I stood, facing him. So much had changed since the day I rejected him in front of everyone. The tension between us was still there, but it had shifted into something more nuanced, conflict laced with possibility. His voice dipped low. "I know it's not the best timing, with a possible war on the horizon, but I have to ask, are you starting to believe me, that I'm sincere about us?" I inhaled sharply, the question sinking into the quiet. My pride flared, warning me not to appear weak. But honesty, I realized, was more important here. Yes, I admitted. "I do believe you. You've shown me more than once that you aren't just after power or political gain." The corners of his mouth curved into a tentative smile, one that hinted at relief and a touch of vulnerability. "That means a lot," he said softly. "Thank you." I stepped forward, close enough to catch the faint scent of pine on his clothes and something distinctly him underneath. "There's still so much to figure out," I said, voice trembling slightly. "But I'm not as opposed to the idea as I was. I'm beginning to see your heart." For a moment, the weight of the world slipped away. He leaned in, cautiously, as though testing the boundaries I'd so fiercely guarded. My heart pounded in my ears. Our gazes locked, sharing a silent confession of the longing we both felt. Then, with a gentle exhale, I closed the remaining distance. It wasn't a grand, sweeping kiss, just a soft press of lips that spoke of uncertain hope and the promise of more to come. A fleeting moment that bridged the distance between what we had been and what we might become. When we pulled apart, the gravity of the situation came rushing back. Garrick still loomed. Our packs remained in danger, and trust was fragile. But for that single instant, there was no rejection, no defiance of destiny, only two wolves finding a tentative step toward each other in the midst of chaos. His hand lingered on my cheek. "Thank you for giving me this chance." Emotion clogged my throat. Just, don't make me regret it. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I won't. We held each other's gaze for another breath before reality nudged us apart. There were still enemies at the gates, alliances to manage, and the battered Western Plains pack counting on our next move. As Ethan left my quarters, a cautious hope took root in my heart, a seed that might blossom if only we could survive the trials to come. And so ended the beginning of the delicate dance between pride and vulnerability, fear and longing. The once impassable chasm between us was gradually, albeit tenderly, shrinking. Yet outside our walls, Garrick's forces lurked, and the faint echo of war drums reverberated across the land. Despite the looming threat, a corner of my mind clung to the truth that hearts, once set on a collision course, rarely parted ways without a fight. The echo of my rejection hung in the air long after I left the ceremonial clearing. A few days had passed, but the memory still clung to my mind like shadows at twilight. I could recall the gasps that rippled across the gathered packs, the shocked expression on every face when I pronounced, before Luna witnesses and elders, that I, Aria of the Crescent Moon Pack, would not accept my fated mate. That mate, of course, was Alpha Ethan, renowned for his battlefield valor, wise leadership, and calm determination. The fact that I denied him in the presence of so many was no small slight. It was a monumental, public strike that upended every tradition and expectation of werewolf kind. Yet, despite my show of confidence, I still felt an ache in my soul, a hollow spot in my chest that refused to be filled by pride or justification. No matter how many times I told myself Ethan had only been courting me for political reasons, no matter how often I convinced myself he wanted me purely for the convenience of uniting our packs, doubts lingered, whispering that I might have made a terrible mistake. Stubbornness, I learned early in life, could be a double-edged sword. It gave me the fortitude to make difficult choices, but it also blinded me to what lay beneath the surface of other people's intentions. I needed to be strong. With rumors of growing trouble on our borders, the Crescent Moon Pack couldn't afford to appear weak or to form alliances purely out of romantic or destiny reasons. My father, the late Alpha, had raised me to stand on my own feet. My mother, the preceding Luna, taught me that leadership wasn't about deferring to a mate, it was about making decisions that benefited the entire pack, even if that path felt lonely. Rejecting Ethan was my way of proving to myself and everyone else that my loyalty lay first and foremost with the Crescent Moon, not with a romantic ideal or some archaic tradition. That morning, I stood in my personal training yard, a hidden clearing behind the main lodge ringed by tall pines and blanketed in soft moss. My breath fogged the crisp dawn air as I rolled my shoulders, preparing for a sparring session with my friend and elite guard, Liana. She was both a confidant and a formidable warrior, whose protective instincts made her one of my closest allies. "Ready?" she asked, widening her stance. "Ready," I replied, launching forward. We clashed in a flurry of strikes, each move testing reflexes honed by years of training. Muscles burned, lungs expanded, and I felt the tension of the past days melt into the familiar rhythm of combat. My claws slid out as part of a partial shift I'd perfected, neither fully human nor fully wolf, but somewhere in between. Liana countered with a deft block, hooking her leg around mine. I stumbled, then spun away, the adrenaline rush fueling my desire to stay focused. For a few precious moments, I forgot that humiliating hush after my public rejection and the watchful eyes of elders who believed I was violating tradition. In this pine-scented clearing, I was simply Aria, daughter of a strong alpha lineage, entrusted with leading a proud and formidable pack. But peace rarely lasts long. From a distance, the shrill blast of a horn ripped through the forest. It was the call warning us of an intruder at the border. Liana and I froze, our gazes meeting. Without a word, we shifted into our wolf forms, bounding through the trees. The half-mile sprint to the main lodge and watchtower was a blur of green and brown. We emerged, shifting back into our human forms as we rushed up a small hill where a sentinel waited. He bowed quickly. Luna Aria, an intruder, was spotted near the western boundary. A lone wolf, unarmed, asking to speak with you. My heart sank. The timing was too coincidental to be just anyone. Could Ethan truly be so bold as to show up here, alone, after such a public rejection? Bring me to him, I commanded. We navigated winding paths between cabins, passing pack members who watched with curiosity. They might have guessed who it was, too. When we reached the western boundary, my suspicion was confirmed. There stood Ethan, tall and proud, wearing the insignia of the Silvercrest pack. He raised his hands, palms outward in a gesture of non-aggression. "You dare come here," I said, halting a few paces away. My packmates, forming a protective semicircle behind me, tensed. Ethan inclined his head. "I do. I came to talk." One of my guards, a warrior named Lucas, bared his teeth, but I signaled him to stand down. "State your business," I said. "You crossed our border uninvited, which is a serious offense." "I know," Ethan replied calmly, "but I won't move from this spot unless you allow me. I came because I can't let that public rejection stand without at least trying to show you that I'm sincere. I understand you think I only want you for convenience or power, but I promise you my reasons run deeper." My throat constricted. Memories of the ceremony flooded back, the weight of tradition pressing on my shoulders. I forced my expression to remain cold. "And if I don't believe you?" He lifted his gaze to mine, hazel eyes brimming with earnestness. "Then I'll leave. But not before I say my piece." A strange ache rippled through me. Part of me wanted to dismiss him outright. Another part of me, one I barely acknowledged, needed to hear what he had to say. Perhaps the first needed validation that my choice was justified, or the possibility that I had been wrong. "Fine," I said, "but you'll be escorted the entire time you're here. No sudden moves. If you step out of line, my guards will treat you as a threat." "Understood." Ethan nodded. "Understood." I turned, my voice loud enough for my guard. "Take him to the lodge. We'll hear him out. Then he leaves." As we walked back, tension surrounded us like a thick fog. Dozens of pack members paused their chores or training to watch us pass. Whispers sprang up in our wake, though no one dared confront me directly. I strode ahead, posture rigid, heart thrumming with a confusion I refused to let show. Once inside the main lodge, a grand timber structure that served as the crescent moon's communal heart, I took a seat at the head of a long wooden table. My guards flanked me. Ethan stood at the opposite end, guarded by two of my fiercest warriors. I could tell from the set of his jaw that he was bracing himself for scrutiny. "Well," I said. "Speak," he inhaled slowly. "Aria, I meant every word of what I said the night we discovered we were mates. I admire you as a leader, as a warrior, as a person. I understand you have your reasons for not wanting to be tied down by fate or alliances. But please believe me when I say that I'm not here to force your hand. I only want a chance to prove I care about you, not because you're an advantageous match, but because you're you." A bitter laugh escaped me. "Words are cheap. You could be telling me anything right now." He bowed his head. "You're right. which is why I'm willing to do whatever it takes to show you I'm sincere. Let me stay, if only for a short time. Let me help your pack. Stand by your side, maybe. Then you can see my intentions. I folded my arms. My insides churned. A small voice in my head reminded me of the rumors of danger at our borders, rumors that might soon become real threats. Should I risk letting Ethan stay, even under supervision? I glanced at Liana, who stood watch near the door. She raised an eyebrow, as if silently asking if I'd lost my mind. My beta, Rowan, would be furious, or at least highly suspicious. But my father's lessons about building alliances, even unwanted ones, came to mind. If Ethan was lying, I'd find out. If he was telling the truth, perhaps we needed every ounce of help we could get. Fine, I said, fighting the tremor in my voice. You stay for 1 week, under guard. If at the end of that time, I see no proof of your sincerity, you'll leave. And if you cross any line, you'll be escorted out forcibly. Ethan's eyes flickered with gratitude and relief. Thank you. Aria, I promise. You won't regret this. I stood, dismissing the gathering with a curt nod. My mind whirled with the implications of my decision. Had I just let the wolf inside the henhouse, so to God speak? Or had I made a decision that could ultimately safeguard my pack? With that, Ethan was taken to one of the guest cabins, guarded by 2 warriors. I climbed the stairs to my private chambers, ignoring the questioning looks from pack members. Alone in my room, I closed the door, leaning against the rough timber. My reflection in the mirror across the room showed the lines of tension in my face. Letting out a shaky breath, I could almost feel my father's presence, reminding me that sometimes the hardest decisions are the ones that shape us the most. For the next few days, Ethan stuck to the rules. He mostly kept to the cabin or accompanied Crescent Moon members in daily tasks, always under watch. Word spread that he helped fix a leaking roof on one of the older cottages, spent hours chopping wood for our winter stockpile, and even joined a scouting run along the northern perimeter, demonstrating an impressive knowledge of tracking and stealth. Some of my warriors grudgingly admitted he wasn't as arrogant or manipulative as they'd assumed, but doubts lingered. I overheard elders murmuring that letting a rejected mate linger was an invitation to fate's wrath. Others feared he might be a spy, gathering intelligence on our weaknesses. I couldn't entirely banish the possibility, so I increased border patrols and demanded more frequent status reports from my watchers. One evening, after a grueling day of dealing with supply logs and winter preparation, I decided to take a walk through the main courtyard. The sky was streaked with indigo, stars peeking through swirling clouds. Pack members gathered around fires, sharing stories and laughter. A pang of longing stabbed my chest. I'd been so absorbed in my responsibilities that I rarely joined these communal gatherings, lost in thought. I almost bumped into a familiar figure near one of the large outdoor fire pits. Ethan stood there, speaking softly with a handful of Crescent Moon warriors. He must have sensed my presence because he turned, eyes catching mine in the flickering firelight. My first impulse was to walk away. My second was to stand my ground. He excused himself from the conversation and approached me. The warriors, now noticing me, went silent, uncertain of my reaction. Luna, Ethan greeted, dipping his head respectfully. Ethan, I replied curtly, acutely aware of how the eyes around us flicked back and forth, curious about our interaction. He gestured toward the logs stacked by the fire. I was just sharing some tips on building windbreaks with leftover lumber. Thought it might help when winter gets harsher. I pursed my lips. It made sense, and the watchers around me didn't seem hostile. Very practical, I managed, scanning the faces of my warriors for any sign of discomfort. They all seemed fine, if a bit cautious. An awkward silence settled. I cleared my throat. Well, carry on. Then I pivoted, intending to walk away. But something in Ethan's voice stopped me. Aria, he said softly, using my name instead of the title. Could we speak privately later? I weighed my options. Publicly denying him now would create more speculation. Nodding once, I said, Fine, the orchard, at sunrise. Briefly, he exhaled, relief palpable. The pack members around us pretended not to notice, but I caught the flicker of interest in their eyes. With that, I strode away, wrapping my arms around myself to fend off the night's chill, unsure whether it was the cold or my conflicting emotions raising goosebumps on my skin. That night, restless thoughts plagued me. My father had once told me that leadership meant walking alone in your convictions. Yet I felt anything but alone, tangled in the tense web connecting me, Ethan, and the uncertain fate of our packs. A part of me admired his willingness to endure suspicion and hostility just to prove himself. Another part remained wary, the memory of my public rejection still vivid. Dawn came accompanied by a pinkish glow on the horizon. I dressed in simple training clothes, then made my way to the orchard beyond the lodge. It was a small grove of apple and pear trees that my mother had planted years ago, known for its blossoms in spring and sweet fragrance in autumn. Approaching the orchard, I found Ethan waiting at the edge, pacing like a caged wolf. When he spotted me, he stilled, his posture carefully neutral. You wanted to speak, I said, standing a few paces away. He nodded. First, I want to thank you for allowing me to stay. It can't be easy for you. Given what happened, I shrugged, feigning indifference. It's not a favor. I just want the truth. He looked away, exhaling. And I want to give it to you. I realize words are hollow without action. So let me say this. If you ever need help defending your territory, dealing with threats, anything, please let me prove myself. The rumors of rogues gathering near your borders are growing stronger. I've heard talk from your warriors. My heart skipped a beat. You have no authority to act on Crescent Moon's behalf. I know, he replied earnestly. But I can't just stand by if there's danger. I may be your rejected mate, but I still feel compelled to protect you. It's instinct, yes, but also my choice. You can roll your eyes if you want, but it's how I feel. My defenses wavered at his sincerity, but I refused to relent entirely. My beta and I have it under control. Still, we'll see how far your willingness goes. He nodded, silence stretching between us. The orchard was quiet, with just the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. I realized with a pang that we were alone here, more or less. For the first time since he arrived, my guard wasn't looming in the bushes, and no elders were eavesdropping with disapproving frowns. I cleared my throat. That night, at the ceremony, I began hesitantly. I didn't plan to do what I did so publicly, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt cornered by expectations. Everyone assumed I'd just accept because that's how the fated bond works. And maybe I hated that assumption, hated the idea that my choices would be overshadowed by fate. So I lashed out. He listened intently, arms folded. I understand. I should have sensed your reluctance earlier. Maybe then I could have spoken to you privately, reassured you it wasn't just about fate. My eyes flicked away. I recalled the awkward dance of small talk we'd had leading up to the ceremony, the unspoken tension, the dryness in my throat whenever I felt his gaze. If either of us had been more open, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. But regret changed nothing now. Finally, I forced myself to look at him. Well, you have your chance now. If you really mean to prove yourself, do it with actions. If the rumors about rogues are true, I might need all the help I can get to protect my pack. But don't mistake necessity for forgiveness. He offered a faint smile. I'll take what I can get. I turned to leave, but a sudden wave of vulnerability rolled over me. Something made me glance back, my heart twisting at the earnestness in his expression. Just, don't give me a reason to regret letting you stay, I said in a low voice. He inclined his head gravely. I won't. Our gazes locked for a moment that felt oddly suspended in time. Then I nodded curtly and walked away, the crisp morning air filling my lungs as I wrestled with the swirl of emotions inside. Part of me wanted to trust him. Another part remained haunted by the possibility that letting my guard down could spell disaster. For the time being, I resigned myself to watch and wait, all the while keeping an ear to the growing concerns about rogue wolves circling our territory. Over the next week, Ethan's presence in Crescent Moon became less of an oddity. He assisted with reinforcing patrol routes, always volunteering for the hardest tasks, hauling heavy lumber, digging new drainage ditches to prevent flooding, even patrolling during the coldest hours before dawn. My guards stuck to him, of course, but they began to relax as they witnessed his consistent dedication. Meanwhile, the pack braced for potential trouble. Patrols reported strange tracks, half buried in the underbrush, near the southwestern boundary. Once, a patrol stumbled upon a rogue scout. After a brief skirmish, the rogue escaped, but not before snarling a warning, "Your days are numbered." That single ominous line reverberated through Crescent Moon territory, rousing old fears that we might be under organized threat rather than sporadic raids. At council meetings, my beta, Rowan, and several elders pressed me to solidify alliances with neighboring packs. The memory of me rejecting Ethan and Alpha from a significant neighboring pack lay like an open secret over these discussions. Some elders whispered that if I had simply accepted him, we'd have a powerful ally already in place. Others maintained that forging alliances should be done through formal negotiations, not forced romantic bonds. One windy afternoon, we convened in the lodge's war room, a small chamber lined with maps and old records. Rowan, arms folded across his broad chest, opened the discussion. Luna, with rumors of these rogues intensifying, it might be wise to formally contact the Silvercrest Pack for a defensive agreement. His eyes flicked to me pointedly, though he said nothing about Ethan's personal involvement. Marisol, an older female elder, nodded in agreement. We have no confirmation that the rogues are part of a single group, but the attacks seem too coordinated. We must assume they may be led by a common force, perhaps one with a vendetta against Crescent Moon. I sighed, glancing at the map spread across the table. My father's old notes were scrawled in the margins, referencing past threats and historic alliances. I'll send a formal request to Silvercrest, I said carefully, and to the other closest packs too. We'll request an exchange of information and a promise of mutual aid if the rogues attack. Rowan raised an eyebrow. And what about Ethan? Luna? He's already here. Surely that speeds negotiations. Heat rose to my cheeks. We will handle that matter separately, I replied coolly. He's here as an individual, to prove himself, not as an official envoy. For now, I'd like to keep it that way. Rowan dipped his head in submission. As you wish. The meeting concluded with a set of action items, sending messengers to neighboring packs, increasing border patrols, and preparing the storehouses in case of siege. My mind swirled with details, questions, and half-formed worries. I wondered if Ethan might indeed serve as a bridge to the larger might of the Silvercrest Pack, but the memory of my rejection and the sense of guilt I felt at the mere thought of reversing it kept me cautious. That evening, I sat in the main lodge hall, going over supply ledgers. The low murmur of conversation surrounded me as pack members trickled in for supper. Steam rose from clay bowls of stew, and the aroma of roasted meat teased my senses. But I had little appetite for either. My focus was on the scribbled numbers in front of me. How many barrels of grain we had left? How many salted meats? How much herbal stock for potential injuries? "You should eat," came a familiar voice from across the table. I looked up to see Ethan standing there, a bowl of stew in hand. He extended it to me. Surprised, I glanced around, noticing how a few onlookers paused to watch. Tension crept into my shoulders, but I couldn't deny that I was hungry, and I needed a break from the relentless calculations. Wordlessly, I accepted the bowl. "Thank you," I murmured, dropping my gaze to the steaming food. He sat down across from me, still under the watchful eye of my guards, who lingered nearby. Yet something about his demeanor was calm, resolute. "You're overworking yourself," Ethan said, not unkindly. As I spooned some stew into my mouth, I let out a dry chuckle. "That's part of being Luna. Endless tasks, endless responsibilities." He nodded, sipping from his own bowl. "I get it. Being an alpha is no different, but sometimes you need to step back and breathe." I bristled slightly, though not entirely out of anger. "And here I thought you'd want me to keep my guard up, especially around you." He allowed a small smile. "I'm not trying to catch you off balance. Aria, you can be guarded all you want. I'm just suggesting you don't burn yourself out." A flicker of warmth seeped into my chest. Since I'd agreed to let him stay, he'd maintained a respectful distance, offering help without overstepping. His unwavering presence felt both reassuring and unsettling. I busied myself by taking another spoonful of stew, letting the savory warmth spread through me. After a moment, I cleared my throat. "Thank you for the stew. I appreciate it." He inclined his head. "Anytime." Before I could say more, a messenger hurried into the lodge, scanning the tables until his eyes landed on me. He approached with a quick bow. "Luna, Aria. News from the southwestern patrols. They've discovered footprints, large ones, crossing the stream. They suspect a small group of rogues may have slipped into our territory." The lodge quieted. I set my bowl down with a measured calm I didn't quite feel. "Very well. Gather Liana, Rowan, and the best trackers. We'll form a search party." The messenger nodded and darted away. My pulse quickened as I rose from the table. This could be an actual incursion into Crescent Moon territory. I refused to let panic take hold. I was Luna, after all. We'd handle it. Ethan stood too, an unspoken question in his eyes. Should I come? I didn't have time to argue about his involvement, nor did I have the desire to send him away if he could actually help. "Meet us at the gates if you're coming," I said curtly. "But follow my orders." Relief flickered over his features. Understood. Within minutes, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Warriors strapped on gear, shifting partially to gain enhanced senses. Ethan stood among them, speaking quietly with Rowan, who cast me a glance that seemed both questioning and resigned. I pulled Liana aside. "Keep a close eye on Ethan," I muttered. "If he betrays us," Liana nodded, her eyes flinty. "He won't get far." I exhaled, stepping forward to address the assembled search party. "We've got possible rogue infiltration near the southwestern stream. Our goal is to confirm it, drive them out, or capture them for questioning. We move swiftly, quietly, and we communicate any sightings immediately." A low rumble of assent passed through the group, and with that, we set off into the night, moonlight guiding our way through thick forests and uneven terrain. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig put me on high alert, reminding me how quickly an ambush could unfold in these woods. We moved in formation, pairs of wolves spaced out to cover more ground. I led one flank with Liana beside me, while Rowan led another group. Ethan had aligned himself with a couple of my experienced trackers, providing his own insights about possible rogue tactics. I forced myself to focus on the mission, not on the complicated swirl of emotions tied to his presence. The forest gradually gave way to denser underbrush near the southwestern stream. The water's gentle gurgle was barely audible over the soft crunch of pine needles underfoot. I raised a hand, signaling the group to halt. Liana sniffed the air, her expression grave. She whispered, "I smell unfamiliar wolves." 4, maybe 5 distinct scents. I signaled for silence, then motioned my group to advance slowly. The others spread out, encircling the area. Tension coiled in my muscles as we slipped through the dark. Then I heard a low growl, followed by a hushed voice in the distance. Moving closer, we spotted them. 4 wolves in partial shift, skulking near the water's edge, scanning the surroundings. Their eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. My heart pounded. If we could catch them by surprise, we might end this quickly. I signaled to Liana, who nodded. In unison, we surged forward. A chorus of snarls erupted as the rogues realized our presence. One tried to dart away, but Rowan's flank cut off his escape. Another rogue, a tall and gaunt figure, bared his teeth at me. "Leave or die," he hissed, voice half feral. I squared my shoulders. "This is Crescent Moon territory. You leave, or you face the consequences of trespassing." His lips curled into a twisted grin. "Then we fight." They lunged. I clashed with one rogue, blocking a swipe of his claws with my forearm guard. Pain exploded where he raked my side, but I gritted my teeth and retaliated with a blow to his ribs. Beside me, Liana tackled another rogue, and their savage growls filled the air. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Ethan. He was fighting with efficient brutality, slamming a rogue to the ground. My guards, scattered around, engaged the remaining threats. The night pulsed with the sound of combat snarls, yelps, the thud of bodies colliding. A rogue shoved me backward, knocking me into a tree trunk. Stars danced in my vision, but I forced myself to stay upright, drawing on the power of my wolf. With a fierce growl, I channeled my rage into a partial shift, claws lengthening, fangs sharp. The rogue's eyes widened before I struck him across the chest, sending him sprawling. All around us, my warriors subdued the enemy. One rogue lay unconscious, another pinned by Rowan, and 2 more battered and bleeding. The final one, seeing defeat imminent, tried to bolt across the stream, but Liana, quick as lightning, tackled him mid-stride, panting. The first surveyed the scene. The damp earth was churned up, stained in places with blood. My side throbbed where the rogue's claws had scored me, but the wound wasn't life-threatening. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, leaving me trembling with the aftershock of battle. Ethan approached cautiously. His eyes flicked to my injury. "You're hurt," he said, voice tight with concern. I shrugged it off, refusing to show weakness. "I'll live. Let's deal with these rogues first." Rowan and another warrior had already secured them, binding their hands behind their backs. My beta met my gaze. "We'll take them back to the lodge, question them. Maybe we'll finally get some answers about who's organizing these strikes." "Good," I replied, pressing a hand to my aching side. "Let's head back." Ethan moved to support me, but I brushed him off, ignoring the spike of heat his proximity caused. "I can walk on my own," I muttered. He stepped back, tension lining his features. I couldn't discern whether it was from worry or anger at being refused, and I didn't have time to ponder. The priority was to get these rogues locked up before they could pull any tricks. We trudged through the forest, the subdued rogues in tow. I signaled half the group to guard them, while the rest remained alert for any sign of reinforcements. Even though we'd won this skirmish, there was no telling if more rogues lurked nearby, waiting to strike. By the time we returned to the lodge, dawn was coloring the sky in pale shades of gray and pink. Exhaustion weighed heavily on my limbs, but there was work to be done. We confined the rogues to the old cellar converted into a makeshift holding area and posted guards at the entrance. Our healer, Darius, tended to the wounded. He examined my side, cleaning and bandaging the claw marks. Nothing too deep. Luna, he said, relief evident in his voice. I nodded, half aware of Ethan hovering in the background, a silent sentinel. My warriors wore their own injuries like badges of honor, some sporting new claw marks, others limping slightly. Yet we had prevailed without fatalities. For that, I was grateful. Rowan called for an immediate interrogation session. We gathered in a smaller chamber near the cellar, a single torch casting flickering light on the stone walls. 2 rogues were dragged in, wrists bound, eyes alight with sullen defiance. One was tall and wiry, the other short and stocky with a scar above his brow. Liana stood at my side, arms crossed. Ethan lingered a few steps behind me, out of direct sight of the rogues, but close enough to observe. Rowan addressed the taller rogue first. Why are you here? Who do you serve? The rogue spat on the floor, earning himself a swift punch in the ribs from one of our guards. He let out a hiss of pain. We serve no one but ourselves, he snarled. We do what we want. I exchanged a glance with Rowan. It was possible these rogues were simply opportunistic, but the coordinated nature of their incursions suggested otherwise. Who sent you? I demanded, voice firm. We know you're not acting alone. The shorter rogue sneered. You think we'll talk? Kill us if you want. You can't stop what's coming. A chill laced his words. My pulse thudded. What's coming? The question hovered unspoken in the damp air. I forced myself to remain composed. We won't kill you not unless you force our hand, but we will get answers. He said nothing further. Lips pressed tight. The taller rogue snorted, a mocking grin on his face. You think your pack is safe. You think that puny alliance you're scrounging up will help you. This land will burn, and your precious Luna will be the first to fall. Rage flared in my chest. I stepped forward, fully aware that my eyes glowed with the fury of my wolf. You want to threaten me in my own home, I whispered, lethal intent coding my words. He stared back, defiance warring with fear. For a moment, I considered letting my claws slide free, scaring him into compliance. But I'd promised myself I wouldn't become a tyrant. Instead, I nodded at the guards. Take them back. Let them stew for a while. If they decide to talk, send for me immediately. The guards dragged the rogues out, curses trailing in their wake. Silence settled once they were gone. Rowan turned to me, jaw clenched. They're not going to crack easily, I exhaled, resisting the urge to massage my temples. We'll keep pressing. They slipped up by mentioning an alliance. They must have some intelligence on what we're planning. Could there be a spy feeding them information? Liana's gaze darkened. I'll double-check our ranks, see if anyone's been acting suspiciously. But the infiltration could be subtle, sensing the tension. Ethan finally spoke. If they know about an alliance, it might mean they're receiving updates from outside. The question is, who benefits from sowing chaos among the packs? We all paused, the question lingering. Indeed, the bigger picture eluded us. Were these rogues part of an organized effort led by a known adversary like Garrick, an old foe with a grudge? Or was something more intricate at play? Rowan glanced at me, and I could tell he shared my unease. We'll see if the other packs have had similar encounters. Our messengers should return soon with responses to the alliance proposition. I nodded wearily. Yes. In the meantime, increase the guard around the cellar. They mustn't escape. With that, we dispersed, each weighed down by the storm of unknowns lurking on the horizon. The adrenaline from the fight had faded, leaving me with a bone-deep exhaustion. Still, I had responsibilities. Instead of returning to my quarters, I found myself wandering outside the lodge, the dawnlight brightening by the minute. My side still throbbed, and my heart felt heavy. A breeze carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Footsteps behind me made me turn. Ethan stood there, keeping a respectful distance. "You should rest," he said gently. "That gash, don't tell me what I should do," I snapped, then immediately regretted the harshness of my tone. Shoulders sagging, I softened my voice. "I'm fine, really." For a moment, he said nothing, just studied me with calm concern. Then he spoke. "I'm not here to boss you around, Aria, but I saw how that rogue almost pinned you. You're pushing yourself, and your pack needs you healthy." I stared at him, annoyance mingled with an odd sense of gratitude. "This is my duty," I said simply. He nodded. "I know. Let me share the load. Let me help, in whatever capacity you allow." My pride bristled. But the memory of his help in the fight, the way he'd been ready to back me up, forced a pang of acknowledgement. "All right," I finally said, turning my gaze to the horizon. "Tomorrow, I want you to take a team to reinforce the western fences. You and Rowan can coordinate the supplies. I need a break from that particular chore." A spark of relief lit in his eyes. "I can do that." Silence stretched between us. In the early morning glow, his features looked softer, less guarded. I realized that, for all his boldness, he was treading carefully around me, as though he recognized my fragility, even if I refused to acknowledge it myself. The moment was punctured when Liana approached, a clipboard in hand. She glanced between us, clearly noting the tension. "Sorry to interrupt, Luna. We've got a situation at the southern storage barn. The roof is caving in from last night's rain." I sighed, giving Ethan a short nod. "We'll talk more later." Then I turned to follow Liana, my mind already shifting to the next crisis. Behind me, I sensed Ethan's gaze lingering, but I didn't look back. Fixing the southern storage barn turned out to be a more significant ordeal than anticipated. The roof was indeed in bad shape, requiring immediate repairs to protect the stored grains and dried herbs. I spent most of the day overseeing the reconstruction efforts, side by side with the carpenters. My body ached from the previous night's fight, but I refused to rest while my pack worked tirelessly. By afternoon, we'd managed to patch most of the damaged sections. Covered in sweat and sawdust, I decided to take a short break, leaning against a weathered post. I wiped my brow and drank water from a canteen. My muscles protested every movement. "You look like you could use a long nap," came a voice from behind. I turned to see Darius, our healer, approaching with his ever-observant gaze. "Noted," I said wryly, "but not yet." "Too much to do," he nodded, his sympathy evident. "I know how you are, Luna. Just remember that exhaustion can lead to mistakes." I forced a smile. "I'll rest soon, I promise." Darius accepted my words with a mix of disbelief and resignation. Before he left, he pressed a small jar of salve into my hand. "For the wound on your side. Reapply it tonight to speed healing." I thanked him, then pocketed the jar, returning to the labor. By the time the sun began to sink, painting the sky in orange and crimson, we'd finished the essential repairs. My packmates dispersed to grab dinner, some complaining good-naturedly about their aching backs or the smell of wet lumber. I lingered, double-checking the support beams. The smell of freshly cut wood mingled with the earthy scent of harvest. A sense of weary accomplishment filled me. That's when Rowan appeared, his expression urgent. Luna, the messengers from Silvercrest have arrived. They're in the main lodge awaiting your presence. My heart quickened. The formal response from Silvercrest. I nodded, quickly wiping my hands on a rag. Let's go. Back at the lodge, I found two representatives from Silvercrest. One was Beta Cain, a tall, muscular man with a watchful gaze. The other was a younger female warrior named Myra, her stance reflecting quiet confidence. They bowed respectfully when I entered the grand hall. Luna Aria, Cain said. Thank you for meeting with us on short notice. We come with a message from Alpha Duncan Ethan's father and from the Silvercrest Council. At the mention of Ethan's father, an unease prickled across my skin. I knew little about him except that he was a well-respected leader, formidable in negotiations, and fiercely protective of his pack. I forced composure into my voice. We appreciate your speedy arrival. Please, speak. Cain cleared his throat. Silvercrest acknowledges the tensions with the rogue activity near your borders. We've had minor skirmishes ourselves, though not as organized. Our council is open to a defensive alliance with Crescent Moon. However, there are conditions. I frowned. Conditions. Cain nodded gravely. First, we require open communication lines sharing patrol routes, intel on rogue sightings, and any intelligence gleaned from captured rogues. Second, we request the right to station a small contingent of our warriors at your southwestern boundary for quick response. I exchanged a glance with Rowan, then looked back to Cain. That second point is sensitive. Stationing your warriors on our land could be seen as a breach of our sovereignty. Myra stepped forward. We understand, but from our perspective, if these rogues are forming an organized force, the best defense is unity. Proximity matters. We can't come to your aid quickly if we're half a day's ride away. I pressed my lips together, mulling it over. A small, grim voice reminded me that we'd already allowed Ethan inside our territory, though that was more of a personal matter than an official arrangement. This was bigger an alliance that would require trust on both sides. Rowan leaned in, whispering in my ear, we do need their support, especially if these rogues are under a leader like Garrick or worse. But how do we reconcile this with our pack's autonomy? The elders will have reservations. I nodded, turning back to Cain. I can't make a decision without consulting my council, but I can promise a formal discussion and a prompt response. Cain inclined his head, respect in his posture. That's fair. In the meantime, we brought supplies as a goodwill gesture: grain, medicinal herbs, and reinforced arrowheads. They're being unloaded near the stables. Surprise flickered through me. Silvercrest was known for forging strong steel arrowheads, prized for piercing thick hides. We appreciate that gesture, I said carefully, aware that generosity often came with strings attached in the realm of pack politics. Rowan took a step forward. Where is Alpha Ethan in all this? Shouldn't he be part of these negotiations? Cain's lips curved into a slight smirk. Alpha Ethan was given a different assignment, but I'm aware he's here already on personal matters. His gaze slid to me, curious yet controlled. Heat crawled up my neck at the unspoken implications. Indeed, he's here in a personal capacity. That doesn't impact official alliances, unless your council sees it otherwise. Cain shrugged. We're aware of the personal dynamic, but we'll treat it as separate unless instructed otherwise. A wave of relief mingled with awkwardness washed over me. Very well. For now, let's have my beta show you to the guest quarters. You must be tired from the journey. He and Myra thanked me, and Rowan escorted them out of the hall. Once they were gone, I felt like I could finally breathe. The notion of hosting an official Silvercrest delegation and stationing their warriors at our borders was both appealing and nerve-wracking. We needed allies, but at what cost? That night, I called an urgent gathering of elders and high-ranking warriors in the war room. The old oak table was lit by lanterns, their golden glow illuminating faces lined with worry or cautious hope. Liana, Rowan, Marisol, and several others took their seats as I relayed Silvercrest's conditions. Marisol tapped her fingers on the table, her brow furrowed. Allowing them to station warriors on our land could create friction. Many in the pack still resent the idea of outside packs dictating our defenses. Another elder, Cortland, rubbed his chin. But we can't ignore the threat. If these rogues have a leader with a vendetta or a grand plan, we may not stand a chance alone. We could be overwhelmed. Liana spoke up, arms folded. I don't like the idea, but I see the necessity. Perhaps we can limit their numbers, ensure they follow our rules. Rowan glanced at me. What do you think? Luna. I took a deep breath. I'm leaning toward accepting an alliance. We can't afford to be stubborn if our pack's security is at stake. But we must negotiate terms that protect our sovereignty, like limiting their station to a small outpost near the southwestern perimeter, restricting them from wandering deeper into our territory without permission. Murmurs of agreement and dissent flowed around the table. Eventually, Marisol nodded slowly. We trust your judgment. Luna, if you believe it's best, we'll support you. But we must ensure our traditions and autonomy remain intact. I inclined my head gratefully. I'll draft a formal response, incorporating these stipulations. We'll see how Silvercrest reacts. A sense of relief tinged with lingering unease settled over the group as we concluded the meeting. We had a plan, albeit one that would test the boundaries of trust between the two packs. After the meeting, I headed to the courtyard for some fresh air. The moon was out, casting silver beams across the worn cobblestones. My mind churned with alliance details, patrol schedules, and the ever-present threat of rogue attacks. On top of it all was the nagging awareness of Ethan. Would forging this alliance complicate our personal dynamic further, or would it provide a path toward mutual understanding? As if summoned by my thoughts, Ethan appeared at the edge of the courtyard. He hesitated a moment before approaching. Hey, he said softly, glancing at the moonlit sky. I heard about the Silvercrest delegation's arrival. I nodded, arms wrapped around myself. They came with an official proposal. I assumed so. He shifted his weight. Look, if my father is offering a contingent of warriors, you can trust they'll be disciplined. He runs a tight command. I let out a soft, humorless laugh. So I've heard. It's not about trusting their discipline. It's about letting them onto our land in the first place. He inched closer, stopping a respectful distance away. I know you're protective of your pack's independence, but it might be time to accept help. These rogues aren't just random troublemakers. We both know it. He was right. And the validation from him, the very alpha I had rejected, felt strangely comforting. We're drafting terms. We'll see how your father responds, I said, my voice quieter now. A faint smile touched his lips. I'm sure he'll negotiate like the old soldier he is. But if you stand firm, he'll respect you for it. He likes strong leadership. I studied him, the flicker of torchlight catching the angles of his face. Ethan was an embodiment of that same strong leadership, and beneath it, a genuine care I found hard to dismiss. I'm not doing this to impress him, I muttered. I know, he replied gently. I just meant, you might be surprised how an alliance can bring packs closer, not only in terms of defense, but also in understanding. My heart fluttered in my chest. His words touched on more than just politics. That remains to be seen, I said, turning my gaze to the moon. He didn't push further. We stood side by side, shadows blending in the courtyard's gentle light. Despite the tension coiled in my body, A faint sense of peace washed over me. If war was on the horizon, maybe forging alliances personal and political was the only way to survive. The following days brought a whirlwind of negotiations. Cain and Myra met with my council multiple times, hammering out the specifics of the alliance. I drafted written agreements stipulating that a limited number of Silvercrest warriors, no more than 20, could be stationed at a designated outpost near the southwestern perimeter. They would need Crescent Moon permission to enter deeper into our lands. Both sides agreed to share intelligence regarding rogue movements and any potential infiltration. It wasn't an easy sell. Some elders insisted we further restrict the Silvercrest presence. Others argued for more extensive support. But eventually, we reached a consensus we could all live with, a cautious, provisional alliance, subject to review after a moon cycle. When it came time to seal the deal, Cain asked if we could do so in a more traditional manner, both sides exchanging oaths in the presence of a witness from each pack. My immediate thought was to involve Ethan, but I hesitated. Was that too personal, given our tangled history? In the end, I decided it was symbolic, if nothing else. To show that both packs could put aside differences, I invited Ethan to stand as one of Silvercrest's representatives, alongside Cain. My council raised eyebrows, but offered no open objection. We gathered near the southwestern edge of Crescent Moon territory, where the new outpost had been swiftly erected using logs and stone. The small tower stood as a sentinel, overlooking the rolling hills. A handful of Silvercrest warriors lingered nearby, ready to assume their post once the agreement was finalized. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in a fiery palette, I stood with Rowan, Leanna, Marisol, and two other elders. Opposite us stood Cain, Myra, Ethan, and a few of their warriors. We formed a rough semicircle around a carved wooden table, on which the official documents lay. Cain cleared his throat, voice carrying over the hush. We, representatives of the Silvercrest Pack, pledge our support and mutual defense to Crescent Moon. Under the terms set forth in this document, we vow to respect Crescent Moon's sovereignty and act in good faith to repel the threat of rogue aggression. Marisol stepped forward, placing a hand on the table. We, the Crescent Moon Council, accept this pledge and don in turn. Pledge our support to Silvercrest if the same threat arises at your borders. May our pack stand united against those who would harm us. With that, Marisol signed the parchment, followed by Cain. The gathered wolves bowed their heads. Then it was my turn. Heart pounding, I approached the table and took the quill. The scratching of ink on parchment felt momentous, as though I were carving a new chapter in the pack's history. Finally, Cain invited Ethan to sign as a witness, formalizing his role as part of the delegation. I watched him scrawl his name with a steady hand, the tension of the moment humming through me. What a twist of fate, I thought, that the same alpha I publicly rejected is now co-signing an alliance that might shape our collective future. When the signings were complete, a ripple of mild applause went through the onlookers. Silvercrest and Crescent Moon warriors shook hands, some exchanging cautious smiles. The atmosphere felt surreal, like we were stepping through a door that had been locked for too long. Cain raised his voice. This is a new day for both our packs. May the ancestors bless our unity in this uncertain time. Nearby, a pair of trumpets sounded, a gentle fanfare echoing through the twilight. It was official. We were allied for better or worse. As the ceremony concluded, the gathering broke into small clusters. Some discussed patrol shifts. Others started sharing stories over a makeshift fire pit. I took a moment to slip away, finding solace near a low stone wall at the edge of the outpost. The setting sun blazed behind me, casting my shadow long across the ground. Footsteps approached. I looked back to see Ethan. His expression subdued yet hopeful. "Congratulations, Luna," he said, voice low. "You forged an alliance that could save both our packs." I blew out a breath. "Let's hope so. Now we have to live up to the promises we made." He nodded, leaning against the wall beside me. "Your father would be proud." A stab of emotion hit me at the mention of my father. He taught me to protect our pack at all costs. If that means forging alliances, so be it. Ethan hesitated, then gently placed a hand on my arm. "I think you'll find it can mean more than that. Unity can bring strength, yes, but it can also foster understanding, compassion, even healing." My heart pounded at his touch. The swirl of conflicting emotions threatened to unravel me. "Ethan," I murmured, "I know you want me to see you differently, and I do see you differently than before, but I'm still not ready to." He silenced me with a gentle nod. "I understand. I won't rush you. For now, let's just keep standing on the same side." Gratitude and a faint sense of relief bloomed in my chest. "Thank you," I whispered, meeting his gaze. In the golden light of dusk, I saw sincerity, patience, and something deeper, something that whispered of a connection we had yet to fully explore. "Always," he replied. We lingered there, side by side, until the sun fully sank and shadows blanketed the land. Tomorrow, the real work would begin, coordinating with Silvercrest warriors, patrolling the perimeter, questioning those captured rogues, and maintaining order in the face of an ever-growing threat. But for a fleeting moment, I let myself revel in the fragile sense of possibility. My fear still loomed, yet I could no longer ignore the flicker of hope that someday I might not just accept Ethan's presence, but might actually welcome it. The first part of our story, defined by rejection, tension, and budding cooperation, was drawing to a close. Neither of us knew how the storm with the rogues would unfold, but our newly forged alliance gave both packs a fighting chance. And perhaps, beneath the swirl of political maneuvering and imminent danger, a deeper bond was taking shape, one that transcended the rigid dictates of destiny and grew from genuine respect and understanding. The shadows lengthened over Crescent Moon territory, marking the first evening after our historic alliance ceremony with Silvercrest. From the newly built southwestern outpost, we had parted ways with Beta Cain and his warriors on cordial terms, each of us fully aware that the real trials lay ahead. Despite the mutual pledges, an undercurrent of unease threaded its way through the pack. Would we stand united when danger actually struck? Or would suspicion and hidden agendas erode our alliance from within? Aria, Luna of Crescent Moon, felt that weight more than anyone. I just signed a document that allowed another pack's fighters to settle on a part of our land. Tradition warred with pragmatism in my soul. Yet I knew we had little choice if we wanted to survive the looming rogue threat. That night, as I retreated to my private chamber in the lodge, the fresh memory of the ceremony filled me with an odd mixture of hope and apprehension. It didn't help that Ethan, my so-called rejected mate, had co-signed the agreement on behalf of Silvercrest, though he'd come to Crescent Moon months ago purely to prove his sincerity. He now found himself an official piece of the alliance puzzle. Our personal tensions hovered just beneath the surface, ready to ignite whenever we were alone. Yet that simmering friction was tempered by an undeniable sense of unity, growing between us like two wary predators learning to hunt side by side. I pushed open the door to my quarters. A single lantern glowed on the rough-hewn desk, illuminating a scattering of old scrolls, territorial maps, and half-finished letters. Distantly, I could hear the muffled voices of packmates roaming the lodge corridors, likely discussing the day's events. Usually, I'd find comfort in that subdued bustle reminders that I was never truly alone. Tonight, I found it strangely claustrophobic. The alliance ceremony had marked a new chapter for the entire pack, and for me personally, everything felt in flux. Letting out a slow breath, I unfastened the battered leather bracers from my wrists, remnants of earlier training, my side still twinged from the claw wound, sustained in our previous rogue encounter. The bandage that Darius, our healer, had wrapped earlier grew damp with sweat every time I moved. I gingerly touched the area, wincing, as if on cue. A gentle knock sounded at my door. "Come in," I said, forcing my voice steady. The door opened, revealing Liana. My dear friend and trusted elite guard offered a small smile of concern. "You never came for dinner," she said quietly, stepping inside. "I brought something up for you, figured you'd be too busy to eat." She held out a tray laden with stew, bread, and a small bowl of berries. The aroma reminded me how hungry I was. "Thank you," I murmured, sinking onto the edge of my bed. She handed me the tray, and I took an eager spoonful, letting the warmth spread through my weary body. Liana settled into the lone chair by the desk, scanning the clutter of documents. "I'm guessing you spent the last hour rechecking alliance terms." I nodded, swallowing. "I keep feeling like I missed something critical. It's not every day we open our borders to a foreign contingent." Her gaze flicked over my bandaged side. "We need them. You know that." "I do," I sighed. "But forging an alliance is one thing, trusting them is another." She let out a low hum of agreement. "True. Yet from what I've seen, Kane and Myra seem genuine enough. The few Silvercrest warriors who've arrived are respectful. They're quietly setting up the outpost, not meddling in our internal affairs. If we're lucky, this arrangement might actually work." Liana's words offered a sliver of comfort. I nodded, though my thoughts inevitably drifted to Ethan. Of all the Silvercrest visitors, he was the biggest unknown, or perhaps he was the most known, and that was precisely why I felt so conflicted. I polished off the stew, feeling a little of my tension dissipate. "Thank you again," I said, setting the tray aside. "And for everything lately. I know I've been on edge." Liana's gaze softened. "You're Luna. You carry our burdens as though they're your own. But remember, you have us. Don't drown in all this alone." I managed a small smile. "I'll try not to." She stood, stretching the muscles in her neck. "I'll be on patrol tonight. If you need anything, I know." We exchanged a brief, affectionate clasp of hands before she quietly left the room. Alone once more, I sank onto the bed, mind spinning with thoughts of alliances, rogues, and the precariousness of fate. My side stung, reminding me that rest was necessary if I wanted to maintain my edge. As I lay back, closing my eyes, I tried to block out all the questions swirling in my head. For a while, the only sound was my own breath. Eventually, I drifted off, hoping that this fragile peace would last a bit longer. Morning broke, bright and cool. Sore muscles protested when I swung my legs off the bed, but the pack's daily affairs wouldn't wait for me to nurse my bruises. I strapped on fresh bandages, ignoring the slight stab of pain, then dressed in my usual uniform sturdy pants, a fitted tunic, and boots lined with soft hide. Prepared or not, another day of leadership challenges awaited. Leaving my quarters, I made a quick round through the lodge, greeting the early rising pack members. In the main corridor, the mouth-watering scent of breakfast drifted from the communal kitchen. A few younger wolves ran past, laughing about some new training technique. Their carefree energy contrasted sharply with the tension that weighed on my mind. Yet it was a reminder of what we were fighting for, These were the ordinary, precious moments that could be snatched away if the rogues launched a full-scale attack. I found Rowan, my beta, seated at a broad table in the lodge's largest common area. Several of our advisors and a handful of Silvercrest warriors stood around him, studying a spread of maps. Rowan rose upon seeing me. "Luna Aria," he greeted, gesturing to the maps. "Kane and Myra sent word that they'll arrive shortly to discuss patrol coordination. We were just mapping out potential blind spots near the southwestern perimeter." I joined them, scanning the scrawled notes. "Looks like we still have an uncovered stretch between the rocky ridge and the dried creek bed." Rowan nodded. "Right. If rogues slip in there, we might not spot them until they're too close." One of the Crescent Moon scouts, Bren, piped up. "We could build a small watchtower, or at least post sentries behind the ridge." Before I could respond, the lodge doors swung open, admitting Kane and Myra. Behind them walked Ethan, whose gaze immediately found mine. A subtle current passed between us, some mix of warmth, uncertainty, and something deeper that I wasn't ready to name. "Good morning," Kane said, nodding to Rowan and me. "I hope we're not late." "No," I replied. "We were just discussing potential weak points. Please, join us." They stepped around the table, and I watched as Ethan silently took position on Kane's right, scanning the map. The hush that fell around us felt more charged than usual, like the entire gathering sensed some hidden tension. I forced my attention on the matter at hand. "We have a significant blind spot near the ridge," Rowan explained, pointing. "We need immediate coverage." Kane considered. "We've been scouting that area too. It's rugged terrain, hard to build a permanent watchtower without more supplies. But we can start by patrolling in small rotating teams, combined Silvercrest and Crescent Moon squads." Myra spoke up, her voice calm. "We also have portable barriers we can install temporarily, not as strong as a proper tower, but enough to slow an attack and give our sentries an early warning." Rowan glanced at me, deferring to my final decision. I studied the map and the location. The ridge was about half a day's journey from our southwestern outpost, nestled in a tangled patch of forest. "I like the idea," I said. "Let's set up those portable barriers for now and coordinate a shared patrol. We'll worry about permanent fortifications after we see how pressing the threat becomes." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. I caught Ethan's nod of approval, but he remained silent. My chest tightened. Why was I so aware of his every reaction? We hashed out the specifics, the number of patrol members, a schedule for day and night shifts, and a plan for swift backup if conflict arose. Once we'd reached a consensus, Kane looked at me gravely. "We haven't had direct rogue sightings since the ones you captured." "Correct. That's right. We've tried interrogating them, but so far they refuse to speak beyond ominous threats and cryptic hints that something bigger is coming." Ethan's voice finally entered the conversation, quiet but firm. Could Garrick be behind it? At the mention of that name, a hush fell. My father had once crossed Garrick, a vicious wolf rumored to command a renegade militia. Though we hadn't confirmed his involvement, the possibility hung in the air like a foul odor. "It's possible," I admitted. "He's the only leader who's ever posed a large-scale threat to Crescent Moon in modern memory. But we have no proof. Just speculation. Speculation that might become reality," Kane said darkly. "We'll keep pressing the rogues we captured. See if we can glean any connection to Garrick or another figure. In the meantime, your watchers and ours will stay on alert." We settled the last of the details. Then, as if by mutual, unspoken consent, we ended the meeting. Some of the advisors drifted away, presumably to prepare for their new shifts. Kane and Myra excused themselves, promising to send word if anything changed on their side. That left me, Rowan, and Ethan standing around the table in a moment of awkward stillness. Rowan cleared his throat. I'll, uh, compile everything we decided into a written schedule. Excuse me, Luna. He bowed and left, giving me a quick, meaningful glance as if to say, good luck dealing with him. Or maybe that was just my imagination. Ethan and I were suddenly alone. The map spread before us like a reminder of our pack's entwined fates. I braced myself, half expecting a pushy remark or a reminder that I had once rejected him. Instead, he offered a small, tentative smile. You handled that well. I let out the breath I'd been holding. Thanks. It's a lot to juggle. His gaze rested on my bandaged side. How's your wound? Better, I said, ignoring the twinge of pain. Darius has been applying salves. It'll heal soon enough. He nodded, then more softly. I'm glad. Silence enveloped us. The tension between us was no longer overt hostility, more a tangle of unspoken words and emotions. I wasn't sure how to handle. Before it could escalate, I forced a professional tone. I need to check on the southwestern outpost tomorrow. Might be gone overnight to ensure the new patrol routes are running smoothly. He caught my meaning. I'll be doing the same from the Silvercrest side. We have a new batch of warriors due to arrive soon. They'll bring more supplies. Good, I said, stepping back. Then we'll see how this alliance fares in the field. A fleeting look of hesitation crossed his face, as if he wanted to say something else. Instead, he simply murmured, "Stay safe," and headed toward the exit. My heart pounded at his parting words, simple yet brimming with sincerity. Once he was gone, I exhaled shakily, mentally bracing for the days ahead. Crescent Moon territory bristled with purpose that evening, as patrols and building crews scattered around the southwestern perimeter. I oversaw a group of young wolves practicing formation drills in the orchard. The setting sun tinted the sky a soft rose, contrasting with the sweaty determination on their faces. A flicker of pride warmed me. Despite the turmoil, we were growing stronger, training daily, working side by side with Silvercrest warriors. The orchard, once a place of private reflection, had become a mini training ground, the sweet scent of late-blooming flowers mingling with the musk of exertion. All right, I called, clapping my hands. That's enough for today. The trainees relaxed with collective sighs, some dropping onto the grass. Liana, who'd been guiding their stances, walked over. They're improving, she noted. A month ago, half of them didn't even know how to hold a defensive formation. I nodded, glancing around. We'll need every capable wolf if Garrick or whoever's behind these rogues decides to strike in force. She gave me a level look. Speaking of that, any luck with the captured rogues? I exhaled, annoyance flaring. None. They refuse to cooperate, and I won't stoop to torture. We're letting them stew. Hoping isolation might break their pride, Liana shrugged. Maybe that approach works eventually, but we should keep in mind that time may not be on our side. I grimaced, rubbing the back of my neck. She was right. At best, we were stalling, waiting for a slip-up from the rogues or a revelation from our scouts. We'll revisit our strategy soon, I muttered. For now, ensure they remain under guard. Liana bowed her head slightly. Yes, Luna. Then she moved off to help the trainees cool down, leaving me in the orchard's dying light. My gaze drifted to the horizon. Tomorrow, I'd journey to the southwestern outpost to inspect the new defenses. We'd see if our alliance with Silvercrest truly translated into cohesive teamwork. The memory of Ethan standing across that planning table flickered unbidden in my mind, the concern in his eyes, the quiet reassurance of his voice. Stay safe, he'd said, shaking myself free of those lingering thoughts. I headed toward the lodge. Dinner would be served soon. and I needed energy for the day ahead. Passing by the main hall, I noticed a small cluster of Crescent Moon warriors conversing with two Silver Crest fighters, each side animatedly gesturing at a map pinned to the wall. I felt a strange mixture of relief and wariness. They were collaborating, forging bonds. But would those bonds hold under pressure? I slipped by unnoticed, deciding I wanted a quiet meal. In the dimly lit corridor leading to the kitchens, I almost ran into Rowan. The beta looked weary, though he straightened his spine when he saw me. "Luna, I was just looking for you," he said, voice hushed. "We have a situation." My heart skipped. What kind of situation? He glanced around, ensuring no one else overheard. "Something's come to light about a pack member. They've been acting odd, leaving the territory at strange hours. Liana's been tracking them quietly." A sliver of dread curled in my stomach. "Are you saying we might have a spy?" Rowan's expression darkened. "It's possible. We can't confirm yet, but with the constant leaks about our alliance plans, it's too much coincidence." I pressed my lips together. "Name?" He hesitated. "Cassian. One of our lower-ranked scouts." Cassian. I vaguely recalled the young man, a bit of a drifter, often quiet, but never someone I suspected of treachery. "What's he doing that's suspicious?" "According to Liana, he slipped out last night under the pretense of a personal errand, but he never returned until dawn. When asked where he'd been, he gave conflicting stories. We also suspect he met someone on the outskirts." My blood ran cold. Could we truly have infiltration from within our ranks? "Have you confronted him?" Rowan shook his head. "Not yet. We wanted your approval first. We have no hard proof, just circumstantial evidence." I inhaled, trying to quell a surge of anger and panic. "All right. Keep a close eye on him for another day or two. Gather anything that might confirm these suspicions. Then we'll decide how to proceed." "Understood." "Luna." He started to leave, but I grabbed his arm. "Rowan, be careful. If he is feeding information to the rogues, we don't know what he's capable of." He nodded, grim. "I won't underestimate him." As he disappeared into the corridor's gloom, I lingered there, worry knotting my stomach. A spy in our midst. If Cassian was truly betraying us, how many secrets had he already passed along? Our defenses, the extent of the alliance with Silvercrest, or even information about me personally. Forcing myself to remain calm, I headed to the kitchens, appetite gone. War from without, treachery from within. Fate certainly knows how to keep me on edge. Dawn broke cool and gray. I left the lodge with Liana and a small escort, eager to see firsthand how well our combined defenses were shaping up. The trip to the southwestern outpost took the better part of the morning by horseback. We galloped across rolling fields, patches of forest, and finally up a winding trail that led to the outpost's elevated vantage point. The structure had grown considerably since my last visit. Wooden palisades lined the perimeter, reinforced by sharpened stakes. In the clearing beyond, a modest tower rose against the sky, manned by both Crescent Moon and Silvercrest lookouts. Around its base, tents and simple cabins formed a makeshift camp. We dismounted near the gates. A Silvercrest warrior recognized me and saluted, calling for the gates to open. Once inside, I surveyed the bustle, wolves carrying supplies, others sparring, and a group preparing for a scouting run. The tension that once hung between our packs was replaced by a functional, if cautious, camaraderie. Liana and I headed toward the tower. Midway there, a voice called my name. I turned to see a Silvercrest soldier jogging over, helmet tucked under his arm. "Luna Aria," he said, bowing. "Alpha Ethan arrived an hour ago with fresh supplies. He's in the command tent." My pulse fluttered. "Of course he's here. Thank you," I said briskly, continuing on. The command tent stood near the tower's base, a large canvas structure with a crescent moon banner fluttering on one side and a silver crest banner on the other. I parted the entrance flap to find a small group huddled over a map-laden table. Kane and Myra were there, along with Rowan and, indeed, Ethan. They broke off conversation at my arrival. Luna Aria, Kane greeted, stepping aside. We've been discussing the new fortifications in the ridge area. Didn't expect you this early. I surveyed the papers. I needed to see for myself how the outpost is running. Rowan gave a faint smile. Everything seems in order. Silvercrest has already delivered extra lumber and steel arrowheads. Ethan nodded, meeting my eyes with a calm expression. We plan to set up a small barrier along the eastern slope as well. The terrain there is rocky, but a few well-placed stakes could deter easy infiltration. I kept my tone measured, ignoring the strange flutter in my chest at his presence. Good. Let's walk the perimeter so I can observe it firsthand. Kane, Myra, and Rowan exchanged glances, presumably deciding to let Ethan and me handle this. Kane gave a short bow. I'll coordinate patrol rotation here if you'd like. Myra can accompany you as well. Or, that's all right, I said. I'll take just a few guards. We don't need too large a crowd. Myra arched an eyebrow, perhaps picking up on the charged undercurrent. Still, she kept her response diplomatic. As you wish, Luna. Stepping outside into the crisp air, I felt Ethan's quiet presence behind me. 2 Crescent Moon warriors and 1 Silvercrest soldier joined us, forming a small inspection party. We traversed the outpost's edges, evaluating newly placed palisades, shallow trench lines, and vantage points. The synergy between the 2 packs was evident. Crescent Moon's local knowledge, paired with Silvercrest's engineering expertise, had produced surprisingly sturdy defenses in a short time. We reached the eastern slope, where thick underbrush covered jagged rocks. Ethan pointed to a partial barricade, a row of wooden stakes hammered into the ground, cross-braced with planks. We're planning to extend this another 20 paces uphill, he explained, to close the gap where smaller groups could slip through. I knelt, testing the stability of one stake. That'll help, though the terrain still offers plenty of cover. We'll need more frequent patrols here, especially at night. Ethan nodded. Agreed. His closeness set my nerves on edge, but not in an unpleasant way. I could sense his warmth, see the faint lines of concern etched in his face. Our 2 guards were a polite distance away, giving us space to talk. Trying to ignore my racing heart, I kept my voice professional. You've done well here, honestly. I'm surprised by how quickly everything's come together. I told you we'd do our part, he said softly. We might be from different packs, but we have a shared interest protecting these lands. I swallowed. Yes, at least until the rogue threat passes. He shifted slightly, looking at me with an unreadable expression. And after that, I hadn't considered that. A world without this threat. A time when the Alliance might be tested not by war but by peace. Would we revert to our old tensions? Would Ethan go back to Silvercrest, leaving me with a memory of what might have been? I guess we'll see, I said, trying to sound detached. My gaze flicked to a small ridge near the barricade. Shall we check that vantage point? He let out a quiet breath, perhaps sensing the wall I'd thrown up. Of course. We signaled the guards to follow and climbed the rise. From there, the landscape spread out in a patchwork of rolling hills and meandering streams. In the distance, I could make out the shimmer of farmland belonging to a minor allied pack. Standing on this precipice with Ethan stirred an odd sense of shared responsibility. We were 2 leaders, however mismatched, bound by the necessity of protecting everyone who called these lands home. A soft breeze tugged at my hair, carrying the scent of pine and distant smoke. The others fell back slightly, respectful of the moment. Ethan's voice, when it came, was barely above a murmur. Aria, I know you're cautious about me, about us. I just want you to know that I'm here not out of duty alone, but because I want to be. I care about Crescent Moon, and its Luna. My cheeks warmed. I stared out at the horizon, heart hammering. I appreciate that, I said, choosing my words carefully. I won't deny you've proven yourself helpful more than that, even. But our situation is complicated. Fated mates often are. I whipped around at his use of that term, but he raised his hands in a placating gesture. I'm not bringing it up to pressure you. I know your stance. I just sometimes it helps to acknowledge what's there, whether we act on it or not. My throat felt tight. Ethan. A clamor from below interrupted me. Shouts echoed from near the outpost gate. We turned, seeing movement, more Crescent Moon wolves arriving in a hurry. My guard hastened up the path, panting. Luna, Aria, news from the Southwestern Patrol. There's been a skirmish, rogue sightings. About half a dozen of them. They retreated, but left behind a message. A message, I demanded, descending the slope quickly. The guard nodded grimly. They scrawled it on a tree trunk in blood. Said, "We're coming for you, Luna, Aria." A chill seeped into my bones. They're targeting me personally. I clenched my fists, recalling the captured rogue's threats. Ethan's posture tensed, fury sparking in his eyes. How many were injured? I asked, swallowing my own fear. Too lightly. One more seriously. They're on their way here for treatment. I nodded. Right. Have the injured taken to the medical tent. We'll see if they gleaned anything else about the rogues. The guard bowed and hurried off. Ethan exhaled shakily, glaring at the horizon as though he could will these mysterious attackers to show themselves. They're escalating. Yes, I said, forcing my voice steady. And now, they're making it clear I'm a specific target. He looked at me, anguish mixing with anger. If they think they can intimidate you, they're mistaken. A surge of complicated warmth coursed through me. We'll see who ends up intimidated, I replied, spine stiffening with defiance. Yet beneath my bravado lurked a very real worry. If these rogues had inside information, if Cassian truly was a spy, then they might know more about our movements than we realized. They might even plan to catch me off guard away from the lodge. Let's regroup in the command tent, I said. We need to plan a response fast. Ethan nodded, and together we descended to the outpost yard. Hearts pounding with the grim knowledge that this threatened confrontation was drawing ever closer. The command tent buzzed with urgent voices. Kane, Myra, Rowan, and a handful of warriors from both packs gathered around a rough map of the southwestern perimeter. Someone had already scribbled new marks, indicating where the rogues had been seen. Any clue whether these are the same rogues we captured? Myra asked, glancing between me and Rowan. Rowan shook his head. Unclear. The patrol only got a glimpse. But the message they left indicates a personal vendetta. It's Garrick's style, Kane muttered, brow furrowed. He's known for theatrics leaving warnings, making it personal, trying to induce fear. My chest tightened. I rested both hands on the table to steady myself. We should strengthen the Southwestern Patrol immediately and double-check the lines of communication with Crescent Moon. If there really is an informant among us, Ethan cut in. An informant. Rowan cleared his throat, exchanging a glance with me. The mention of a potential spy had slipped out unintentionally. The fewer who knew about that, the better. Yet Ethan was effectively part of our command structure now. I weighed my options, finally deciding that transparency might be a necessary risk. We suspect a lower-ranked member of Crescent Moon could be feeding information to the rogues, but it's not confirmed. Kane's face hardened. That could explain why these attacks are so coordinated. They know exactly where to strike and when. What do you plan to do about it? Myra asked. I inhaled sharply. We're monitoring him. If we catch proof, we'll deal with him swiftly. I wasn't sure what deal with him would look like: exile, imprisonment, or worse, but I couldn't let betrayal stand. A heavy silence settled as each of us confronted the possibility of infiltration. Then Rowan tapped the map. For now, we can't delay. We'll reinforce patrols with immediate effect. We'll also station watchers specifically to guard Luna Aria. The rogues have made it clear they're targeting her. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in my gut. I was used to defending my pack, not being singled out as some vulnerable figure in need of protection. However, pride could weight lives were at stake. So be it, I said quietly. We'll rotate watchers in pairs. I'll cooperate. Ethan's gaze flicked to me. Relief and worry etched across his features. He said nothing, but I felt his unspoken vow to keep me safe. With the plan set, the meeting adjourned. Kane and Myra moved off to organize patrol expansions. Rowan left to double-check our messenger routes, and the others dispersed to handle their duties. Ethan lingered beside me as we exited the command tent. Aria, he said, voice low. I know you hate the idea of watchers trailing you, but I said I'd cooperate, I replied, sharper than intended. I let out a breath. Look, it's not easy for me to feel like a target, but I'm not naive. If they aim to capture or kill me, I'd be foolish to spurn help. His posture relaxed a fraction. You won't face them alone, I promise. I offered a brittle smile. Thank you, I managed. Then I turned, scanning the busy outpost yard. In the short time since the alliance ceremony, we'd built a joint force that might just hold against a rogue incursion. Still, the mention of infiltration gnawed at me like a rotted plank in a solid wall, threatening to collapse everything if not exposed soon. I spent the remainder of the day visiting various fortifications around the outpost, exchanging quick words with the combined Crescent Moon Silvercrest teams. Most seemed determined, even enthusiastic, about defending our lands. It was heartening to see the wariness of the early days melting into a semblance of shared purpose. By late afternoon, clouds gathered overhead, hinting at rain. Liana found me near the stables, where a large corral held a mix of our horses. You all right? She asked, noticing my tense expression. Fine, I lied. Just anxious about what's next. She nodded, fiddling with a saddle buckle. We all are, especially with that threat against you, but we'll keep you safe, or at least make it an even fight. A trace of a grin flitted across her face. I let out a small laugh despite myself. That I believe. Another quiet moment passed. Then she said, We have eyes on Cassian. By the way, he slipped away again last night, but returned before dawn. Always has some excuse, scouting new routes, or meeting a traveling merchant. Her skepticism was clear. My nails bit into my palms. Any direct evidence yet? Not yet, but we're close. He's careless, maybe getting cocky. If he makes one wrong move, we'll catch him in the act. I nodded, forcing calm. All right, keep me posted. Liana laid a hand on my arm, her eyes reflecting empathy. Don't let this tear you apart. Betrayal is painful, but we'll get through it. I squeezed her hand in thanks. Then she headed off to check the horses. My mind spun with the weight of so many entangled threads, rogue threats, potential betrayals, and my precarious relationship with Ethan. Focus on one crisis at a time, I told myself. Handle the immediate danger first. Night descended, bringing a cold rain that slicked the dirt paths into muddy channels. Lanterns glimmered around the outpost, the soft glow reflecting off puddles. I found temporary shelter in one of the newly erected wooden cabins. designed for Crescent Moon's leadership to stay overnight if needed. The interior was sparse, but serviceable: a single cot, a small table, and hooks on the walls for gear. Exhaustion tugged at my limbs. I let myself sit on the cot, unlacing my boots. The door creaked open a moment later, and I tensed, half expecting a guard. But it was Ethan, water dripping from his cloak. "Sorry," he said quietly. I knocked, but the rain's loud. "May I come in?" I hesitated, then nodded. He stepped inside, closing the door against the downpour. The lantern's light caught rivulets of rain on his collarbone. My heart did a small flutter. "Stop it." "Aria." "What is it?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral. He hung his cloak on a wall hook, running a hand through damp hair. "I wanted to see how you're holding up, and let you know we've doubled the patrol near the ridge. Also, Kane wanted me to confirm tomorrow's plan with you: coordinated sweeps at dawn, focusing on that blind spot." I nodded, pushing a stray hair behind my ear. "Yes, that's good. Tell him I agree." A flicker of concern appeared in Ethan's gaze. "You look exhausted. Are you all right?" An unexpected surge of frustration coursed through me. "I'm tired, Ethan, like everyone else. But I'm fine." He sighed softly, stepping closer. "You've been fighting wars in your head for months now: war with your duty, your pride, these rogues, and maybe with me too." I shot him a guarded look. "That's not exactly an exaggeration." My voice dropped. "Sometimes I wish I could step back from it all, but that's not an option." His eyes softened with empathy. "No, it's not. But you don't have to carry it alone." Silence pressed in. The hum of rain on the roof was our only soundtrack. My chest felt tight, and I hated the vulnerability creeping up on me. But a sliver of me wanted his reassurance. The memory of how he leaped to my defense in that first rogue encounter flashed through my mind. Time after time, he'd proven he wouldn't abandon me. Drawing a shaky breath, I sank onto the cot's edge again. I have so many responsibilities. Letting someone in, letting someone help especially, you feels like losing control. Ethan crouched in front of me, his expression quiet, determined. "I get it. We're both alphas in our own way. Control is how we protect others and ourselves. But there's strength in partnership too, if you'd allow it." His closeness, the sincerity in his voice, wove a spell that momentarily eased my walls. I let him see the flicker of fear, the ache of isolation I carried. His hand hovered near mine, not quite touching. I remembered how once I'd publicly rejected him, yet here he was, still offering his heart if I dared to reach for it. My voice trembled when I finally spoke. "Ethan." A sharp rap on the cabin door made us both start. I shot to my feet, heart hammering. "Come in," I snapped, struggling to regain composure. Liana burst in, rain-slicked and breathless. "Luna, we have trouble." A rogue was spotted near the perimeter. Our patrol engaged, but they fled into the forest. "We think they might be trying to distract us. Another group could be circling from the other side." Cursing under my breath, I grabbed my cloak from the table. Ethan was already collecting his gear. "Let's go," he said firmly, face set with battle readiness. I nodded, mind shifting into immediate crisis mode. Whatever moment of vulnerability we shared vanished under the pressing threat. The rogues had chosen a stormy night to test our defenses. They won't find us wanting, I thought, adrenaline spiking. We rushed out into the downpour, lightning flashing overhead. The night was a chaotic blur of thunder, flashing lanterns, and shouting voices. Rain drenched us as we sprinted to the southwestern gate. 2 Crescent Moon warriors guarded the entrance, their faces grim in the flickering torchlight. Beyond the gate, darkness swallowed the landscape. Liana gave quick orders. "Split into teams. We'll sweep the perimeter on both sides. If they're trying to lure us out, We won't go blindly. Keep your eyes open for a secondary infiltration. I formed a group with Ethan, Lyanna, and a handful of mixed pack warriors. We headed northwest, following a trail that curved around the outpost's outer fence. The mud threatened to suck at our boots, and the wind whipped rain into our eyes. But we pressed on. Every snap of a twig or swish of branches set our nerves on edge. Suddenly, a faint howl echoed through the storm, far enough to be barely audible, yet close enough to quicken our pace. Lyanna raised a hand, signaling us to slow. We moved in half shifts, claws extended, teeth bared to enhance our senses. The combined scent of wet leaves and wolf musk filled the air. Lightning illuminated the night for a split second, revealing a figure darting among the trees. My heart leaped. "There," I hissed. We fanned out, forming a loose net. Another bolt of lightning, and I caught a glimpse of a wiry rogue with patchy fur. He bared his teeth at us, then tore away into the undergrowth. "After him!" Ethan roared, shifting fully into his wolf form mid-stride. His dark fur melded with the gloom, only the glow of his eyes betraying his presence. Lyanna and I gave chase, the rest of the group splitting off to guard the flank. We thundered through the forest, branches lashed at my arms, rain stinging my face. My partial shift heightened my vision and reflexes, but the rogue was fast, weaving through obstacles with unnerving agility. We spilled onto a rocky clearing where the canopy thinned, letting the storm lash down mercilessly. The rogue spun to face us. Two more shapes materialized at his side reinforcements. 3 rogues in total, each wearing a savage grin. Lightning split the sky, revealing their feral eyes fixed on me. Lyanna growled, lowering herself into a fighting stance. Ethan, fully shifted, snarled, hackles raised. I took a step forward, ignoring the spike of dread. Back down. I warned through gritted teeth. "You're outnumbered." One rogue laughed, a guttural sound. "We're never outnumbered. Luna, we have eyes everywhere." My heart pounded. Eyes everywhere, their infiltration boast. Or a reference to Cassian. No time to dwell on it. With a defiant roar, the rogue lunged at Lyanna, forcing the fight to begin. Chaos erupted. Fangs flashed. Claws raked. Thunder boomed overhead. I found myself locked in combat with a rogue who seemed fixated on me. He lunged low, sweeping at my legs. I dodged, slashing with extended claws. Pain flared in my side as he landed a glancing strike near my old wound. I hissed in agony, but refused to yield ground. Ethan engaged another rogue, tearing at its shoulder with brute force. Lyanna sparred with the third, matching it blow for blow. The clearing was a storm of snapping jaws and snarls, lit sporadically by lightning. Mud sprayed our legs as we pivoted and dodged lethal strikes. My opponent was cunning, circling me to force me near a slick patch of rock. My foot slipped, and he lunged in, claws aiming for my throat. Fear roared in my chest. But I dropped into a crouch at the last instant. His momentum carried him forward, and I slashed upward, raking my claws across his chest. He howled, stumbling back, blood staining the rain-swept ground. Before I could strike again, another rogue blindsided me, one that had broken away from Lyanna. I tumbled sideways, head spinning, as the two of them converged. Dimly, I heard Lyanna shout my name, but she was forced to fend off the third rogue. A savage grin split the rogue's face. End of the line, Luna. He raised a clawed hand. Suddenly, Ethan barreled in, wolf form a blur of muscle and fury. He slammed into the rogue, snapping fiercely at the attacker's neck. The rogue cried out, twisting to defend himself. In that moment, the first rogue I'd wounded recovered enough to lunge at me. I barely dodged, feeling the rush of air against my cheek. My side blazed with pain. Lightning flared again. Through the haze of rain, I saw Ethan locking jaws with one rogue while the other raked his flank. Liana wrestled the third a few paces away. Despite the punishing storm, we had the advantage. Our unity surpassed the rogue's savage opportunism. We can win this, I thought, focusing on the battered rogue in front of me. He was bleeding heavily. His movements slowed. A final strike, my claws tore across his throat. He collapsed in the mud, twitching, gasping. I turned to see Ethan dispatch the other with a vicious bite to the shoulder. A spray of crimson mixing with the rain. Liana flung her opponent hard against a boulder, cracking its skull. Then, silence except for the pounding storm. My pulse roared in my ears, pain throbbing in my old wound. Ethan staggered, fur matted with blood not all his own. He shifted back to human form, panting. "Aria, are you?" he began, but a strangled cry broke from my throat as my knees buckled. My vision swam. Warm blood soaked my side. Dimly, I felt him catch me before I hit the ground. "Hey, stay with me," he urged, voice hoarse. His arms held me firm against the cold, muddy earth. "You're hurt." I tried to speak but only managed to cough. Liana, also shifting back, rushed over, pressing a hand to my wound. "She's losing blood fast," she muttered. "Ethan, help me carry her. We need to get back to the outpost now." He nodded, jaw clenched. In a swift motion, he lifted me into his arms. I clung to consciousness. Each breath, a struggle. My side burned, blood trickling down my leg in a steady flow. Thunder shook the night, as if mocking our desperation. Liana led the way, clearing a path through the forest. My mind drifted in and out, one moment fixated on the pain, the next on Ethan's breath warming my temple. Vaguely, I heard him murmuring encouragement, promising I'd be all right. Rain slicked his hair across his forehead. His heart pounded against my cheek. Though the world spun, a single thought crystallized in my fading consciousness. He saved me again. The realization buoyed me even as darkness pressed at the edges of my vision. I couldn't afford to succumb to fear or pride. I had to live, if only to protect my pack from the encroaching nightmare. Rallying hope, we stumbled back to the outpost in the midst of the tempest. Guards spotted our bedraggled group and rushed to help. Liana barked orders to open the gates. Inside, the yard was alight with frantic activity. Others had fought skirmishes too, and wounded wolves lay on stretchers under makeshift awnings. Torchlight glistened on wet armor, and the air reeked of blood, mud, and ozone. Darius, who had accompanied our team as a field medic, ran up with a bag of medical supplies. "Put her here," he commanded, pointing to a wooden table under a canopy. Ethan laid me down carefully, his expression pale and stricken. Pain flared white-hot when Darius pressed a cloth to my gash, applying pressure to stem the bleeding. I clenched my teeth, tears burning my eyes. Another wave of dizziness threatened to drag me under. "Hold on," Darius hissed, rummaging through vials. He uncorked a small bottle and pressed it to my lips. "Drink this. It'll dull the pain, slow the bleeding." I swallowed the bitter concoction, gagging at its pungent taste. Ethan hovered, grabbing a roll of bandages. "Tell me what to do," Darius nodded, directing him to hold the dressing against the wound while he prepared a needle and thread. Each second felt like an eternity. The storm's roar blending with the moans of the injured around us. The canopy overhead creaked under the weight of the downpour. Liana stood guard, scanning the yard for more threats. I locked eyes with her, faintly aware of the worry etched in her features. Then I squeezed my gaze shut as Darius began stitching, the needle sending jolts of agony through me. Ethan's grip on my hand was fierce, and I clung to him like a lifeline. too exhausted to protest. My mind drifted back to earlier words. You don't have to carry it alone. For the first time, I truly believed him. Gradually, the pain receded to a dull throb. My body felt heavy and cold. Done. Darius said after what felt like ages. She needs rest, but she'll live if there's no infection. A trembling sigh escaped me, relief mingling with exhaustion. The world blurred at the edges, but I was still there, still clinging to consciousness. My side was bound in thick bandages, though each breath still pinched sharply. Ethan stroked my hair back, murmuring something comforting, but I couldn't quite make out the words. I caught glimpses of others being carried in Silvercrest and Crescent Moonfighters alike, more wounded from the stormy night skirmishes. The rogues had tested us thoroughly, making it clear they wouldn't relent. Take her to the cabin, Darius ordered. Keep her warm. I'll check on her again soon. Ethan scooped me into his arms once more. I managed a faint protest. I can. Walk. He ignored me, striding toward the cabin with single-minded focus. Rain hammered his back, soaking us both again. But I was past caring. My eyelids fluttered, the ache in my side turning into a numbing wave. At some point, we reached the cabin. The door banged shut behind us. Ethan gently laid me on the cot, rummaging for blankets. The lantern inside cast flickering shadows, revealing blood streaked across his arms and torso. I realized with a start that some of it was his. You're hurt too, I mumbled, trying to sit up. Don't move, he commanded softly, pressing me back. I'll clean up in a moment. His concern overshadowed everything else. Anguish flickered in his eyes as he scanned my face. Aria, you were almost. He swallowed hard. I can't lose you. My heart clenched. The storm raged outside, but in that tiny cabin, all I sensed was the rough timber walls and the thunder in Ethan's voice. Whatever defenses I'd maintained around him crumbled in the wake of near death. He'd risked everything again to save me. Maybe some part of me already knew how I truly felt, but I'd been too stubborn to face it. Thank you, I whispered, tears slipping free, for protecting me, always. His hand curled around mine, warm and solid. I told you, I'm not going anywhere, despite the pain. A faint smile formed on my lips. I squeezed his hand back, letting myself revel in the quiet relief of simply being alive. If these rogues thought they could break me, they'd be disappointed. If they thought they could break us, they had no idea what they were up against. That night, while thunder shook the walls and rain battered the roof, I hovered in a restless haze of pain and exhaustion. Ethan stayed at my side, vigilantly ensuring I took healing tinctures, adjusting the blankets when I shivered. At some point, Darius returned to clean and bandage Ethan's wounds. But Ethan never strayed far from me. Sleep finally claimed me in the early hours, heart pounding with the realization of how close I'd come to death, and how powerfully my fate now intertwined with the alpha I'd once publicly rejected. Morning arrived with pale sunlight breaking through thinning clouds, as if the storm had been a dreadful nightmare. Yet the aftermath was all too real. My body felt stiff, my side bandaged and sore, but at least the bleeding had stopped. I groaned, shifting on the cot. Ethan dozed in a chair near the door, arms folded, a bandage wrapped around his shoulder. I studied him for a moment. Even in rest, tension lined his face. The memory of his arms cradling me in the rain fluttered across my mind, stirring complicated warmth. I cleared my throat softly, and his eyes snapped open. He stood quickly, expression brightening with relief. You're awake. How do you feel? Like I was hit by a cart, I muttered, wincing as I sat up gingerly. But I'm alive. Did Darius say anything else? Ethan nodded. He stopped by earlier, said you lost a lot of blood. You need rest, or you risk tearing the stitches. I rubbed my temples. Rest, what a laughable notion with rogues lurking. Any updates from the patrols? His mouth tightened. They found signs that the attackers last night were just a distraction. Another small group tried probing the southwestern perimeter while we were busy. Our forces drove them off, but we took more casualties. Anger flared in my gut. They're definitely testing every angle. Maybe they wanted to see how quickly we react. Exactly. He paused. Also, there's news from Crescent Moon territory. Rowan sent word your suspected spy, Cassian, has vanished. I froze. Vanished. Ethan nodded grimly. Liana discovered he slipped away in the chaos of the storm. Nobody's seen him since. It seems your suspicion was correct. A wave of fury and betrayal crashed over me. That meant Cassian was likely feeding the rogues exactly what they needed to coordinate these attacks. So this is how they've been so precise, I muttered. He must have told them about the outpost's defenses. That's how they orchestrated a two-pronged attack. Ethan lowered himself onto the cot's edge, his proximity stirring my senses. Aria, we'll find him, and we'll make him pay for what he's done. The quiet ferocity in his voice reminded me of how fiercely he'd protected me last night. I swallowed, my gaze darting to the bandage on his shoulder. But how many more attacks will come before we stop him? That depends on whether we can track him down or if he comes for you again, Ethan said bluntly. He knows you're the ultimate target. My stomach twisted. Pride and dread warred within me. If Cassian was the pipeline for these rogues, he had more knowledge about Crescent Moon than anyone outside the Elders and top warriors. He might even know my daily routines, places I frequent, vulnerabilities. I forced myself to focus on the present. I should speak with Kane and Rowan immediately. Devise a plan to locate Cassian. He can't have gone far. Ethan's brow furrowed. Darius ordered you to rest. I shot him a warning look. We don't have time for coddling. Lives are at stake. His jaw clenched. I expected an argument, but he merely said, "Then at least let me help you get there," reluctantly. I swung my legs off the cot. The pain in my side flared, but I gritted my teeth, ignoring it. Fine, I conceded, letting him steady me as I stood. Each step felt like stepping on shards of glass, but I refused to appear weak in front of the outpost's watchful eyes. Outside, the aftermath of the storm was painfully evident. The ground was churned into thick mud, puddles reflecting a gloomy sky. Makeshift awnings shielded the injured from the drizzle that persisted. Warriors moved with determined urgency, repairing damaged barricades and tending to battered companions. Liana spotted us, jogging over with a relieved expression. "Luna, you're up. You should be resting," she chided, though her tone held affection. "Can't," I replied, voice sharper than I intended. "I heard about Cassian," she grimaced. "Yes." The coward took off during the storm. Rowan's gathering a search party. We suspect he's heading southwest to meet the rogues. Maybe Garrick, if that's who's truly behind this. I nodded. Then let's not waste time. Where's Kane? In the command tent with Rowan and Myra. Without further conversation, we slogged through the mud. The outpost thrummed with somber energy. Last night's dead had been laid out in a sheltered area, awaiting burial. The sight drew a hollow ache from me. Wolves from both packs, united in death by a common enemy. My determination to end these attacks only deepened. We reached the command tent, bursting inside. Kane, Myra, and Rowan pored over a map with grim intensity. They glanced up as we entered. Myra's gaze flicked to the bandage on my side, sympathy etched in her features. "Luna, Aria, you should be. Spare me," I cut in, though I tried to soften the harshness. I'm aware I look like death, but we have to stop Cassian before he does more damage. Kane and Rowan exchanged a look. Then Kane cleared his throat. We sent out trackers at first light. They picked up faint footprints heading west from Crescent Moon territory, but the rain washed most signs away. Rowan picked up the thread. Our best bet is that he's heading toward known rogue haunts, isolated ridges, abandoned cabins. We have a few leads from past intelligence. A small group of our scouts left an hour ago to search. Myra drummed her fingers on the map. If we spread too thin, the rogues might exploit that. But if we don't chase Cassian, he'll keep delivering info to them. Tension thickened the air. Finally, I spoke, ignoring the pain throbbing at my side. We can't risk leaving the outpost undefended, especially after last night. Let's split forces carefully. We maintain a solid perimeter here, but send an elite search party to track Cassian. I'll lead it if necessary. Ethan's outraged expression told me he vehemently disagreed. Absolutely not, he said, voice tight. You're injured. Aria, you can't charge off on a manhunt. A flicker of anger flared in me. Don't you start, I snapped, though guilt stirred at the concern in his eyes. If Cassian sees us coming, he might vanish for good. I'm the Luna, my presence might draw him out. A dangerous hush followed. Rowan lifted his hands in a placating gesture. With all due respect, Luna, Ethan's right about your injury, but we understand why you want to be involved. Perhaps we can set a trap bait Cassian into revealing himself, and you can be nearby without taking the front line. I exhaled slowly. Fine. Let's hear your plan. After an hour of strategy, we settled on a bold ploy. Word would be spread deliberately overheard by our own ranks that Luna Aria intended to travel from the southwestern outpost back to the Crescent Moon Lodge in 2 days' time. With minimal escort, we'd hint that I was still gravely injured, an easy target for anyone wanting to strike. In reality, a hidden team of trackers and elite warriors would surround the route, ready to pounce the moment Cassian or any rogue took the bait. If Cassian truly wanted to deliver me to his new allies, or otherwise eliminate me, the chance would be too tempting to ignore. That was the theory, at least. We had to plan every detail meticulously to avoid tipping off any other potential spy. Kane and Myra agreed to keep Silvercrest's involvement subtle. A handful of their best fighters would blend with mine, hidden in the terrain. As for me, I'd travel in a small, seemingly vulnerable caravan, maintaining the appearance of frailty from my injury. I stood with my arms crossed, ignoring the stab of pain. We have 2 days, I said. Make sure the rumor spreads just enough to reach any listening ears. But keep the specifics vague, let them fill in the details. Rowan nodded. We'll coach a few pack members to mention it casually in the right places. Anyone who might still be loyal to Cassian would carry that information back. A chill coursed through me. The idea that more than one spy could exist made my skin crawl. Right, I said grimly. Then let's finalize the route. We'll pick a path through the southern foothills, less direct, but more cover for our ambushers. Liana, arms folded, flicked her gaze to me. It's dangerous. If Cassian catches wind, it's a trap. We might lose him. And if he sees through our ruse, you might be the one walking into an ambush. I know, I said. We'll be as careful as possible. The meeting broke with a flurry of preparations. Warriors and scouts rushed off to gather gear, coordinate signals, and plan vantage points. The tension in the command tent had soared, but a spark of hope glimmered too. If we could snare Cassian, we might finally close the leak that threatened everything. Hours later, the sun hung low over the outpost. I found a moment of solitude in a small alcove near the walls, leaning against rough wooden planks. My side throbbed, demanding rest, but my thoughts kept churning. The wind carried faint echoes of hammered wood and the distant murmurs of wounded wolves. Footsteps approached, and I knew who it was before he spoke. "If you're hiding, you chose a poor spot," Ethan said wryly. I glanced over my shoulder. "Just needed a break from all the staring. Everyone's treating me like I'm made of glass." "You did lose a lot of blood," he reminded me gently. Then he stepped closer, voice dropping. "And you're about to risk what's left of your strength on this plan." I stiffened. "We agreed it was the best way." "I know." He paused, hesitation in his posture. I wanted to say, "I'm proud of your courage, but I also want you to survive. Promise me you'll be cautious out there." Our eyes locked. The intensity in his gaze unnerved me, but a tender warmth bloomed in my chest. In the chaos of leadership and war, no one had ever spoken to me quite like this. "I promise," I said quietly, letting my guard down for a breath. "I'm not eager to meet the moon goddess just yet." He gave a ghost of a smile. Then, almost hesitantly, he brushed his fingers over my bandaged arm. "I'll be watching from the shadows. If Cassian tries anything, he won't get close." My heart thudded. He was offering unswerving protection again. How many times had he already risked his life for me? Enough that my earlier rejection felt like a distant, stubborn memory. I realized that everything I once feared losing autonomy, being overshadowed, might be overshadowed instead by how powerful and reassuring it felt to have someone like Ethan at my side. I reached out, letting my palm rest against his chest. "Just briefly." "I know," I whispered. "Thank you." His hand covered mine, the contact warm in the cool evening air. For a moment, the heaviness of the world lifted, replaced by a fragile spark of something like hope. Then a shout from across the yard shattered the moment. "Alpha Ethan, we need your input on these barricade reinforcements." A Silvercrest warrior called. He glanced in that direction, letting out a resigned sigh. "Duty calls," he murmured, releasing my hand. Before stepping away, he locked eyes with me once more. "Rest, please." I nodded, a swirl of emotions tightening my chest. Once he was gone, I closed my eyes, leaning back against the wall. For better or worse, my heart was drifting in his direction, and I was too weary to deny it. But time was short. Cassian was out there. Garrick or some other enemy was lurking, and a staged ambush approached, one that could turn deadly if we miscalculated. "Focus, Aria," I told myself. "You can sort out your tangled feelings after the pack is safe." 2 days passed in a blur of deceptive calm. Word had leaked by design that Luna Aria would soon return to the main lodge, still wounded and traveling light. Whispers fluttered through the outpost, carried by carefully chosen tongues. Scouts reported no immediate rogue attacks in that interval, an eerie lull that suggested the enemy might be plotting something bigger. By the morning of our planned journey, the southwestern outpost bristled with anticipation. I dressed in simple traveling leathers, my side still bandaged under the tunic, a dull ache reminding me not to push too hard. A small wagon was prepared to carry me part of the way, reinforcing the charade of my frailty. In truth, I despised the idea of being carted around like an invalid, but we had to sell the illusion. Rowan, Liana, and 2 Crescent Moon warriors formed my official escort, only 4 people in plain view, unseen. Scattered among the hills and forests would be nearly a dozen more from both packs, lying in wait. The plan was simple. We'd follow a known trail halfway, then divert onto a side path with better cover. If Cassian or the rogues attacked, our hidden forces would surround them. If Cassian smelled a trap, we'd have to improvise. Ethan stood near the outpost gates, arms folded, a hooded cloak obscuring part of his face. He would be hidden among the ambushers, leading a few Silvercrest elites. Our eyes met as I climbed into the modest wagon. I prayed the vow we shared that he'd protect me would hold if everything went sideways. The gates opened. A hush fell over the onlookers. Then we set off. Wagon wheels creaking on the worn path. Liana took the reins. Rowan and the two warriors walking alongside. A gentle breeze rustled the pines, carrying the faint smell of damp earth. I couldn't help scanning every shadow, heart pounding in my chest, anticipating a strike at any moment. Our journey passed in tense silence. Hours crawled by. We rumbled past thick stands of trees, traversing muddy stretches where the storm's remnants still lingered. Occasionally, we spotted glimpses of watchful eyes in the undergrowth, our hidden guards, or perhaps the enemy. The sense of being stalked prickled my nape. Near midday, we reached the branching path. Liana guided the wagon onto a narrower, rockier trail that wound through the southern foothills. The landscape grew wilder, the terrain more difficult, perfect for an ambush on either side. After another mile, Rowan raised a hand, signaling a brief halt. "Let's rest," he called, loud enough for any hidden ears to catch. Aria needs to stretch." I grimaced at the charade. Still, I played along, stepping down from the wagon. With a wince, I didn't have to fake entirely. My side really did hurt. As I moved, I subtly scanned the hillside. No sign of an immediate threat, but the thick brush made it impossible to be sure. Liana made a show of fussing over me. "Careful, Luna," she said, feigning worry. "Don't strain yourself." I shot her a discreet glare, and she smirked, continuing the act. Rowan and the others pretended to inspect the wagon wheel while I leaned against a tree, my senses strained for any odd sound or movement. The forest was eerily quiet, even the birds seemed to hold their breath. We lingered there for a minute, 2, 3. Then, a soft rustle. Liana spun, hand on her weapon. "Who's there?" she demanded. Rowan tensed, stepping forward. I tensed as well, heart hammering. Was it one of our guards? Or a figure emerged from behind a rocky outcrop, slight build, hooded cloak dripping with morning dew. My nerves jolted. Cassian, even without seeing his face. I recognized the posture. He drew his hood back, revealing a tense expression and eyes flicking with desperation. A dagger glinted in his hand. "Cassian," Rowan growled, voice tinged with betrayal. Cassian's gaze swept us, landing on me. A flicker of regret warred with resolve in his eyes. "Aria," he began, oddly using my name without the title. "You shouldn't have come." I forced a steady tone. "It's still Luna." "Cassian, even if you've abandoned our pack," he flinched, anger flaring. "You don't understand. I had no choice." "Of course you did." I spat. "We gave you a home. Why betray us?" His knuckles whitened on the dagger. "Garrick promised power freedom from these constraints. He said, if we topple Crescent Moon, I'd be respected, not just some lowly scout." The bitterness in his voice stung. "You and your father never saw me, never recognized my value." My jaw clenched. It was the same old tale, someone feeling overlooked, turning to darker paths for validation. "And how many innocents must die for your ambitions?" Cassian scoffed, but a flicker of guilt twisted his expression. "It's too late for regrets. You're coming with me, Aria. Surrender, and maybe Garrick will spare the rest of your pack." A bitter laugh escaped me. "He's lied to you. Garrick won't spare anyone who stands in his way." Cassian's frustration boiled over. "Stop talking." With a shaky breath, he brandished the dagger, stepping closer. Rowan and Liana immediately moved between us, weapons raised. "Don't," he warned, "or I'll kill her right here." Tension roared to a peak. This was the moment. Our hidden allies should be closing in, but I saw no sign of them. Is he alone? Or are rogues waiting to strike? My chest tightened. Cassian, you can't think you'll walk away from this. This forest is crawling with my people. He blinked, uncertainty flickering. So you set a trap. Maybe Garrick was right. You're cunning. But you're not invincible. A war cry shattered the air. Figures burst from the tree-lined rogues. At least half a dozen. Fangs bared, eyes locked on me. A snarl tore from Rowan's throat, and we spun into action. Lyanna lunged at Cassian, forcing him back. Rowan engaged 2 rogues. The other 2 warriors clashed with the rest. Where are our hidden guards? They should be attacking by now. I glimpsed a flash of movement in the underbrush. A wolf-shaped blur took down one rogue from behind Ethan. Relief flared, quickly overshadowed by chaos. Rogues poured in from multiple angles. A coordinated strike. My side screamed in pain as I tried to dodge. The healing wound threatening to reopen. Lyanna managed to slash Cassian's arm, but he hissed and spun away. "Protect me!" he shouted, and a hulking rogue with thick scars advanced. Blocking her pursuit, I pivoted, searching for an opening. Another rogue lunged at me, a female with a ragged snarl. I ducked, but my reflexes were slower than usual. She raked a claw across my forearm, sending a flare of agony. I stumbled, heart pounding. Ethan roared in, dealing a swift blow that knocked the rogue aside. "Aria," he called, eyes wild with concern. I nodded, still upright. Everywhere, steel clanged, snarls echoed, and the smell of blood thickened the air. Our hidden forces emerged in pockets, ambushing from behind boulders and brush. A wave of crescent moon and silver crest, wolves crashed into the rogues, turning the tide. For a moment, victory seemed possible. Then a shrill whistle sliced through the chaos, freezing me. Cassian stood perched on a rock, bleeding from a cut on his brow. He brought 2 fingers to his lips, whistling again. The rogues seemed to take that as a signal. They began a tactical withdrawal, fanning out to cover Cassian's escape route. "No!" I shouted, trying to close in on him. Rowan and Lyanna fought desperately to break through, Ethan too. But the rogues threw themselves at us, sacrificing themselves to block our path. One latched onto Rowan's shoulder with snapping jaws. Another caught Lyanna in a chokehold. My heart hammered. Cassian was slipping away, and we couldn't break through. Ethan managed to hurl aside a rogue, clearing a momentary path. "I'll get him!" he yelled, charging toward the rock. But 3 more rogues lunged in, tangling him in a vicious clash. Cassian's eyes met mine across the mayhem, fear, fury, and something else flickered in his gaze. "You can't stop Garrick," he spat, voice thick with emotion. Then he turned and ran, disappearing into the dense trees. Half the remaining rogues followed, covering his retreat. A frantic scramble ensued. Some of our ambushers gave chase. Others stayed to secure the clearing. Ethan flung the last rogue aside, chest heaving. Rowan pried his attacker off, blood oozing from gashes. Lyanna broke free, cursing violently. The forest fell quiet, save for panting breath and groans of the wounded. "Damn it!" I hissed, pressing a hand to my bleeding arm. "He got away." Ethan staggered to my side, eyes stormy with frustration. "We almost had him. He had more rogues than we anticipated." Rowan's voice trembled with pain. "We still took out at least 4. That's something." I shook my head bitterly. "Not enough. Cassian's still out there, carrying fresh intel. And I doubt Garrick will let this slip by go unpunished." Lyanna spat on the ground, wiping blood from her brow. "He's a dead man walking. He just doesn't know it yet." Despite her bravado, the truth was stark. Cassian had escaped, likely reuniting with the rogue leader. Our best shot at capturing him had failed. Now they knew we were aware of the betrayal. The next strike would be even more ruthless. My limbs shook with fatigue, and I tasted copper on my tongue. "We need to regroup," I said hoarsely. "And we need to prepare for Garrick's full wrath." A dark silence fell, broken only by the ragged breathing of our battered group. The seeds of another confrontation had been sown, one that promised to be far more devastating than any of our prior skirmishes. I could feel it in the tension among the trees and the lingering echo of Cassian's whistle. We limped back to the southwestern outpost, carrying the wounded and reeling from the ambush's outcome. Anger laced our every step, anger at Cassian's gall, at Garrick's cunning, and at our own failure to capture the traitor. The initial hush that greeted us at the gates gave way to alarmed cries as watchmen saw our injuries. Kane and Myra rushed out, grim-faced at the sight of battered wolves returning. "What happened?" Kane demanded, scanning for an answer. Rowan summarized between labored breaths. "Cassian was there more rogues, well organized. We lost him." A muscle ticked in Kane's jaw. Myra swore softly. "We'll need to double the outpost defenses again. If Garrick's building an army, time is not on our side." Exhausted, I slumped against a wooden post, pressing a cloth to my bleeding arm. My side ached ominously, but I forced myself to stay upright. "We also need to warn the lodge," I rasped. "Crescent Moon proper should be on alert. Cassian could strike anywhere." Liana helped me toward a bench. My mind spun with next steps sealing our borders, rallying more allies, possibly calling an emergency meeting with other neighboring packs. But how many more fights could we endure before the final clash? Ethan hovered, face torn with concern. "You need medical attention." "Aria." He turned to a nearby Crescent Moon warrior. "Get Darius now." The warrior sprinted off. I was too drained to protest. Liana sank down beside me, gingerly probing a bruise on her ribs. Rowan, panting, tried to help the other wounded. The outpost had become a grim triage center yet again. In the midst of the chaos, Kane brought me a canteen of water. "We'll dispatch messengers to neighboring packs," he said. "Request immediate counsel. If Garrick is the one orchestrating these attacks, we need a unified front to confront him." My throat felt raw, but I managed a nod. "Yes, the full scale of this war might be coming." He exhaled heavily, concern filling his gaze. "Rest now. We'll handle the immediate details. You've done more than enough." Stubborn pride sparked, but the wave of dizziness that followed forced me to relent. Rest or collapse, I realized grimly. I took the canteen, gulping water that tasted faintly metallic. As I lowered it, I caught Ethan's eyes on me, dark with unresolved emotion. I recalled our near moment of honesty before the ambush. Fate, it seemed, was determined to keep us dancing around our feelings, overshadowing them with crises at every turn. But I also knew that if we were to face Garrick's threat united, we couldn't let fear or past rejections hold us back. "Ethan," I whispered when he knelt beside me, "once this is stable, come find me. We need to talk." His grip on my hand was gentle, a silent promise. "I will," he said. The storm clouds of conflict churned above our shared horizon, but behind them, a fragile glimmer of hope remained. Even in the face of betrayal, mounting bloodshed, and a cruel enemy waiting in the shadows. That hope bound Crescent Moon and Silvercrest together, along with the battered hearts of an Alpha and a Luna whose destiny, despite all denial, was growing more entwined by the day. The aftermath of Cassian's ambush left the southwestern outpost in a state of tense alert. Wolves from both Crescent Moon and Silvercrest moved with grim purpose among the muddy pathways, patching up defenses and tending to wounded comrades. The bitter realization that Cassian had escaped, and with him, vital intelligence for the rogues hung over everyone like a storm cloud. Aria. Luna of Crescent Moon was no exception. Despite my bandaged arm and still throbbing side, I insisted on overseeing every update about the attack, standing at the central command tent even as the wind whipped stray strands of hair across my face. Rain from previous days had finally ceased, leaving the air damp and the ground slick. The tension within me, however, refused to clear. Beta Rowan, stiff with newly bandaged wounds, stepped up beside me. In his hand, he clutched a half-unfolded map detailing the southwestern region's crags and foothills terrain that the rogues had used to hide their movements. "We've confirmed at least 2 more casualties from last night's engagement," he reported quietly, voice rough with fatigue. "One from Crescent Moon, one from Silvercrest. They died defending the perimeter." A hollow ache weighed on me. "I'll see that the families of the fallen receive every honor," I said, though the words sounded inadequate. "What of the rogues we killed in the fight?" Rowan's gaze flicked to the side. "Our scouts tracked the blood trails to a shallow ravine. It appears the surviving rogues carried away their dead, likely to keep us from identifying them or gleaning any additional clues." Frustration churned in my gut. Every time we clashed with these rogues, they revealed just enough cunning and discipline to keep us guessing. They weren't just ragtag outlaws, they operated with organization, as though under strict leadership. Garrick was the obvious suspect, but we had yet to confirm or confront him directly. My attention snagged on movement beyond the tent. I saw Kane and Myra conferring with a group of Silvercrest warriors, each face etched with worry. The alliance had brought us new strength, but also a heavy burden. How could we protect both packs when infiltration and betrayal undercut every defensive plan? I exhaled. "We'll bury our dead with due honor. I want the entire southwestern perimeter on maximum vigilance. If Cassian tries anything again, Luna," Rowan said, voice dropping. "Cassian is no fool. He won't likely return here alone. His next move will be more coordinated and more dangerous." I nodded slowly. "Then we'll prepare for that. And we'll need to warn the main lodge again. Cassian knows every inch of our home territory." Before Rowan could respond, a familiar presence approached. Ethan, tall and broad-shouldered, moved with a slight hitch in his gait, courtesy of fresh bruises from the battle. Dried blood stained the bandage around his shoulder. Despite the weariness in his features, his hazel eyes lit with quiet resolve when he reached us. "How bad?" he asked, scanning our expressions. Rowan answered, "We lost 2 more. The rest are wounded to various degrees. Cassian got away clean." The beta's frustration simmered behind each word. Ethan's fists clenched. I saw him vanish into the trees before I could break through. He had an entire squad covering his escape. This isn't just a random trader's gambit. It's a planned extraction. That's our conclusion. 2, I said, voice low. "And if Cassian reaches whoever's in charge, likely Garrick, he'll relay everything. Our numbers, defenses, supply lines, everything." Rowan's eyes flicked to me, silently asking if I wanted to discuss our next steps in private. I gave him a slight nod. "Let's gather in the command tent," I suggested. "Call Kane and Myra too. We need to unify our strategy." With that, we turned, trudging through the churned mud toward the large canvas structure near the outpost's heart. Ethan walked at my side, never more than a pace away, our near moment of emotional honesty. The previous day weighed on me, as did our subsequent scramble to survive another skirmish. I felt the tension between us, a tenuous bond forged in blood and necessity. Yet there was also an unspoken warmth I couldn't fully deny. Council of the Alliance in the command tent. The lantern light glowed on tense faces. Rowan, Liana, Kane, Naira, Ethan, and me. A few other officers from both packs. Less senior, but still trusted. Ringed the table. The hush that fell spoke of the gravity of our situation. Rowan laid out the map, detailing where the ambush had occurred. "Here," he said, tapping a spot near a stream winding through a craggy gorge. They waited until we took that side path, then attacked from two directions. Myra leaned in, arms folded. Cassian had rogues waiting for him, which suggests he planned that meeting time. It wasn't happenstance. He must have signaled them or arranged it in advance. Kane nodded, looking grim. If Garrick or another leader has Cassian's intel, they know more about how we operate than we know about them. We're vulnerable. Ethan's voice rumbled softly. Let's assume they're already planning a major offensive. We can't wait for them to strike first. What if we locate their base of operations? A flicker of hope ignited in me. But how? We have only rumors like those old logging sites or abandoned cabins in the southwestern wilds. Our scouts combed them before but found no sign of an extended camp. They must be deeper in, Liana proposed. Somewhere more remote, where patrols rarely venture. Cassian knows those places. If he's guiding them, they can hide anywhere. Her observation hung in the air. For a moment, the tent was silent, except for the low crackle of lantern flames. Rowan exhaled, gaze sliding to me. We could stage a wider scouting mission, maybe even attempt infiltration, but that would spread our forces. If the rogues strike here while our scouts are deep in the wilderness, we might be overrun. Tough decisions, muttered Kane. We either risk thinning our lines to gather intel or hunker down and let the rogues keep the initiative. A wave of frustration tightened my throat. Neither option is good enough. The longer we wait, the stronger they become. My eyes roamed the room, seeking any spark of a solution. They landed on Ethan, who studied the map with pensive focus. What if, he said slowly, we create a diversion, something that forces Garrick's hand, draws his rogues out of hiding so we can pinpoint their base or at least intercept them. Liana's brow furrowed. A diversion like what? An event, Ethan explained, that the rogues won't ignore. Maybe a rumored peace summit between our packs and others, or a large-scale transfer of supplies. Something Cassian's masters would want to sabotage or spy on. Kane's gaze sharpened. A summit, actually. There's precedent. In times of war, multiple packs sometimes gather for counsel and to pledge mutual support. If word spreads that we're doing just that, the rogues might see it as a threat to their plans. Rowan scratched his chin. It's risky. We'd be painting a target on one location, inviting an attack. But if we orchestrate it, carefully prepared defenses, set watchers in strategic positions, perhaps we could catch them off guard. A hum of agreement circled the table. This was an aggressive gamble, but it might be the only way to shake loose Garrick's network. Even if Cassian didn't show, at least we might glean the rogues' movements when they inevitably attempt sabotage. I straightened, ignoring the ache in my side. We'll do it then. A formal meeting, call it a Western Coalition Summit. We'll invite not just Crescent Moon and Silvercrest, but any allied or neutral packs willing to attend. We'll set the time and place somewhere we can fortify. When the rogues come, we'll be ready. A current of nervous excitement ran through the group. We hammered out initial details, deciding to hold the summit a week from now, near an old stone fortress in Crescent Moon territory, one of the oldest structures built in my father's time. It was partially in disrepair, but still sturdy, with thick walls and a strategic vantage, perfect for an ambush or a stand if things went south. We concluded the meeting with an unsettling mixture of hope and dread. This plan could expose the rogues' location and leadership, or it could unravel into a bloodbath. But waiting passively for Garrick's next move was no longer an option. Preparations and whispers over the next few days. The southwestern outpost bustled with frenetic activity. Messengers were dispatched in every direction, carrying invitations to the so-called Western Coalition Summit. Some packs were small, scattered across the mountains or valleys. A few were historically at odds with Crescent Moon or Silvercrest. Yet the threat of organized rogues was too dire to ignore petty disputes. I hoped enough would respond favorably to create the impression of a formidable gathering. Simultaneously, we labored to repair our wounds, literal and figurative. Darius the healer worked around the clock, aided by Silvercrest's medics, to patch up fresh injuries. My own arm and side healed slowly, but the pain persisted as a constant reminder of how close I'd come to a mortal blow. In quiet moments, I replayed the ambush in my mind, asking myself if I could have done anything to capture Cassian. The guilt gnawed at me. Ethan, meanwhile, coordinated with Kane and Myra, ensuring the southwestern perimeter remained robust. Large crates of supplies arrived from Silvercrest, including sturdy beams for barricades and improved weaponry. Watching him direct his warriors with calm authority stirred conflicting emotions in me. On the one hand, we needed every ounce of that leadership. On the other, it reminded me how he, too, was an alpha in his own right, someone not easily overshadowed. During occasional respites, we spoke briefly in the courtyard or along the ramparts, our conversations fraught with unspoken tension. He'd check on my injuries, ask if I needed anything, and I'd deflect, focusing on the next phase of the plan. The memory of him cradling me after the last battle haunted my thoughts, but the constant turmoil around us left little space for private reflection. Duty first, I kept telling myself. Yet I couldn't help noticing the subtle changes, the way our warriors from different packs mingled more naturally, forging new friendships. The joint training sessions shaped a formidable fighting force. Perhaps, in forging this alliance, we'd tapped into a deeper well of unity, one that might finally stand against Garrick's cruelty. A glimpse of the past 3 days before the summit. I decided it was time to inspect the old fortress where we planned to host the event. Accompanied by Liana Rowan and Ethan plus a small escort, I traveled from the southwestern outpost to Crescent Moon's northern highlands. The journey took half a day on horseback, winding through forests that slowly thinned into rocky slopes. Crisp autumn air replaced the lingering humidity of the lower valleys. We arrived at dusk. The fortress loomed on a precipice overlooking a winding river gorge. Crumbled walls bore the scars of age, and moss clung to weathered stone. My father had once used this place as a fallback defense during a minor war with raiders decades ago. Since then, it had been largely abandoned, deemed too remote for daily habitation. We rode through the half-ruined gates, hooves echoing on cracked cobblestones. Liana dismounted first, scanning for threats. Rowan followed, squinting at the tall ramparts that still stood. Ethan paused beside me, gaze roving over the fortress with curiosity. "This must have been magnificent in its prime," he commented. "It was," I replied, memories stirring. My father told stories of how these walls turned the tide of a key battle. Back then, Crescent Moon was smaller, but determined. He said the fortress gave them just enough advantage to hold off a larger enemy force. Ethan nodded, face solemn. "Let's hope it can do the same now." We led our horses into what once served as a courtyard, a broad, open space flanked by a long-defunct stable and a crumbled watchtower. Vines snaked up the fortress walls, and debris from fallen stones littered the corners. Liana circled one side, weapons drawn, ensuring no threats lurked in the shadows. Rowan and I examined the main hall, a cavernous chamber with half its roof intact. It's dusty and broken in places, Rowan noted, setting a lantern on a cracked stone slab. But the foundations are solid. We can set up a meeting table. Here, place guards at every exit. I ran a hand over the rough wall, feeling a faint echo of my father's presence. We'll need to patch a few holes. Maybe rig scaffolding to reinforce the western side. And we'll definitely want archers or watchers on the ramparts. Ethan brushed aside a cobweb. We can do that in 3 days if we work quickly. My warriors have experience with rapid fortifications. Liana, returning from her sweep, gave us a nod. All clear. No sign of squatters or rogues. The place is ours, she sighed, glancing around. You really think so many packs will show up? Rowan and I exchanged a look. That depends on how seriously they take the rogue threat, he said. But we only need enough to make Garrick believe something important is happening here. I exhaled. Then let's not waste time. We start securing the fortress at dawn. I'll dispatch more couriers from here, urging allied leaders to arrive on schedule. We spent a chilly night in the fortress's less damaged wing, sleeping on bedrolls near a makeshift fire. Wind whistled through the cracks, and I found little rest. Between the ghosts of old battles and the looming threat of a new war, my mind refused to settle. Shortly before dawn, I left the small room where I'd lain, wrapped in blankets, and wandered the corridors alone. The faint torchlight revealed narrow passageways leading to half-collapsed staircases. Curiosity drove me forward. One corridor opened into a small balcony that overlooked the courtyard. I stepped out, inhaling the crisp air, letting the distant roar of the river fill my ears. To my surprise, I wasn't alone. Ethan stood at the balcony's edge, arms resting on the stone ledge. The beginnings of sunrise tinted the sky a pale purple. He turned at the sound of my footsteps, offering a small, tentative smile. "Couldn't Dot sleep?" he asked. I shook my head, drawing the cloak tighter around myself. "My mind is too full." He nodded in understanding. Silence stretched between us, comfortable and charged at once. I dared a glance at him, the line of his jaw lit by the faint morning glow. Memories of the battles we'd fought, the sacrifices made, and the silent vows between us all converged in that moment. Finally, Ethan broke the hush. "I know we've barely had a moment to breathe since the last ambush, but I wanted to check on you, really check on you." My chest constricted. "I'm holding on. We have so much at stake that I can't afford to crumble." "That's not an answer," he said gently. When I looked at him, the concern in his gaze threatened to unravel me. "You nearly died. You still have fresh wounds. And you're planning this summit like there's no alternative." A flicker of frustration coursed through me. "Because there isn't. If we don't act, Garrick or whoever leads these rogues will pick us apart. My father taught me never to wait for the enemy's mercy." Ethan dipped his head in acknowledgement. "I understand, but it's still a heavy burden to carry alone." A rebellious part of me bristled at the suggestion that I needed help, yet a deeper part of me longed to confide in him. Even Beta Rowan, as loyal as he was, had never looked at me with such unwavering empathy. I let out a shaky breath. "I'm frightened," I confessed. Voice barely above a whisper. "Frightened that we'll walk into this summit and it'll turn into a massacre. That more of our people will die, and it'll be on my head." His hand found mine, gently lacing our fingers together. "Then let's shoulder the fear together. You're not alone in this." The warmth of his touch steadied me. I gripped his hand, letting my defenses slip for a heartbeat. Outside, the sky brightened, heralding a new day, a day in which we'd place our hopes on a risky gambit to lure out our enemies. Yet in that quiet moment on the balcony, I clung to the fleeting sense of comfort that Ethan offered. "Thank you," I managed, swallowing hard. We'll see if we survive what's coming. His thumb brushed lightly over my knuckles. We will, one way or another. The lingering tension between us smoldered, but neither of us moved to break the hush. Finally, we heard Rowan's distant voice calling from below, signaling it was time to start reinforcing the fortress. The moment was gone. Ethan released my hand, and I forced a calm mask back into place. Together, we headed downstairs to face the tasks ahead, uncertain if dawn's light would bring victory or heartbreak. But at least we walked side by side, however briefly united in purpose and in something that felt increasingly like devotion. Fortifying the old stone, we spent the next 2 days in a flurry of construction and strategic planning. Crescent Moon carpenters, aided by Silvercrest laborers, patched holes in the fortress walls with timber and stone. Broken gates were replaced with makeshift portcullises. The largest tower, once half collapsed, was partially rebuilt with scaffolding, so archers could perch there. I oversaw the distribution of supplies, food stores, medical kits, fresh weapons to ensure the fortress could withstand a siege, if it came to that. Rowan and Kane drew up rotation schedules for guards, making sure no area went unwatched. Myra and Liana coordinated a system of signal horns and lantern flashes, so that if rogues approached from any direction, we'd have advance warning. Meanwhile, allied pack messengers trickled in. A small contingent from the Amber Fangs pack arrived, led by a grizzled beta named Norden. The Riverstone pack sent word they'd attend, but only with 3 representatives' caution clearly fueling their decision. A few others responded positively, though some refused outright, fearing a trap or claiming neutrality. By the eve of the summit, the fortress felt alive with muted anticipation. Tents crowded the courtyard, housing travelers from allied packs. Guards patrolled the parapets. Archers tested bowstrings. Whispers flew about whether Garrick would dare show himself or simply unleash another wave of rogues. I forced myself to remain stoic, not letting my uncertainty show. Though inwardly I churned with anxieties, Ethan remained a steady presence, helping direct arrivals and diffuse the tension that sometimes flared between suspicious visiting pack members. His calm authority soothed arguments before they escalated. Though we'd barely spoken privately after our balcony moment, I sensed an unspoken bond growing each time our gazes met across the courtyard. The summit begins. At last, the designated day arrived. The fortress bustled with activity at dawn, as delegates from various packs prepared for the summit's opening session. Some arrived clad in simple leathers. Others wore ceremonial garb reflecting their local traditions. The mood was cautious but resolute. Everyone understood. This wasn't a mere diplomatic gathering, but a council of war. Liana and Rowan escorted me to the fortress's great hall, now swept clean and ringed with torches. A large wooden table stood in the center, chairs arranged in a circle around it. Stone pillars soared overhead, battered by time but still imposing enough to lend the place a sense of gravitas. Representatives from 8 different packs found their seats, each flanked by 1 or 2 trusted advisors. Ethan, Kane, and Myra took positions on behalf of Silvercrest, Rowan, Liana, and 2 elders from Crescent Moon sat on my side. The rest of the pack members, including scouts and guards, lined the walls or patrolled outside. I surveyed the crowd, taking a steadying breath. Despite my bandaged side, I wore a dignified black tunic embroidered with the Crescent Moon symbol, a concession to the formality of this meeting. The wound still ached, but adrenaline kept me alert. When I stepped to the table's head, quiet fell. Nervous eyes turned to me. "Leaders," I said, voice echoing in the cavernous hall. "Thank you for answering our call." We meet here under dire circumstances. Rogues, organized and relentless, threaten all our territories. They've already claimed lives, infiltrated our ranks, and shown no sign of stopping. A ripple of murmurs passed through the group. I pressed on. Rumors point to Garrick, an old enemy with a grudge against many packs. But we lack concrete proof. Our goal is simple: unite in defense, share information, and, if possible, locate and confront whoever leads these rogue attacks. Norden from the Amber Fangs pack grunted, leaning forward. We've lost 4 good wolves in raids near our northern border. If Garrick is behind this, he's bolder than ever. Another representative, a tall female from Riverstone, nodded grimly. Our waterways have been tampered with, nets destroyed, traps sprung. It's affecting our food supply. We suspect the same band of rogues, but we can't be certain. Soft gasps and curses spread through the room, each leader sharing tales of sabotage and fear. A younger beta from the Stoneclaw pack described how rogues had kidnapped 2 scouts. They'd been released days later, traumatized and bearing a message: submit or perish. A shudder ran through me. Garrick, or whoever orchestrated such cruelty, clearly wanted to break each pack's will. Ethan waited for the noise to lull, then stood. Silvercrest stands with Crescent Moon in offering a united front. Our alliance has cost us blood already, but we remain committed to stopping this threat. We humbly ask for your cooperation if we stand together. These rogues cannot pick us off one by one. Surprisingly, the tension in the room eased at his words. Some nodded. A few clapped in agreement. Even those who looked uncertain seemed relieved someone was taking charge. For all his quiet determination, Ethan had a knack for inspiring unity. We spent the next hour discussing potential strategies, shared patrols, better communication channels, and emergency signals if a pack came under siege. Some delegates insisted on formal treaties. Others wanted flexible cooperation. I tried to keep the discussion focused, occasionally exchanging a glance with Ethan or Rowan when the conversation meandered. Near midday, we broke for a short recess. Delegates wandered the courtyard, forming smaller circles to negotiate details. Guards remained vigilant. I exhaled, stepping aside with Ethan, Rowan, Teen, and Myra to gauge the broader mood. It's going well, Myra observed. Most packs seem willing to collaborate. That's a victory in itself. Rowan offered a slight smile. True, but they're also afraid. Fear can be as strong a motivator as loyalty. Ethan nodded. We still haven't provoked any direct rogue response. Though, if Cassian or Garrick plan to sabotage this summit, I expected signs by now. A chill tiptoed down my spine. Maybe they're waiting for the right moment. Or maybe they're setting a trap of their own. Kane rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. We'd best keep our eyes open. Shadows gather. Afternoon wore on, and final negotiations proceeded in the Great Hall. Some delegates began drafting a rudimentary coalition pact, each pack pledging to share intel and assist one another in the event of rogue attacks. I tried not to let relief weaken my composure. Finally, a semblance of unity. Outside, the sky darkened with rolling clouds, thunderheads, gathering in the west. The echo of distant thunder set everyone on edge. Storms had become a grim omen of late, often accompanying rogue strikes. Guards lit torches around the courtyard, preparing for an early twilight. I left the hall, needing a moment of fresh air, and wandered onto the fortress ramparts. Up high, I could see the river gorge below, churned by wind. The mountainous horizon loomed under ominous skies. A few crescent moon archers paced behind the crenellated walls, scanning for movement. Suddenly, movement at the far edge of the gorge caught my eye like a flash of silver among the rocks. My heart jolted. I signaled to an archer, pointing. "Did you see that?" He squinted, then shook his head. "Not sure, Luna. Could be an animal. The light's playing tricks." Unease gnawed at me. Could be nothing, or it could be Cassian. My side throbbed, recalling how he'd nearly captured me before. Something in my gut warned we weren't alone. I summoned Rowan and Ethan, explaining what I saw. Rowan frowned, eyeing the storm clouds. "We should send a small scouting party, but it's risky. This fortress is the safest place to be if an attack comes." Ethan's jaw set. "I'll go with a few warriors. Check the area quickly. If it's a stray rogue, we can handle it." A spike of worry shot through me. "Be careful." He offered a faint smile. "I'm always careful." Within minutes, Ethan, Liana, and 4 Silvercrest warriors descended a narrow stairway leading to the fortress's lower gate. They'd slip around the gorge, approach from the far side, and see if anything lurked among the rocks. I lingered on the ramparts, ignoring the pressing ache in my injuries, scanning the distance for any sign of trouble. Tensions explode. Time stretched. The storm clouds thickened, casting the fortress in deepening gloom. Delegates in the courtyard glanced uneasily at the sky, some muttering about leaving early to avoid traveling in bad weather. I tried to project calm, but a pulse of dread beat in my chest. Rowan joined me, gaze fixed on the gorge. "No sign of them yet," I nodded, wind tugging at my cloak. "Give them a bit longer. If they're not back soon, we'll send more backup." As if in response, an alarmed shout rose from the fortress gate. A guard sprinted across the courtyard, riders approaching fast. They bear the insignia of the Amber Fangs, and they look injured. My pulse kicked. "Bring them inside," I barked, hurrying down the rampart stairs. Rowan at my heels. In the courtyard, torches lit a chaotic scene as half a dozen battered wolves galloped in, horses foaming at the mouth. They wore the amber-hued bracers of the Amber Fangs, blood staining their tunics. The lead rider nearly collapsed off his saddle, and I rushed to support him. "Luna, Aria," he gasped, eyes wild. "We're from Norden's pack. A rogue force attacked our camp an hour away. It's an ambush, a large group heading here." My stomach plummeted. "How large?" "Dozens," he managed. "We tried to warn you. They're armed, coordinated, close behind us." Terror flickered on every face in the courtyard. Delegates clutched weapons, fear etched in their eyes. Rowan growled low. "They're trying to catch us off guard." I glanced frantically around. "Sound the alarm." Everyone inside the walls locked down the gates. "Prepare for a siege." Messengers scrambled. Horns blared. Warriors poured into defensive positions. Delegates who came unprepared for battle looked panicked, some forming small protective clusters. The fortress erupted into urgent activity. Meanwhile, thunder rumbled overhead, lightning spiking across the sky in a macabre mirror of our tension. I forced myself to focus. "Rowan, can we close the main gate and brace it in time?" He nodded grimly. "Yes, but we need to hurry." As he sprinted off, I whirled toward the ramparts. What about Ethan and Liana? They were still outside, investigating that suspicious movement. If a rogue force was closing in, they risked being caught in the open. My chest constricted with fear. No time to panic lead. I seized a passing scout. "Go to the tower scan for Ethan's group. If you see them, signal them to return now." The scout saluted and dashed away. I swallowed the dread threatening to paralyze me. A quick glance at the fortress interior told me we had enough defenders to hold the walls, at least for a while. But the allied delegates were scattered, many unaccustomed to a pitched battle. This siege could become a slaughter if the rogues were as numerous as the Amber Fangs had warned. Siege of the Fortress Night fell abruptly under swirling storm clouds, rain slashing sideways. A horn blast signaled the rogues' arrival. Torches along the battlements revealed a grim sight, a swarm of wolves, some in partial shift, others brandishing weapons. Advancing through the darkness, they fanned out around the fortress, howling challenges. Lightning illuminated savage faces and glinting steel. Fear pulsed through me, but I steadied my nerves. They want to break us. I climbed the ramparts, ignoring the pain in my side, where the stitches pulled taut. Rowan joined me, sword in hand, drenched by rain. Below, the rogues chanted and snarled, pounding the wet earth with weapons. A loud voice boomed from the horde's midst. Surrender the fortress and your so-called coalition, or be torn apart. Garrick offers no mercy to those who defy him. The confirmation of Garrick's involvement chilled me. I leaned over the parapet, shouting into the storm. We won't submit to murderers and traitors. A roar of defiance thundered up from the fortress defenders' crescent moon, Silvercrest, and allied wolves banding together. Bows twanged, sending a warning volley of arrows arcing into the night. A few rogues fell, but the main force kept advancing, brandishing shields or ducking behind earthen mounds. Then chaos exploded. The rogues hurled grappling hooks at the walls, trying to scale them. Others battered the gates with heavy logs. Our archers fired volley after volley. Shouts, screams, and the clang of weapons filled the air. Lightning flickered overhead, each flash revealing a snapshot of the melee below. Rowan bellowed orders to hold the walls. Myra and Kane led Silvercrest warriors in reinforcing the gates. Delegates from other packs joined the fray as best they could, some valiantly defending vantage points. I saw Norden from Amberfangs swinging a massive axe, cleaving rogue grapplers who dared climb his section of the wall. The fortress had become a battlefield. Amid the fury, I couldn't stop thinking about Ethan and Liana. Were they already trapped outside, fighting a separate battle, or had the rogues caught them unawares? My stomach twisted. Stay focused, I reminded myself. Protect the fortress, stop Garrick's army from breaching the walls. A rogue nearly reached the parapet, but I slashed down with my blade, sending him tumbling back. Adrenaline surged, ignoring the searing pain in my side. Rain slicked the stone underfoot, making each step perilous. Another rogue found a foothold, grappling with a crescent moon archer. I lunged to help, stabbing the attacker in the shoulder. He yelped, falling into the darkness. Rowan's voice cut through the din. Watch the left flank. Luna! I spun, seeing a cluster of rogues attempting to scale a half-crumbled section. I hurried over, rallying defenders to push them back. Minutes blended into an eternity of savage fighting. The gate shuddered under repeated blows, but Kane's team propped it with thick beams. The fortress's battered walls held. For now, bodies of rogues and defenders alike littered the foot of the ramparts. The stench of blood and wet fur thickened. Suddenly, a horn blast sounded from the far side of the fortress, a signal. My heart soared, hoping it was a sign Ethan had returned. But the reality was more complicated. A cluster of shapes moved in the gloom, cutting through the lines of rogues like a wedge. Then a distinctive black-furred wolf barreled through, snapping viciously at any foe in his path. Ethan! He'd arrived with Liana's group, and they were fighting their way toward the fortress gate from behind the rogue lines. Rowan pointed. They're here! Open the sally port to let them in. A surge of relief warred with terror. The sally port, a smaller side gate, gave quick access but also risked letting rogues slip in. We had to time it perfectly. My voice cracked as I shouted down to the defenders near the sally port. On my mark, open. Let them in. Then seal it across the battlefield. Ethan's group carved a path. I glimpsed Liana, hair plastered to her head by rain, fighting with savage precision. Another flash of lightning revealed Cassian among the rogue ranks, shouting orders to flank Ethan's position. My rage flared. He's truly leading them. Teeth gritted. I waved a torch in a wide arc. The defenders at the sally port shoved the heavy bolts aside. Ethan's group sprinted the final yards, pushing rogue adversaries away, diving through the narrow opening. Cheers erupted from the battlements as the port slammed shut behind them, locking the rogues out again. I exhaled, trembling with relief. Ethan was safe, at least for the moment. But the battle raged on, and Cassian was out there, coordinating the assault. Our respite was fleeting. Reunion in the storm, one raced down the steps to the courtyard as Ethan and Liana burst in, panting and dripping with rain. Other returning warriors stumbled in behind them, some collapsing from wounds or exhaustion. Ethan's wolf form rippled as he forced himself back into human shape, chest heaving. Blood smeared his arms, though I couldn't tell how much was his. "Aria," he gasped, spotting me. The raw urgency in his voice cracked my composure. I closed the distance, ignoring the mud and chaos, pressing a hand to his uninjured shoulder. "You made it," I breathed. "Thank the moon goddess." His eyes flicked with relief and anger. We saw the rogues massing. Liana guessed they'd besiege the fortress. We tried to circle around and break their line, but Cassian, he trailed off. Frustration etched in his face. Liana coughed, wiping blood from her mouth. We wounded a few of Cassian's lieutenants, but he slipped away again. He has a knack for avoiding direct confrontation. My stomach coiled with hatred. Cassian had orchestrated another cunning attack, commanding rogue squads with impunity. We must end this. Never mind. We have to defend the fortress first. Is everyone from your scouting party accounted for? Ethan shook his head, gaze grim. 2 are missing, likely lost in the melee. We'll search once we repel the rogues. Rowan rushed over, helping one of Ethan's warriors to the makeshift infirmary area. "No time for rest," he warned. "The gate's taking a beating. We can't hold forever." "Garrick's numbers are bigger than we realized." Ethan nodded. I saw the subtle clench of his jaw, the determination burning in his eyes. "Then let's make sure they pay dearly for every inch." I squeezed his arm once, a silent affirmation of unity, then turned back toward the battlements. The fortress wouldn't hold if we let despair take root. Our only choice was to fight on. Rain pounded, lightning cracked, and the roar of the storm merged with the thunder of war. A narrow victory. The siege ground on through the night. Rogues hurled themselves at our walls, only to be repelled by a hail of arrows and the resolve of defenders who refused to yield. The battered gate threatened to buckle, but somehow Kane's reinforcements held it with timber supports. Drenched in sweat, blood, and rain, we found ourselves locked in a savage standoff as dawn's gray light crept over the horizon. Exhausted but unbroken, we rallied one final push at sunrise. Archers coordinated a massive volley from the ramparts, picking off rogue leaders who ventured too close. A furious countercharge from the fortress gate drove back the battered attackers. At last, we felt the pressure ease. The rogues, demoralized by heavy losses and no breach to show for it, began retreating. Shouts of triumph rang out from the fortress, though it was a hollow victory. Dozens of our wolves lay injured or dead, and the walls were scarred. Still, Garrick's force had been forced to withdraw. The battered remnants melted away into the storm-drenched hills, carrying their wounded. I half expected Cassian to reappear, but he never did, collapsed against a crumbling merlin. I heaved for air, limbs shaking with exhaustion. My side burned, fresh blood staining the bandages where stitches had torn. Ethan staggered over, kneeling beside me. His face was streaked with mud and grief, but a spark of relief flickered there too. "It's over for now," he murmured. I nodded, swallowing a sob. We survived. All around us, the fortress courtyard became a triage center. Delegates who had come for a summit now found themselves nursing wounds or mourning fallen packmates. A hush of sorrow mingled with the ragged pride of having repelled a larger force. Slowly, the reality set in. We might have won this battle, but we were far from ending the war. Reckoning and resolve, in the hours after dawn, we assessed the toll. Over 24 defenders had died, spanning multiple packs. Many more lay gravely injured. Garrick's assault had been brutal, but not decisive. It felt like a test, a demonstration of power aimed at intimidating the budding coalition. Yet, ironically, the shared bloodshed only drew us closer. The delegates, once cautious or distrusting, now had a bond forged in battle. Amid the debris-strewn courtyard, I gathered the remaining leaders, my body aching with every motion. Ethan stood at my side, Rowan and Liana nearby, each nursing minor wounds. Kane and Myra hovered at the edges, equally battered but unbowed. The other pack's representatives formed a semicircle, some leaning on spears or clutching bandaged limbs. "We have seen," I began, voice hoarse, "that Garrick's threat is real and grave. He attacked the summit openly, with no concern for casualties. If we do not stand together, truly together, he will pick us off one by one." Murmurs of agreement rose, subdued by exhaustion. Norden from Amber Fangs wiped a bloody brow. "We fought beside you, Luna Aria. I have no doubt we must unite or face annihilation." A Riverstone representative, trembling from a shoulder wound, nodded. "Our leaders have seen enough death. This must end." I inhaled, tasting the acrid tang of smoke from smoldering torches. "Then let us formalize this coalition, not just in words, but in action. We'll coordinate scouting, share resources, and, if necessary, mount a direct offensive to crush Garrick's base once we find it." One by one, the gathered leaders voiced assent. The sense of urgency in their eyes told me they knew we had no other choice. Ethan gently touched my shoulder, his presence a silent reminder that we had the strength to move forward. With the forging of this expanded alliance, we had more allies than before, albeit battered and wary. In the midst of forging final details, a battered Crescent Moon scout limped forward, saluting with a grimace. "Luna, we captured a wounded rogue. He's in the courtyard. He claims to have information." My pulse quickened. "Bring him to us." Within minutes, 2 Silvercrest warriors dragged in a bleeding rogue, half conscious but sneering. The scrawny figure spat blood on the ground, one eye swollen shut. I stepped closer, ignoring the renewed throb in my side. "You have information," I demanded. He let out a wet cough. Might save your hides, if you trade me my life." Rowan barked a harsh laugh. "You have no leverage here." The rogue glared, but fear flickered in his gaze as he took in the ring of hardened wolves around him. "I'm just a low-level grunt," he rasped, "but I've heard talk. Garrick's amassing an even bigger force. He plans to break you soon. You've only seen a fraction of what he commands." A chill prickled my skin. "Where?" I pressed. "Where is he based?" The rogue shook his head weakly. "I don't know exactly. Rumors say it's somewhere deep in the southwestern mountains, near old mines. Garrick moves around to keep you guessing, but he's readying a final assault." Ethan's expression hardened. "Then we'll bring the fight to him. If we locate those mines," the rogue's laugh was hollow. "You think you can waltz into Garrick's lair? He has allies factions from beyond these lands. He won't fight fair." Tension rippled through the courtyard. I studied the rogue's face, trying to gauge if he was lying. A kernel of truth rang in his words. We'd long suspected Garrick might have outside support, possibly from discontent packs or mercenaries. This changed everything. I swallowed, maintaining a steely front. You'll be taken prisoner, treated for your wounds. If you prove cooperative, you'll live. But if you lie, understood, the rogue croaked, eyes sliding shut. The Silvercrest warriors dragged him away, presumably to the infirmary area. A heavy silence followed. The delegates glanced at one another, their earlier exhaustion eclipsed by the new threat. Garrick had reinforcements beyond anything we'd imagined, and he was preparing a final blow, shifting loyalties and new plans. By evening, the coalition leaders reconvened in the fortress's great hall. Torchlight flickered on somber faces. Everyone there had witnessed the brutality of Garrick's assault firsthand. Now, they grappled with the rogue's possible outside alliances and the notion of a second, larger wave. I stood at the table's head, adrenaline and pain warring for dominance in my system. If Garrick truly has outside support, we need to identify it. Are there packs across the mountains who might side with him? Human hunters he's bribed. We have no direct intelligence. Norden of Amber Fangs shrugged wearily. Our scouts have rumors of a breakaway pack from the far west wolves who despise centralized leadership. Perhaps Garrick swayed them. A lean female from Stoneclaw added, We heard talk of a rogue alpha once allied with Garrick, known for smuggling weapons. Could be them. The possibilities multiplied, none offering a clear target. My gut twisted. We're grasping at shadows. Kane, arms folded, spoke up. Silvercrest has limited knowledge of the southwestern mountains. We can dispatch a specialized team to search for leads, but we'll need time and fewer distractions from defending our home fronts. I grimaced. And Garrick won't give us that time. His next move could come at any moment. Ethan's gaze swept the room. Then we must unify further. Our coalition can't just be a loose agreement. It needs a command structure, shared leadership. If we coordinate as one, we might hold off Garrick's threat long enough to pinpoint his base. A murmur of debate arose. Some packs worried about ceding autonomy to a central command. Others recognized that disjointed efforts had failed so far. Finally, exhaustion and desperation led to consensus, a central council of alphas, betas, and key representatives, Crescent Moon and Silvercrest at the core, would manage intelligence and defense for all packs in this alliance. We'd pool resources, standardize signals, and rotate patrols across the entire region, not just our own territories. Rowan took a deep breath. We'll call it the Coalition Council. With your permission, Luna Aria, we can host it at Crescent Moon Lodge or alternate with Silvercrest's territory to maintain balance. My shoulders sagged with relief. Yes, that sounds like a plan. Let's make it official. And so, amid battered morale and flickering torchlight, we forged a stronger, more cohesive coalition. It wasn't perfect, and it might not be enough to face Garrick's rumored army, but it was our best hope. The days of isolated packs fending off rogues alone were over. Once we'd concluded, delegates dispersed to rest or tend to their wounded. I lingered at the table, staring at a ragged map pinned with markers showing suspected rogue movements. My mind spun with unanswered questions. How large is Garrick's allied force? Where exactly does Cassian fit in? And how long can we hold out? Ethan approached quietly. I sensed his presence before he spoke, the subtle warmth he exuded cutting through the fortress's chill. You should rest, he said gently. You've been on your feet all day. A humorless laugh escaped me. I doubt my mind will let me sleep. He placed a hand on the table's edge, close to mine. Then at least come outside. Let's take a moment to breathe. You're shaking. Only then did I notice my fingers trembling. Fatigue, pain, and the emotional toll of battle gnawed at me. Pride warred with a fierce longing to let him steady me. Finally, I yielded, nodding. All right, but just for a moment. We stepped out into the courtyard, which had become a field hospital of sorts. The dead had been laid in respectful rows, blankets covering their faces. Survivors tended small fires, cooking simple meals. The wind carried the mingled scents of ash, damp stone, and grief. Ethan guided me to a section of the wall still standing, overlooking the river gorge. Night had fully fallen. The storm abated, leaving a sky thick with clouds lit faintly by the moon's glow. We stood there, silent, absorbing the heartbreak and lingering relief that the fortress still belonged to us. Finally, I spoke. Thank you for coming back, for fighting your way through Garrick's lines. He shook his head. I'd have fought an entire army to get inside these walls. A wave of emotion tightened my throat. You saved lives. We all did. But Cassian escaped. Again. He's out there, feeding Garrick everything he needs. And who knows how many more rogues lurk beyond our borders. We'll deal with it, Ethan said firmly. One step at a time, I turned, meeting his gaze. Torchlight danced in his hazel eyes, reflecting concern. I used to think forging alliances was a form of weakness that accepting a mate forced me to share burdens I should handle alone. My voice wavered. But now I see, none of us can stand alone anymore. His hand brushed my arm. A gentle, yet electrifying touch. Does that mean you're willing to share your burdens with me? Time seemed to slow. Rain droplets clung to shattered stone, reflecting the flicker of torches. My heart pounded. Yes, I want to, a voice inside me whispered. I'm terrified, but I can't deny it anymore. Ethan, my breath caught. Memories flickered, rejecting him publicly. The battles we'd survived. The stolen moments of closeness in the midst of chaos. A swirl of longing, regret, and hope swelled in my chest. Just then, Rowan's voice echoed from across the courtyard. Luna, we need you. One of the delegates has questions about territory lines. I closed my eyes, stifling a groan. Of course, duty called. Always. When I opened them, Ethan's face reflected understanding tinged with disappointment. Go, he murmured. We'll talk again. Soon, I promised, letting my hand linger on his for a second. Then I turned, forcing my expression into a mask of leadership as I strode away to address the next crisis. One day, I vowed silently, I will finish that sentence. Shifting tides, the days following the fortress siege, blurred into relentless effort. We laid the dead to rest in solemn funeral rites, each pack honoring their fallen. Their sacrifices, though tragic, fueled a burning resolve to see Garrick defeated. Meanwhile, we tended the fortress's wounds, repairing broken sections of the wall, restocking depleted arrows, burying the corpses of rogue attackers that had fallen within the gates. Many of the Allied delegates departed afterward, returning to their homelands to spread news of the newly formed Coalition Council and to fortify their own territories. Some left behind small detachments of warriors to help hold the fortress, which had become an operational hub for joint defenses. Ethan and Kane coordinated half of these efforts with Silvercrest's contingent, while I and my Crescent Moon leadership oversaw the other half. Our packs mingled more seamlessly now, each side acknowledging the other's bravery under fire. Bitter suspicion had waned in the crucible of combat. Still, the question loomed. Where is Garrick's main force, and when will he strike again? Scouts ventured deep into the southwestern mountains, returning with vague clues, fresh footprints by an abandoned mine. suspicious lights flickering at night in remote valleys. None found definitive proof of a massive rogue encampment. Cassian, it seemed, kept Garrick's location a secret worth killing for. Amid all this, I wrestled with my own turmoil. My injuries healed slowly. Each twinge reminded me of the precarious line I walked between life and death. And each time I glimpsed Ethan examining a map, training warriors, or simply bandaging his own cuts, I felt a rush of gratitude and a deeper, more terrifying emotion. If the next battle claimed us, would I die without ever embracing what lay between us? Council at the Crescent Moon Lodge, a week later. We convened the first official coalition council at Crescent Moon's lodge. Though partially overshadowed by the fortress's significance, our home territory remained a central seat of my authority and that of my parents before me. The lodge, built of sturdy timber, welcomed delegations from half a dozen allied packs, plus Silvercrest. The main hall buzzed with purposeful energy. Crescent Moon warriors escorted guests to their rooms, while runners ferried messages between the newly fortified southwestern outpost and neighboring territories. The sorrow of recent battles lingered, yet a spirit of camaraderie glowed in small gestures, a shared smile, a nod of respect. I stood at the hall's long table, once used solely for Crescent Moon leadership meetings. Now, it was ringed by a diverse array of alphas, betas, and envoys. Ethan took a seat near me, shoulders squared. Kane, Myra, Rowan, Liana, and a few elders also stood ready. Conversations quieted as I stepped forward. "Welcome, all of you, to the Crescent Moon Lodge," I began. "We come together under the banner of our Coalition Council to share updates, coordinate defenses, and plan the next steps in ending Garrick's threat." Norden from Amber Fangs, seated near the front, bobbed his head. Our outlying territory has seen small rogue raids, likely testing our readiness. We pushed them back with minimal losses. A wiry female from Stoneclaw reported similar harassment scattered rogue attacks that probed boundaries but never pressed an all-out assault. Others echoed the same pattern, a constant drip of rogue aggression, but no sign of Garrick's final blow. Myra frowned, arms folded. "He's wearing us down, keeping us on edge, forcing each pack to guard every corner. We can't mount a large expedition to find him if we're defending ourselves daily," Rowan grunted. "It's working. We're stretched thin." I pressed a hand to the table, leaning forward. "We have to break this pattern. If we remain reactive, Garrick dictates the pace. We need an offensive move, something that flushes him out." Ethan's gaze flicked to me. "You're suggesting we gather a select force, strong enough to challenge Garrick's base directly?" A hush fell. Many around the table paled at the idea of sending their best wolves into unknown territory. But I could feel the tide shifting. We couldn't endure these skirmishes forever. "Yes," I said firmly. A strike force made up of skilled warriors from each allied pack. We moved systematically through the southwestern mountains, searching every rumored hideout. "We won't rest until we find him," Norden grimaced. "That could take weeks, maybe longer, and cost more lives," someone muttered from the back. Ethan stood, projecting calm determination. "Yes, it's risky, but letting Garrick pick us off while we hide behind walls is riskier in the long run. If we show unity and strike fearlessly, we might corner him or at least force him into open battle on our terms." Murmurs rippled. Some delegates nodded, spurred by courage or desperation. Others averted their eyes, reluctant to commit their packs to another uncertain campaign. I felt sweat bead on my brow, knowing how precarious each decision was. Yet we needed consensus. Finally, a young alpha from the smaller Ridgewood pack, a slender man with a bandaged arm, spoke up. "I lost half my warriors in the fortress siege. Another defensive battle like that could wipe us out. I'm in. Better to fight on my feet than be slaughtered in a corner. That sparked renewed discussion. Slowly, one by one, delegates agreed to send a portion of their best fighters for this search and destroy mission. They insisted on leaving enough behind to guard their home territories. Of course, the plan began to crystallize. We'd amass a specialized, mobile force 50 to 60 wolves total, enough to handle skirmishes without crippling any single pack's defenses. Ethan glanced at me across the table, a silent question in his eyes. Would I join this force personally? A tremor shot through me. After all that had happened, the idea of confronting Garrick head-on simultaneously terrified and invigorated me. I'd lost so many, but if we succeed, no one else need die at his hands. Crescent Moon will contribute its best warriors, including me, I heard myself say, voice unyielding. My beta, Rowan, will handle the lodge's defenses in my absence, aided by the elders. We can't ask others to risk what we won't. A hush followed. I braced for protest. Instead, I saw acceptance, even admiration, flicker across the assembly. They respect a leader who doesn't hide behind her walls. Rowan's face was drawn, but he spoke calmly. Then I'll keep the lodge fortified. And if you find Garrick, you'd better call us for backup. We owe him a painful reckoning. Kane exchanged a glance with Myra, then nodded. Silvercrest will join this mission. Alpha Ethan will lead our contingent. I'll remain to oversee our own borders. His tone held unwavering loyalty. Ethan dipped his head in gratitude, but I sensed an undercurrent of tension. Leading a force alongside me would further entangle our destinies. So be it, I thought. We were beyond turning back. A hush of finality settled over the hall as we hammered out the details. Each pack would send a handful of their best warriors, plus supplies enough to last a few weeks in the wild. The scouting force would gather at a forward camp near the southwestern outpost, then embark on a methodical sweep of the mountains. If we found Garrick's lair, we'd strike decisively or call for reinforcements, depending on the scale. The plan was set. Faces showed both resolve and dread. No illusions remained about the cost. Garrick's rogues had proven vicious and cunning. Yet if we didn't take the fight to them, we'd only delay the inevitable. By the meeting's end, delegates were exchanging brisk farewells, anxious to return home and rally their squads. The next time we met, it would be on the eve of a campaign that might reshape the region's fate. I tried to mask my trembling hands, aware that everything now hinged on our ability to unify under dire pressure. After the hall cleared, Ethan approached, gaze searching mine. You're sure about leading this expedition yourself? Your injuries aren't fully healed. My tone remained firm. I won't ask others to risk their lives in a hunt. I'm too frightened to join. Besides, Cassian made it personal. Garrick is threatening my pack. I won't hide. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. All right, but promise me one thing: don't make reckless decisions out there. We do this together, or not at all. A swirl of emotion tightened my chest. He doesn't want to lose me. I promise, I whispered. A faint smile curved his lips, relief mingling with determination. Then let's finish this. Parting words and glimmers of intimacy night settled over the lodge, delegates riding off one by one under the watchful eyes of crescent moon guards. The soft glow of lanterns lit the main courtyard where Ethan and I lingered, exchanging final instructions with Kane, Myra, and Rowan. Liana oversaw the perimeter, ensuring no stray rogues threatened our departing guests. Finally, we were alone near the stables, the din of the day fading into quiet. Overhead, the sky glittered with stars. I rubbed my shoulder, mind swirling with strategy, fear, and a flicker of longing for a moment's peace. Ethan stood beside me, arms crossed, scanning the shadowy tree line. You should rest. We leave in 3 days to gather at the outpost. I nodded, exhaustion tugging at my limbs. I will. He hesitated, then turned to me, voice subdued. Aria. About what almost happened before Rowan interrupted us at the fortress. I know we're about to march into war, but my heart pounded. So many times we'd been cut off, our personal truths buried by duty. I took a step closer, the stable's lantern illuminating the concern in his eyes. I know, I murmured. We can't keep running from this. Breath mingled in the cool air. I recalled the day I'd publicly rejected him, how I once believed he only wanted me for a convenient alliance. Now, I saw a man who'd fought and bled for me, who recognized my strength and vulnerabilities both. And I see how I feel. His hand lifted, hesitant, then settled gently against my cheek. My breath caught. This time, I didn't pull away. Instead, I closed my eyes, leaning into his touch. The storm of unresolved emotions surged to the surface, slowly, as if giving me every chance to refuse. He tilted his head closer. My heart hammered, but I didn't resist. Our lips brushed tentative at first, then a shudder of relief and yearning slipped free. I sank into the moment, forgetting the war, the wounds, the looming darkness. All that mattered was the unspoken bond that had finally found a voice. When we broke apart, breathless, the stable's lantern flickered, illuminating his gentle smile. My cheeks burned, but I felt an odd tranquility settle around me. I'm not sure how to do this, I admitted, voice barely audible. He exhaled, resting his forehead against mine. Neither am I, but we'll figure it out. For a few precious seconds, we allowed ourselves that brief tenderness of fragile promise in a world bent on tearing us apart. Then the clang of metal from a distant guard post shattered the moment. We parted, hands lingering in quiet apology that we couldn't stay entwined longer. A sad smile curved my lips. In 3 days, we marched to face Garrick's shadow. Let's try not to die before we've had a chance to see where we go. He chuckled softly. Deal. Somehow. That small laugh cleansed the tension, reminding me that hope could exist beside dread. We retreated to our respective quarters, hearts still racing, souls precariously bound by the knowledge that we might not survive what lay ahead, but if we did, perhaps we'd finally embrace a future unscarred by regret. In the cold light of dawn, Aria, Luna of the Crescent Moon Pack, stood in the courtyard of our lodge, surveying the assembly of warriors who would soon march out under a unified banner. Months ago, I would have balked at the idea of leading such a force, a coalition drawn from many packs, some of them once bitter rivals. But the battle at the old fortress and the relentless threat of Garrick's rogues had reshaped our world. Now, each face I saw wore a grim determination that refused to yield to fear. The crisp morning air carried the sense of oiled steel and freshly cured leather, of wolves readying themselves for an uncertain campaign. Weapons clinked, horses pawed the ground, and quiet conversations drifted through the courtyard. A mild breeze ruffled the crescent moon banner hanging from the main lodge just beneath it. The Silvercrest banner fluttered, symbolizing the alliance Ethan and I had solidified through countless trials. The plan was bold, even reckless. We would form a specialized strike force around 50 warriors total, drawn from various allied packs, and venture into the southwestern mountains. Our mission: to hunt down Garrick's lair, root out his rogue network, and end his reign of terror. Each pack had sent their best, a testament to how close we were to the brink. No longer could we remain behind fortified walls while Garrick picked us off. I stepped forward to address the gathering. My side still ached beneath layers of bandages. a dull reminder of how close I'd come to death in past battles. Yet the pain also grounded me, reminding me that true leadership demanded sacrifice on behalf of those who followed me. Raking my gaze across the assembled wolves, I projected a calm I didn't fully feel. These men and women, nearly all of them in partial shifts or armed with swords, spears, and bows, watched me intently. Warriors, I began, raising my voice to carry over the courtyard. We march today not as separate packs, but as one force. Garrick has terrorized our lands for too long, spreading fear, orchestrating ambushes, and bending traitors to his will. We have all lost friends and family to his cruelty. Now, we push back. A low growl of agreement rumbled through the assembly. Amber Fangs, Riverstone, Stoneclaw, and half a dozen smaller packs were represented here by their most stalwart fighters. In addition, my Crescent Moon wolves stood proudly at the forefront, and Silvercrest warriors lined up near them. At their head, Ethan held a steady posture that radiated quiet confidence. Just catching sight of him sent an electric ripple of emotions through me: gratitude, longing, and the memory of our tentative kiss days before. We know Garrick is likely hiding deep in the southwestern mountains, I continued. He's gathered allies, possibly entire factions beyond our borders. Our scouts have uncovered rumors of abandoned mines, hidden canyons, and remote enclaves where his rogues train. We'll split into smaller scouting groups to cover ground, but we'll remain close enough to regroup at a moment's notice. Ethan stepped forward to stand at my side, his hazel eyes scanning the crowd. This mission is dangerous. We expect ambushes, traps, and more attempts at infiltration. Watch each other's backs. Keep your senses sharp, and never travel alone. Communication and unity will be our greatest weapons. A murmur of agreement rippled. Many in the crowd had first-hand experience fighting Garrick's rogues. None needed a lecture about their cunning. Still, it was crucial to reaffirm that if we became divided, we'd be easy prey. I took a slow breath, letting the frosty air fill my lungs. We leave within the hour. Check your gear. Say your goodbyes. We don't know how long this campaign will take, but one thing is certain: we will not return until we've done everything possible to end Garrick's threat. Once and for all. With that, a wave of purposeful activity resumed. Wolves tightened saddles, rechecked weapons, and exchanged final words with those staying behind. I signaled Beta Rowan, who would remain in command of Crescent Moon territory, alongside Kane for Silvercrest, ensuring our homes remained guarded against any new rogue incursions. As I stepped down from the dais, Rowan approached, bowing slightly. "Luna," he said quietly, "travel safely. We'll keep the lodge fortified and send help if you signal for it." I clasped his forearm, my throat tight with emotion. "Thank you for everything. I trust you to keep our pack safe." He nodded. "I will. And when you find Garrick, tear him down. For all of us." A fierce determination lit my chest. "Count on it." Dawn departure. The morning sun shone weakly as we left the Crescent Moon lodge behind. Our formation was orderly, reflecting both the discipline of Silvercrest's experienced soldiers and the fierce pride of Crescent Moon's own. Packs that had rarely fought together rode or loped side by side, forging an uneasy camaraderie. At the head of the column, I rode beside Ethan on horseback, each of us scanning the horizon for any sign of enemy observers. Despite the tension, the journey's first day was uneventful. We followed a narrow road westward, flanked by rolling hills and patches of forest. The plan was to rendezvous near the southwestern outpost, still under repair after recent battles, then push deeper into the mountains. During brief rests, I caught glimpses of the evolving dynamics. a crescent moon archer chatting amiably with a Riverstone scout about arrow fletching techniques, two Stoneclaw warriors sharing jokes with an Amber Fangs packmate. War made for strange allies. But as we moved further from our homes, we all felt the pull of unity. Garrick had forced us to this point, and we wouldn't let him win. Ethan's presence at my side was both a comfort and a distraction. Whenever he dismounted to scout ahead, a knot of worry twisted my stomach until he returned with a nod of reassurance. We exchanged few words. Our responsibilities demanded constant vigilance, but every time our gazes locked, an unspoken promise passed between us. We'll get through this. Together. By dusk, we reached a wide clearing sheltered by tall pines, where we decided to camp for the night. The air was crisp, the ground already dusted with fallen pine needles. Quietly, we set up tents and posted sentries in a perimeter. None of us dared a large fire too risky to broadcast our location, so we made do with small, shielded flames for cooking and warmth. After a simple meal of dried meat and hard bread, I checked in with various group leaders. Most reported no sign of rogues yet. We'd spotted tracks on the road, likely old patrols or traveling rogues, but nothing fresh. It worried me Garrick's men usually left more obvious traces if they wanted us to see them. If they were lying low, it meant they were either unaware of our mission or preparing something bigger. Eventually, I slipped away to my own tent, mind swirling with strategy. Before I could step inside, I sensed movement behind me. Turning, I found Ethan there, lantern light flickering across his features. "You've barely rested," he said softly. "Want some company? Or do you prefer solitude?" My heart gave a small jolt. "I could use a moment to talk," I admitted, voice quieter than intended. He nodded, and we moved a short distance from the tents, finding a moss-covered log near a cluster of ancient pines. Stars winked through the canopy overhead. For a time, we just listened to the murmurs of night, the faint rustle of wildlife, the distant hush of a stream. Then Ethan broke the stillness. "How are you feeling?" he asked, gaze studying my bandaged side. Honestly, I let out a ragged breath, letting some of my guardedness fall away. Tired. Sore. Sometimes I worry my stitches will split at a bad moment. I forced a bitter laugh. It's not ideal, leading a war campaign with a half-healed wound. Sympathy flickered in his eyes. He shifted closer, careful not to intrude on my space. "If we come under heavy attack, I want you to promise you'll pull back if you're in danger of tearing your wound open." Frustration tightened my jaw. "I can't promise that. I'm Luna. Ethan. I can't stand aside if my people need me." A sad smile curved his lips. "I know. But try, at least, to balance bravery with survival. We need you alive for more than one reason." My chest constricted as his meaning registered. Slowly, tentatively, I let my hand rest atop his, palm pressing the rough texture of his calloused skin. I'm trying to figure out how to be both a strong leader and a person with fears, attachments, maybe even love," he finished quietly, eyes reflecting a longing I felt in my own heart. Heat rushed to my cheeks. We'd come so far from that day I publicly rejected him, yet the raw, unspoken bond between us felt more real than any forced ritual. "Yes," I said simply, letting the admission hang in the still air. His breath caught. Gently, he turned his hand to lace our fingers together. Night sounds hummed around us, crickets, the faint crackle of distant campfires. "Aria," he murmured, voice barely audible. "There's no shame in letting yourself have that. You've proven time and again how strong you are. And I've never felt anything like this." A tremor coursed through me. each word chipped away at the walls I'd built since my parents' passing. Since I'd taken on the heavy mantle of Luna. Before I could speak, he leaned in. Our lips met in a soft, lingering kiss that chased away the chill of the forest air. We'd tasted this closeness once before, but now, away from the chaos, the moment felt infinitely more precious. When we pulled apart, I found myself clinging to his cloak, as though fearful the world might yank us back to reality. Ethan, I whispered, I don't know how long we'll have. If this war takes a worse turn, he brushed a thumb across my cheek. Then let's cherish what we have. We don't know what tomorrow brings, but that's always been true. Even fated mates must fight to earn their bond. Tears burned behind my eyelids. I'm tired of fighting, I admitted, but I'll keep going if it means protecting our packs. A hollow, sympathetic smile touched his lips. We will protect them, and then, one day, we'll find out what peace feels like. Quietly, we sat there, fingers entwined, heads leaning close. It was a fragile illusion of solace in a darkening world, but I held on to it as long as I could. Eventually, we parted, returning to our respective tents before we roused too much curiosity among the troops. Still, I drifted into uneasy sleep with the lingering taste of hope on my lips, a delicate promise of what might be possible if we survived the trials yet to come. Into the mountains morning broke with a wan sun piercing layers of gray cloud. Our strike force dismantled the makeshift camp swiftly, mindful of leaving no trace for rogues to discover. Then, with minimal delay, we continued westward, crossing the last stretches of forest before the terrain shifted into rugged hills and steep ravines. By midday, we arrived at the southwestern outpost, still partially under reconstruction from prior battles. Palisades lined the perimeter, though the watchtowers bore fresh scars from rogue assaults. Our presence stirred a mix of relief and tension among the defenders. Some recognized me, saluting with battered respect. Others gazed warily at the assembled warriors from different packs, a reminder of how unusual this coalition was. Myra, who'd been stationed at the outpost, stepped forward to greet us, her armor dusty from recent patrols. You made good time, she observed, inclining her head to Ethan. We've had scattered rogue sightings in the foothills, small groups, likely scouts. No sign of a large force, I frowned. They're watching. If Garrick has any sense, he knows we're coming, she nodded somberly. We've doubled the perimeter watch. I'll keep a team here while you push deeper. We'll act as a relay post if you need reinforcements or a fallback point. Ethan took in the half-rebuilt walls. Good. This outpost can handle a small attack, but if Garrick throws his full weight here, we might lose it. Myra's chin lifted. Then we'll make sure that doesn't happen without a fight. I owe Garrick a debt for the wolves he's taken from us. She guided us inside the outpost, a small courtyard thronged with Silvercrest and Crescent Moon guards. Our coalition members filled every spare inch, watering horses and sharing updates. We regrouped in a makeshift command tent, where battered maps of the southwestern mountains lay spread across a rough-hewn table. I traced a finger over the labyrinth of canyons, cliffs, and hidden trails. We'll divide into 4 scouting parties, each with about a dozen wolves. We'll search these marked areas, first sites where our scouts reported suspicious activity. If we find nothing, we move south, then west, covering ground systematically. We stay close enough that a signal horn can call us all together within half a day. Norden from Amber Fangs chewed his lip, eyeing the map. These mines, they're rumored to be haunted by illusions. If the old stories are to be believed, Liana scoffed lightly. Illusions or not, it's where the rogues might hide. We'll check every cavern and shaft if we must. Ethan gestured to a mountain ridge near the center of the region. We suspect Garrick might keep a main camp somewhere around here. It's remote, with vantage points to spot intruders. If Cassian is advising him, he'll pick the most defensible site. The group exchanged uncertain glances. We all knew the terrain would be treacherous, narrow paths, sudden drops, swirling mists. Garrick had chosen well. Still, we had no choice. After finalizing the details who led each party, how we'd communicate, and where we'd rendezvous next, we gathered in the courtyard. The strike force split, each squad checking their gear one last time. My group contained a mix of Crescent Moon and Silvercrest wolves, plus a few from smaller packs who specialized in mountain scouting. Ethan insisted on joining me, determined not to let us separate during this high-stakes hunt. We set off around midday, forging a path into the looming peaks. A hush settled over the outpost as we departed, leaving a skeleton crew behind. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were marching into the lion's den. If Garrick wanted a final confrontation, he'd be waiting. First blood in the foothills. Our squad traveled for 2 days through increasingly rugged terrain. The forest thinned, replaced by jagged rocks and sparse pines clinging to steep slopes. Nights were cold, the wind howling through narrow passes. We found traces of rogue presence, a half-burned campsite here, fresh footprints near a stream there, but encountered no direct resistance. It was as though Garrick's men were content to shadow us, revealing only glimpses to keep us guessing. On the third afternoon, we entered a wooded ravine where thick pines and boulders provided ample cover for an ambush. I tensed, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement. The group advanced in a loose formation, weapons at the ready, eyes flicking between the trees. Suddenly, a muffled snap of a twig rang out, followed by a guttural snarl. Rogues burst from hidden hollows behind rocks, launching a savage surprise attack. Their eyes glinted with feral intensity, claws flashing in partial shifts. "Defensive circle!" I shouted, heart pounding. Our wolves wheeled into action, forming a rough ring to protect archers in the center. Ethan, hair bristling in a rapid partial shift, met the first rogue head-on with a violent clash of teeth and blade. Liana spun to intercept another, her spear glinting in the filtered light. Claws raked my arm as a rogue lunged, snarling. I twisted away, ignoring the flare of fresh pain, and drove my sword into his flank. He hissed, staggering, then recovered with a maddened shriek. Blood sprayed the leaves, an ugly reminder of how quickly violence escalated in these mountains. Our defenders moved in practiced cohesion. A Silvercrest archer loosed arrows, each shaft embedding in rogue flesh. A pair from Amber Fangs flanked another attacker, slashing in tandem. Yet the rogues fought with reckless abandon, as though death no longer frightened them. "They're stalling us or wearing us down," I realized with a sick lurch. Ethan's roar cut through the din as he wrestled a particularly large rogue, driving him into a boulder. The impact echoed, and the rogue slumped, chest heaving. But more emerged from behind felled logs, hurling themselves into the melee. My side throbbed painfully, but adrenaline kept me focused. I parried a slash aimed at my throat, the clash of metal reverberating up my arm. "Allies, push them back." Liana's voice rang. Step by step, we inched forward, refusing to be boxed in. Bit by bit, we gained the upper hand. One rogue fell, another limped away, and the remainder began a disorganized retreat. Slipping back into the shadows of the ravine, panting, I held my sword at the ready, scanning for any sign of a second wave. But none came. The surviving rogues vanished as swiftly as they'd attacked, leaving behind a few of their dead or gravely wounded. Our own squad bore injuries. 2 Amber Fangs wolves bled heavily, and several from Crescent Moon sported cuts and bruises. Ethan, breathing ragged, wiped blood from his lip. Casualties. He managed between gulps of air. A quick head count revealed one wolf had perished, a Stoneclaw warrior who'd been overrun early in the fight. We stood in a grim huddle, hearts pounding. Defeat weighed in our silence. Another name to add to the list of Garrick's victims. Liana knelt near the rogue she'd speared, searching for clues. All she found was a crude tattoo on his forearm, some emblem we didn't recognize. Another sign that Garrick's forces were drawn from various factions, not bound to any single pack's markings. Numbly, we treated the wounded as best we could. The Stoneclaw warrior's body we wrapped in a shroud, intending to carry him back if possible. My side screamed with renewed pain, but I ignored it, assisting with bandaging. My leadership demanded I stand strong, even as grief for another fallen ally twisted my gut. We have so far to go, and already more blood spilled. Unexpected shelter with dusk approaching. We decided to search for shelter rather than press on in the dark. Liana scouted ahead, returning with news of a nearby cave sheltered under a jutting cliff face. Though none of us relished camping in enclosed spaces where rogues might corner us, the cold night wind and our injuries left little choice. We reached the cave entrance by twilight, discovering it was roomier than expected, likely an old bear den or a smuggler's hideout long since abandoned. The floor was dry, sloping upward, while water trickled from fissures in the back walls. Our wounded collapsed, grateful for any respite from the biting mountain wind. Ethan and I organized a rotation of sentries, ensuring the cave mouth remained guarded. Despite exhaustion, we built a small fire in a hollow near the entrance to keep warm. Light flickered on damp stone walls, revealing lumps of old bones, animal remains. Hopefully, not human or wolf. After tending to the injured, I ducked behind a rocky protrusion to remove my tunic, wincing at the sight of fresh blood staining the bandages around my side. With careful motions, I peeled back the cloth. The old stitches had partially torn, the wound oozing. Perfect, I thought bitterly. Rummaging for a fresh bandage from my pouch, a shadow fell across me. "Let me help," came Ethan's low voice. He'd approached quietly, concern etched on his face. Heat and embarrassment welled up, but my pride had finally taken enough blows to accept help when needed. "All right," I said softly, turning so he could see the wound. He knelt, gently cleaning the blood away with a damp cloth. My breath hissed at the sting. "Sorry," he murmured, expression pained. "I should have protected you better in that fight." "Don't," I snapped, though my tone was more weary than angry. "We protect each other. I'm not some fragile thing you can shield from every claw." Ethan's gaze flicked up, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I know, but it still hurts to see you bleeding." Something in his voice undid me. "I know," I echoed, quieter. For a moment, we both let the vulnerability linger. The weight of unspoken feelings layered over the physical pain. Carefully, he applied a fresh salve one of our healers had given us, an herbal mix that stung like fire but helped close wounds. Despite clenching my teeth, I couldn't hold back a hiss of pain. Ethan paused, lightly resting a hand on my shoulder until the worst of the sting subsided. When he resumed, his motions were gentle, meticulous. Finally, he wrapped a new bandage snugly. "That should hold for now," he said, voice thick with concern. "But you need to avoid strenuous fighting for at least a few days." "Not sure we have that luxury," I muttered, tugging my tunic back on. He exhaled. "We'll do our best to keep fights at a distance. Pick them off with archers and ambush tactics. Minimal close combat. We don't want to walk into another ravine ambush," I snorted softly. "Easier said than done." But yes, I agree. Ethan's hand lingered on my arm. The flickering firelight revealed the shadows beneath his eyes, the lines of fatigue marring his otherwise handsome features. "Get some rest," he said gently. "I'll take first watch." I nodded. "Wake me when it's my turn." With a final squeeze of my hand, he left. I slumped against the cave wall, exhaustion rolling over me in waves. Despite the sting in my side, despite the grief and uncertainty, a flicker of warmth kindled in my chest. We're forging this bond in blood and adversity. Maybe that's the only way it could have happened. Eventually, sleep claimed me, restless though it was. Dreams of past battles flickered behind my eyelids, my father's lessons, the old fortress siege, Cassian's mocking grin as he slipped away time and again. When I jerked awake sometime in the night, heart pounding, I found Ethan at the cave mouth, silhouette framed by the moonlight. Knowing he stood guard while I slept brought a tattered sense of peace, and I drifted off again, clinging to that fragile solace. Deeper into peril morning arrived in a veil of pale mist, creeping into the cave to illuminate the weary faces of our group. We broke camp quickly. Our scouts reported no fresh rogue tracks, which could mean Garrick's followers had withdrawn to another vantage point, or that they were stalking us from a distance. Neither option offered comfort. Over the next few days, our journey became a grueling test of endurance. We traversed narrow mountain passes, where loose rocks threatened to send us tumbling into yawning chasms. Bitter winds lashed our cheeks. Sometimes, the only sign of life was the distant cry of an eagle or the faint rustle of mountain goats skittering away at our approach. We found more evidence of rogue activity, a small hidden cache of supplies here, strange glyphs painted on rocks there. But each time we thought we might be drawing close to their main encampment, we came upon empty trails or hastily abandoned campsites. Garrick's men were masters of evasion. It felt like chasing shadows through a maze of stone. At night, our squads converged in defensible spots, caves, cliffside hollows, thought or rarely, sheltered valleys, and traded updates via messenger runners. Some scouting parties encountered minor skirmishes, but no large-scale ambush. Casualties remained low, though morale sagged as the cold, rugged environment took its toll. Wolves weren't meant to traverse such bleak, punishing landscapes for long. Despite my healing wound, I forced myself to maintain a strong front, rallying spirits whenever doubt crept in. Ethan remained at my side, offering counsel and quiet support. When the nightmares of failure threatened me, his presence steadied me. Word of our closeness spread through the ranks, some wolves murmuring that the Luna and the rejected Alpha were mending more than just old wounds. Yet even as gossip swirled, none could deny the unity our partnership inspired. The abandoned mine on the 7th day since leaving the southwestern outpost. Our scouts brought news that stirred the camp. They had discovered a large, abandoned mine entrance high in a rocky valley. The site matched old rumors linking Garrick's hideouts to deserted mining tunnels from a bygone era. A wave of both excitement and trepidation rippled through our ranks. Could this be the stronghold, or another false lead? After a short, tense march, we reached the mouth of the mine. Jagged timber beams framed an entrance carved into the hillside, half collapsed. Chunks of rusted equipment lay scattered about a broken rail track, twisted metal carts. Loose scree underfoot threatened to slide with each step. My heart hammered. If Garrick is inside, we might finally end this. But the tunnels could be a trap. He could bury us alive. We gathered around the entrance, forming a perimeter. Liana, spear in hand, eyed the dark tunnel warily. "Smell that?" she asked, nose twitching in partial wolf form. I sniffed the air, detecting a faint tang of rot. Something died in there, or worse. Ethan exchanged a grim nod with me. We can't ignore it. If this is Garrick's base, we have to check. But we won't all go at once, too risky. Let's send a smaller team first to scout. A plan quickly formed. A dozen warriors, including me and Ethan, would cautiously explore the mine's initial tunnels. The rest would remain outside to guard against any rogues lurking behind us. If we found it was empty or only partially occupied, we'd call in reinforcements. If it was crawling with enemies, we'd retreat and regroup. Darkness swallowed us as we moved inside, lanterns held high. The stale air choked our senses, dust, dampness, and an undercurrent of decay. Echoes of dripping water merged with our careful footsteps. I held my breath at intervals, straining to hear any sign of movement deeper within. Rusted tracks ran along the floor, twisting around corners where collapsed timber beams forced us to duck. Occasionally, we found side shafts branching off into blackness. Each one could hide an ambush or a labyrinth of dead ends. The deeper we ventured, the heavier the silence loomed. "Look," Ethan whispered, halting near a T-junction. He crouched, pointing to footprints in the dust, some relatively fresh, likely made by boots. My pulse sped. "Rogues have been here." Liana brushed a gloved hand over the prints. Several individuals, maybe 3 or 4, passing repeatedly. She checked a half-collapsed timber frame. Could be a guard post. They're not here now, though. We pressed on, following the largest concentration of footprints. The tunnel sloped downward, the air growing colder and fouler. My nerves were on edge, imagining Cassian lurking behind every turn. My side throbbed anew, but adrenaline pushed me forward. Then, faintly, we heard it. A soft, rasping sound echoing from the darkness up ahead. Ethan and I exchanged a wary look. He signaled the group to dim their lanterns. We advanced in near silence, moving with predatory caution. The rasping grew louder, almost like ragged breathing. Rounding a bend, we saw an open space, an old staging chamber. Broken crates and tools littered the floor. Near the wall, a figure slumped against rock, chained at the ankles. The rasping was his labored breath. My stomach lurched. A prisoner. We rushed forward, swords drawn, scanning for guards. None appeared. The prisoner was a young man, clothes torn and grimy. Multiple wounds marred his arms and torso. As we approached, he stirred, lifting hollow eyes. He bore no pack insignia, rogue or otherwise, but his gaze held a flicker of desperate relief. "Help! Help me!" he croaked, voice raw. Liana crouched beside him, checking for booby traps. Finding none, she carefully eased him upright. "Who are you?" he swallowed, eyes darting between us as though expecting betrayal. "Name's Troy, from the Hillhaven pack." He choked on a cough, wincing. "I was taken by rogues. They forced me to guide them through these tunnels. But I collapsed. They left me here to die." A jolt of anger and pity coursed through me. Another victim of Garrick's cruelty. I motioned for Ethan to check the shackles. He used a small tool to pry at the rusted chain while Troy sagged, tears welling in his sunken eyes. Did Garrick do this?" I asked gently. Troy's head bobbed. "I never saw him personally, but they mentioned his name. They said their leader is planning something big, amassing forces deeper in the mines. I tried to escape, so they locked me up. Then Cassian came through, said they'd move further in." He trailed off, breath hitching with pain. Cassian once again weaving his poisonous influence. A quiet rage burned in my chest. "How many are here?" I pressed. "We need to know if this is Garrick's main base." Troy trembled, fear shining in his eyes. "I'm not sure. At least 24 rogues. They talked about linking with more, beyond the tunnels." He coughed violently, spitting blood. "They have. A meeting place deeper down, near an underground river, they said. They'd regroup there. Ethan finished freeing him. Liana handed Troy a small flask of water. Our hearts pounded. An underground river could explain how Garrick's men traveled unseen, connecting to other tunnels or valleys. If that was the case, his domain might stretch far beyond this one mine. Can you walk? Ethan asked gently. Troy tried to rise, but his legs buckled. Malnourished and wounded, he clung to Liana's arm. I'll try. Just don't leave me here. I beckoned two of our stronger wolves. Help carry him out, I commanded softly. We'll send him back to the entrance. If he can recover, he might help us navigate these tunnels. They nodded, gently lifting Troy. With a tortured groan, he allowed them to half carry him. As they moved off, Ethan turned to me, a spark of grim determination in his eyes. This confirms it. Garrick's men are inside, somewhere deeper. If we can find them, we might catch them off guard. Liana stood, dusting her hands. Our next step. Then, we push further in, or regroup outside first. I hesitated, weighing the risks. Venturing blindly into a labyrinth was a prime recipe for ambush. Yet if we retreated now, the rogues might vanish again. We go a bit further, I decided. Scout carefully. If it's too large or heavily guarded, we pull back and gather everyone. The group murmured agreement, each wolf steeling themselves for the unknown. We advanced, following the main tunnel downward into the mine's depths. Dripping water echoed ominously, accompanied by the metallic taste of old iron in the air. My pulse hammered as I recalled the fresh bandages over my side. No room for weakness now. Perils beneath the earth further inside. The passages began branching more frequently, twisting in ways that suggested multiple levels. Some tunnels ended in caved-in rubble, others plunged deeper, where chill air and swirling mist obscured our lantern glow. Our footsteps brushed decades worth of dust and loose gravel. Once, we nearly fell through a rotten plank, bridging an unseen crevice. Still, no rogues. The eerie silence frayed our nerves. Are they watching us from hidden alcoves, luring us deeper? At length, a faint roar reached our ears, water rushing somewhere below. We followed it, hearts taut. The corridor widened into a gallery, where rock pillars dripped with mineral deposits. The sound of water grew louder until we emerged onto a ledge overlooking a vast cavern, partially lit by phosphorescent fungi clinging to the walls. Below, a subterranean river churned, its dark current glimmering with greenish light. My breath caught at the sight. The cavern was immense, easily large enough to hide an entire rogue army, if they found the right nooks and tunnels branching off the main river. The thunder of water made it hard to hear anything else. Liana moved to the ledge's edge, peering down. It's massive, she whispered, voice nearly lost in the roar. They could be anywhere. Ethan's gaze swept the gloom. We can't search this alone. We should. He stopped short as another shape stepped into view on a lower ledge, half hidden by a stalagmite. A rogue scout, partially shifted, eyes reflecting the fungus glow. Our presence had been noticed. Enemies, he shouted, voice echoing off the cavern walls. Immediately, more rogues emerged from behind rocky outcrops, brandishing weapons. We'd stumbled right into their domain. Fall back, I yelled, heart lurching. But the rogues scrambled up the winding paths leading to our perch, howling for blood. We can't hold them off here. Move, Ethan roared, shoving me behind him as a rogue leaped onto our ledge, slashing wildly. Liana intercepted another attacker, spear flashing. Our group formed a tight cluster, fending off the first wave of savage strikes. The thunder of the river reverberated in my bones, intensifying the chaos. Rogues in partial wolf form hurled themselves at us with reckless abandon. I managed to parry a strike, my sword rattling from the force. Another rogue lunged for my leg, but Ethan slammed him aside with a snarl. We teetered dangerously close to the ledge's edge, where a fall would mean plunging into the raging underground river. "Retreat," I gasped, fear scraping my throat raw. If we became overwhelmed on this narrow shelf, we'd be pushed off the edge. "We have to." A new presence loomed. A tall, muscular figure with cruel eyes stepped out from behind a stone pillar, accompanied by two rogues flanking him. My heart jumped. Cassian. His twisted smirk confirmed it. "Hello again. Luna Aria," he called over the din, voice dripping with smug malice. "You've come so far, only to fail here," he laughed, motioning to his men. "Capture them if you can, but kill them if you must." Hatred flared in me. He'd orchestrated multiple attacks, betrayed Crescent Moon, and put countless lives at risk. "You won't escape this time," I snarled, adrenaline coursing. But even as I spoke, rogues pressed us from two sides, forcing our group into a desperate defensive formation. Liana hurled her spear, skewering one rogue who tried to flank. Ethan lashed out, slicing another's hamstring. But for every foe we felled, another advanced, snarling with glee. "Too many," Cassian sneered, seemingly content to watch his minions wear us down. Sweat soaked my palms. We were pinned against the ledge, outnumbered in a hostile labyrinth. If we fell back through the tunnels, Cassian's men would pursue, though that was better than being corralled here. One misstep from a deadly plunge. My side burned fiercely, fresh blood seeping through bandages. "Aria," Ethan barked, voice tight with concern. I saw his alarmed glance at my wounded flank. Another rogue lunged between us, forcing him to parry. He couldn't spare me further help. A savage grin twisted Cassian's lips. "Weak Luna, you should have stayed in your lodge playing alpha." He strode closer, weaving past lesser rogues. "Now you'll die in Garrick's domain." Rage erupted in me at his betrayal, his arrogance, the suffering he'd caused. My instincts flared with wolfish fury, summoning a burst of strength. I parried an attacking rogue's blade, driving him back. Then, ignoring my body's protest, I lunged at Cassian, sword aimed for his chest. He sidestepped deftly, faster than I'd expected. Our weapons clashed in a flurry of steel. Pain blazed in my side, but I gritted my teeth, refusing to relent. If I could take down Cassian, maybe the rest would falter. His eyes flickered with sadistic amusement as he countered. "You're wounded. Even an alpha can't fight forever. Watch me," I hissed. Slashing at his shoulder, he deflected, the shock vibrating up my arm. Each breath burned. My vision swam with tears of exertion. Behind him, more rogues converged on Ethan and Liana. My allies fought valiantly, but we were slowly being pushed back. Despair tugged at me. "This is what he wants to corner us, pick us off." Cassian grinned, pressing his advantage. His blade scored a shallow cut across my thigh. Drawing a cry of pain, I staggered, barely keeping my balance on the narrow shelf. The roar of the river sounded ominously below. Another step, and I might go over. Summoning my last reserves, I tried a feint, aiming low then switching high. Cassian anticipated it, batting my weapon aside. A savage backhand struck my jaw, sending me reeling. My boots slipped on loose gravel near the ledge. My heart seized. I'm falling. A hand clamped around my wrist. Ethan, eyes wild, had abandoned his fight to grab me, muscles straining. He yanked me back from the edge, just as Cassian's blade arsed in a deadly slash. We both ducked, the blade whistling past. Overbalanced, Cassian stumbled, nearly toppling off himself. Ethan growled, adrenaline fueling him. He turned on Cassian, driving him back with a fierce combination of strikes. My vision blurred from pain, but I forced myself upright, ignoring the throbbing ache in my thigh. I tried to raise my sword to assist, but a wave of dizziness nearly dropped me. I'm done. Can't. Before Cassian could regain footing, a sudden shout rose from deeper in the cavern. Rogues whirled, distracted. Another group of wolves burst onto a ledge across the way our reinforcements. They unleashed arrows and hurled spears, sowing chaos among the rogues. A glimmer of hope sparkled. Liana seized the moment, rallying our battered squad to press forward. A volley of well-placed arrows from our allies rained down, forcing the rogues to break formation. Cassian cursed, eyes darting between the approaching reinforcements and Ethan's unrelenting assault. With a snarl, he parried one of Ethan's blows and sprang backward, calling for his men to retreat. "Fall back," Cassian roared. "The Luna can die another day." In a swirl of dust and snarls, the rogues fled, melting into side tunnels before our additional warriors could close in. We were too exhausted to give chase. Our battered group sagged in relief as the last echo of rogue footsteps faded. Ethan's breath came ragged as he turned to me. "Aria gods, you nearly—" I half collapsed against him, trembling. My side and thigh bled freely, each heartbeat a flare of anguish. Yet I managed a faint smile of relief. "You saved me again." He held me gently, eyes frantic with concern. "You're hurt. Let's get you out of here." The newly arrived reinforcements turned out to be a mixed group from Amber Fangs and Stoneclaw. Drawn by the sounds of battle, they helped us secure the ledge, but the rogues had vanished through twisting tunnels. Cassian had escaped once more, leaving behind only taunts and casualties. In a haze of pain, I let Ethan guide me away, letting our allies handle retrieval of the wounded. As we ascended toward the mine's entrance, darkness pricked my vision. My mind whirled. We had proof Garrick's men lurked here, controlling the underground rivers. Cassian was close, but still out of reach. An ominous truth took shape. Facing Garrick in these tunnels would be a nightmare. Even with partial knowledge of the mine's layout, he held every advantage, and my own strength was waning dangerously. Between life and death, by the time we reached daylight, my injuries screamed in agony. Dizziness weighed my steps, blood slicking my bandages. Voices surrounded me, Liana, Ethan, other warriors, but their words blurred. I vaguely felt hands lowering me onto a blanket spread on the ground near the mine entrance. A medic from Amber Fangs, face drawn with fatigue, knelt beside me, cutting away soaked bandages. "Stay awake," she commanded, rummaging for healing salves and needle. "Your wound opened up badly." Ethan's silhouette hovered, worry etched in every line of his posture. He clasped my hand, lips drawn into a firm line. "Hang on." "Aria," he urged. The medic pressed an herb-soaked cloth to my side, sending a jolt of searing pain through me. I cried out, tears spilling. My vision wavered. Time stretched. The world became a swirl of voices, urgent commands. A faint memory surfaced my father's voice, telling me never to surrender to darkness. "Father, I'm trying, but it hurts." I drifted in and out as the medic stitched me. Ethan's grip never left my hand. Each breath felt like fire in my lungs, each heartbeat a new wave of torment. Eventually, the agony lessened to a dull roar, replaced by a dizzy exhaustion. I dimly registered the medic speaking. "She's stable, but she lost a lot of blood. That leg wound is serious. She needs rest, real rest, or she won't heal." Ethan's voice, thick with relief. "Thank you." Darkness swallowed me again. I floated in a feverish half-sleep. Nightmares of Cassian's gloating face, melding with echoes of the underground river. The sense of helplessness nearly choked me. But Ethan's presence remained a fragile lifeline. Sometimes I heard him, or Liana, whispering assurances that I was safe, that I would survive. I wasn't entirely sure I believed them. Days of recovery. When I finally clawed my way back to clarity, I found myself lying in a canvas tent pitched on a rocky plateau, some distance from the mine. A mild breeze ruffled the tent flap. My entire torso felt bound in tight bandages, and a throbbing ache persisted in my thigh. Attempting to sit up sent pain lancing through me. A startled gasp turned my head. Ethan was there, dozing in a chair by my bedside, arms folded across his chest. My slight movement must have roused him. He blinked awake, eyes widening when he saw me conscious. "Aria," he breathed, relief flooding his features. "You're awake." It took effort to speak. How long?" He slid his chair closer, voice hushed. 3 days. "You've been in and out of fever. The medics said the infection risk was high, but we managed to contain it. You were lucky." My memory flooded back, reminding me of the savage fight in the underground cavern. Cassian escaped. I croaked bitterly. Ethan nodded grimly. "Yes, but we gained valuable intel on Garrick's presence in those mines. We also rescued that prisoner. Troy, he's recovering too." He confirmed the existence of multiple tunnel systems, connecting deeper caverns. I clenched my jaw, frustration battling relief. 3 days lost to fever and pain. Have the others continued the search? They have. After we stabilized you, Liana and some of our coalition scoured nearby tunnels. They faced more resistance, so we withdrew further up the mountain. Right now, we're regrouping, waiting for your condition to improve before deciding our next move. Guilt gnawed at me. "I'm slowing you down." Ethan's expression hardened, but his voice was gentle. "Don't ever say that. We wouldn't be here without your leadership. You need to heal. We can't afford to lose you altogether." I swallowed, tears pricking my eyes. "I feel so powerless," I whispered. "Cassian's out there, feeding Garrick our every weakness." He carefully took my hand, warmth seeping into my cold fingers. "Yes, but we're not beaten. Our coalition grows stronger each day. Additional packs have arrived in the foothills. We're containing rogue movements, forcing them to stay underground or risk ambush on the surface. We just need to strategize carefully." Weariness tugged at me. The swirling kaleidoscope of war pressed in, yet a fragile comfort lingered in Ethan's closeness. "Thank you," I mumbled, letting my head rest back against the pillow. "I just need a moment." He squeezed my hand, eyes reflecting both tenderness and simmering resolve. "Take all the time you need. I'll be here." Despite the pain, my heart felt a surge of gratitude and an echo of something deeper. I'm not alone. Whatever comes next, I have him, and we have each other. I drifted off again, lulled by his steady presence and the soft rustle of mountain winds. Although darkness still hovered, hope glimmered at its edges. Fueled by the bond we'd forged in fire and blood, returned to the fray over the next several days. I convalesced in that makeshift camp, tucked among wind-carved cliffs overlooking the valley. Under the medic's strict orders, I remained mostly bedridden, walking only with support to prevent reopening the thigh wound. The inactivity gnawed at me, but each time I tried to rise too soon, dizziness or burning pain forced me back down. In my absence, Liana, Myra, and other leaders took charge of continued scouting. They systematically searched smaller tunnels, branching from the main mine, encountering scattered rogue patrols. Reports reached me that Cassian had been spotted once, leading a group of rogues through a narrow canyon, but they disappeared into hidden crevices before our warriors could catch them. Frustration simmered, but at least we weren't suffering major losses. The biggest concern remained Garrick's unknown army. We still lacked concrete evidence of his true numbers or the depth of his alliances. Some rumored he possessed explosives to collapse entire tunnels. Others swore he commanded monstrous creatures deeper underground. None of it was verified. Fear blossomed in the imagination where facts were scarce. Each evening, Ethan updated me on developments. He brought maps, describing how we steadily pushed rogue lines back from surface routes, forcing them to retreat deeper. The coalition had erected small watch stations around critical passes to prevent rogue reinforcements from entering above ground. Progress was painstaking, but real. By the end of the week, I managed to stand without collapsing, though my side and thigh ached fiercely. Darius, the Crescent Moon healer who'd arrived to assist, pronounced me out of immediate danger, but cautioned I was far from fully recovered. No strenuous combat, Luna, he warned, arching a stern brow, or you risk permanent damage. I nodded with forced patience, though I knew following that directive might be impossible if Garrick launched another offensive. Still, I could at least walk with a staff, resuming some semblance of command. One afternoon, leaning on a makeshift crutch, I emerged from the tent into bright mountain sun. Crisp air filled my lungs. Anxiety melded with relief at rejoining my companions. Outside, a small gathering formed around a newly arrived Riverstone messenger. He spotted me, stepping forward respectfully. Luna, Aria, I have news. Our scouts discovered a network of caves west of here, connected to an underground waterfall. They found tracks suggesting a large group of rogues passed through recently, possibly. Garrick's main force moving deeper. A ripple of tension spread among the listening warriors: Liana, Myra, Ethan, and a few others. I gripped my crutch tighter. They're moving, planning something bigger. Ethan exchanged a grim look with me. We need to intercept them, or at least confirm their location. Agreed, I said, keeping my voice firm despite the fresh tremor of pain at my side. We gather a capable squad, track them, and see if this leads to Garrick or just another splinter group. Liana glanced doubtfully at my crutch. Luna, I assume you'll want to come, but I cut her off. I'm not staying behind again. A chorus of protests began, but I raised a hand. I know I'm injured. I won't lead the charge if it comes to a fight, but our coalition expects my presence. We can't afford the rumor that I'm incapacitated. Liana's jaw tightened. Ethan looked at me, concern shadowing his gaze, but he didn't argue. Instead, he spoke quietly. Then we'll protect you. Just promise if things turn dire, you'll pull back. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak further on the point. I can't be a liability, must stay strong. The messenger continued. We have reason to believe Cassian may be guiding them. Some trackers found fresh footprints matching his size and gait. A flare of resolve lit my chest. Then that's all the more reason to go. Within an hour, we readied a scouting party, fewer than 20 wolves, chosen for speed and stealth rather than brute force. Ethan, Liana, and Myra joined, along with skilled archers and trackers. We'd head west, relying on the Riverstone scouts to guide us to the suspected cave system. If Garrick truly lurked there with a sizable force, we'd gather intel before calling in reinforcements. This time, we aimed to outmaneuver him. Darius fretted over my decision, but eventually relented under my stubborn insistence. Stay near the back, he pleaded. Avoid any direct melee. I offered a weak smile. I promised to try. Ethan and I exchanged a silent look of mutual determination before we set off. Though I leaned on my staff, each step fueled me with renewed purpose. Cassian's treachery demanded a reckoning. Garrick's shadow threatened every pack we loved. We either end this soon or risk being consumed by endless war. A fragile planned travel was slow going. My wounds forced a cautious pace, and the rugged path west challenged even our fittest wolves. We kept vigilant for rogue ambushes. Though none emerged, we spotted occasional movement on distant ridges, as if scouts observed our approach. After 2 days, the terrain steepened into perilous switchbacks. Our guides led us across narrow ledges, where a single misstep could send us plummeting into misty ravines. The wind howled, carrying the scent of damp stone and faint pine. Each night, we found precarious campsites, sleeping lightly with swords or bows close at hand. On the third day, we reached a plateau overlooking a deep valley cut by a winding river. Far below, wisps of fog clung to waterfalls, the thunder of cascading water echoing through the peaks. Our Riverstone scouts pointed to a series of dark openings in the cliffs along the valley's western side. That's where we saw tracks leading into those caves. A hush fell as we took in the vantage. It was beautiful in a harsh way. Yet the knowledge that Garrick's rogues might be skulking there stole any sense of wonder. Myra consulted her map, then looked to Ethan and me. This matches the messenger's description. If they're inside, it's an ideal position hidden from aerial view, plenty of water access, and multiple escape routes. Liana's grip tightened on her spear. We need to check it out, but it's a perfect trap for us too. Nodding, I massaged my aching side. We'll split again. One small group goes in. The rest stay outside to secure an escape route. If the rogues are indeed here in large numbers, we withdraw and call in reinforcements. No heroics. No one argued the logic. We spent the afternoon discreetly scouting the valley's rim, searching for any signs of rogue guards or watchers. Only at dusk, cloaked by lengthening shadows, did we attempt our approach. Cave of whispers, under the soft glow of a half-moon. I joined a half-dozen wolves: Ethan, Liana, Myra, and 3 skilled trackers in descending a winding path toward the largest cave opening. My staff clicked quietly against rocks, each movement sending sparks of pain through me. Yet, adrenaline spurred me on. We're close. Maybe Cassian is inside. The rest of our party stationed themselves among boulders above, bows at the ready, prepared to offer covering fire or signal an alarm if enemies approached. My mouth was dry as we slipped toward the yawning black maw. The roar of waterfalls echoed from the valley, masking smaller sounds of movement. The cave mouth itself was wide, scattered with rubble and lichen. A chilling draft wafted out, smelling faintly of wet earth and old rot. We crept inside, lanterns hooded to minimize light. Guided by Myra's keen night vision, the walls glistened with moisture. Occasionally, rivulets trickled across uneven stone. Unlike the abandoned mine, these tunnels seemed more natural, carved by water over centuries. Twisting passages branched off the main corridor, some too narrow to explore without contortions. We stuck to the widest route, hearts hammering. Then, a faint flicker of torchlight appeared ahead, illuminating a larger chamber. We exchanged tense glances, quieting our footsteps even more. Myra signaled for caution, then led the way. Soft voices echoed, speaking in hushed tones, likely rogues on guard duty. Peering around a rock outcrop, we spied 2 rogues, stationed by a crude barricade of stacked crates and planks. A small fire burned in a makeshift brazier, highlighting their bored expressions. Beyond them, the chamber stretched into darkness. Occasional clanking or murmured voices suggested more life further in. Liana leaned close, whispering in my ear. "We can take them out silently." I nodded, wincing at the twinge of pain. But what if they raise an alarm? If Garrick's entire force lay just beyond that barricade, we'd be swarmed in seconds. Yet we couldn't leave these guards behind us if we wanted to scout deeper. Ethan must have read my thoughts. "We can't turn back now without learning more," he murmured. "We take them, quietly, then move just a bit further to see what's inside." I swallowed. Do it. With silent efficiency. Liana and Myra split up, each circling behind a boulder on opposite sides. The two rogues remained clueless, chatting about something trivial, food shortages, or an errant comrade. My heart pounded, counting each second. Then, in a blur of movement, Liana darted forth, spear tip ramming into the first rogue's back. Myra strangled the second with a swift loop of cord. No time to cry out. It ended in heartbeats. I exhaled shakily. One more sin on our hands, but necessary. We hastily dragged the bodies into a recess, extinguishing the brazier. The chamber beyond beckoned, forbidding. Myra lit a small lantern, holding it low as we advanced. Faint flickers of other torches glowed deeper in, dancing on damp walls. We rounded a bend into a large cavern that dwarfed the entrance chamber. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping water into pools that shimmered under scattered torches. A row of crude tents lined one wall, accompanied by weapon racks and supplies. At least a dozen rogues milled about some sharpening blades, others tending small fires or sleeping. A sizable outpost, but not an entire army. We flattened ourselves against the shadows, breath caught in our throats. If we attacked now, we might kill several, but the rest would swarm us. Cassian was nowhere in sight. This is likely a forward base. Maybe Garrick's main force is even deeper. A sudden voice carried across the cavern, drawing our attention. Two rogues approached from a side tunnel, speaking hurriedly. "Cassian wants all squads ready to move tomorrow," one said. "He says Garrick will be pleased we've secured the route." The other rogue scoffed. "He should have come himself. I'm not risking my neck in that watery hell just to chase stray coalition wolves." My pulse raced. Cassian is here, directing them. But they intended to move further and soon perhaps linking with Garrick's main force. This might be our best chance to catch them off guard if we summoned reinforcements quickly enough. Ethan's eyes gleamed with fierce resolve. He leaned in, whispering to me, "We've seen enough. Let's get out and bring the others." I nodded, ignoring the dull throb in my side. "Yes, let's call the entire strike force. Corner them before they relocate." We began to backtrack, stepping carefully around puddles. Myra led the way with the hooded lantern. Liana covered our rear. My heart hammered louder with each passing breath. If just one rogue spotted us, reaching the barricade, we found the two dead guards exactly as we'd left them. Relief fluttered in my chest. Almost out. We navigated the tunnel leading to the surface, adrenaline surging. Another minute, and we'd be free to muster an attack force. Suddenly, a tremor shivered through the rock underfoot. Far behind us, a thunderous crash echoed, as though part of the cavern had collapsed. Shouts erupted in the distance. I froze, pulse pounding. What now? Ethan pressed a hand to the wall, face taut. They might have triggered an explosive or caved in a tunnel. We need to hurry. We raced for the exit, fear fueling our steps. Dust swirled in the beams of our lantern, the cave vibrating with distant rumbles. The shifting air carried panicked rogue voices, some yelling about a cave-in, others barking orders to secure gear. A sudden catastrophe. Did they do this on purpose? Or is the mine unstable? At last, moonlight beckoned us. We stumbled out onto the rocky ledge near the cave mouth. The night sky felt vast after the suffocating darkness inside. Outside, our watchers sprang to alert, scanning us for injuries. "What happened?" one hissed. Liana shook her head. "A cave-in, we think." No time sound the alarm. We found at least a dozen rogues inside, more deeper in. Cassian's around. They planned to move soon, swiftly. We regrouped. Myra relayed the news to messengers who raced off to the main coalition force. If we acted quickly, we could surround the cave complex, blocking any route Garrick's men might use to escape. The tension soared. This could be the decisive blow we've waited for, or a trap of unimaginable scale. Ethan's hand found my arm. "You did it," he murmured, pride and concern mingling. "We have the intel we need." I managed a shaky nod. "Now let's end it." But as our reinforcements converged, my mind flicked back to Garrick's cunning, Cassian's endless treachery, and the labyrinth below. Something about that collapse felt ominous, as though we were teetering on the edge of a final confrontation that could shatter us all. Through the crisp mountain air, I smelled the tang of approaching storms. War is coming one way or another. The moonlight glinted off the jagged cliff face as Aria, Luna of Crescent Moon, stepped onto the rocky outcropping near the cave entrance. My leg throbbed beneath fresh bandages, and every breath pinched from my still healing side. Yet the pain was dwarfed by the crackling energy that pulsed through our coalition camp. Tents sprawled across the plateau under a star-filled sky. Warriors from multiple packs prowled the perimeter, scanning the dark with wary eyes. From somewhere below in the valleys, the faint roar of distant waterfalls threaded through the night. I tightened my grip on the makeshift staff that served as a walking aid. Only days ago, we had nearly perished in the tunnels beneath the mountains, fighting against Cassian and his rogues in that maze-like cavern. Despite my injuries, we'd gleaned enough information to confirm that a large portion of Garrick's forces occupied a labyrinth of caves branching off from an underground river. Collapses and internal strife suggested they might be planning to move. We had to strike soon, or risk letting them slip away yet again. My gaze drifted over the rows of tents. The flame of each torch, the glint of each weapon, symbolized the unity we'd fought so hard to forge. Wolves from Crescent Moon, Silvercrest, Amber Fangs, Riverstone, Stoneclaw, and beyond now, stood side by side, battered but unbowed. If we could maintain this fragile alliance through the coming trials, we might at last end Garrick's reign of terror. A soft step behind me caught my attention. I turned to see Ethan, tall and steady, approaching. Even in the dim light, I could see the concern etching his features. A gust of wind tousled his dark hair, and the faintest flicker of a smile touched his lips as our eyes met. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked quietly. I shook my head. "Too much on my mind. We're so close to the final confrontation. I can feel it. But I'm worried about my pack, about the cost, about you." He closed the distance, resting a hand gently on my shoulder. "We'll face whatever comes together. That's how we've gotten this far." A swirl of conflicting emotions rose in my chest: gratitude, fear, longing, and a flicker of hope for a life beyond the darkness. The memory of our tender moments returned, fueling me with a warmth that offset the night's chill. I let myself lean against him, just for a breath, drawing steadiness from the way his arms slipped around my waist. "I've seen so many wars," I murmured, voice muffled by the thick hush of night. "But this one feels different. Everything is on the line." His eyes reflected quiet determination. "Because it's not just about territory or pack feuds. It's about survival and the future we might share." He exhaled softly. "I'm not letting Garrick or Cassian take that away from us." A tremor rippled through me at the conviction in his tone. I recalled the day I'd publicly rejected him, so certain that he wanted me only for a political alliance. How foolish that seemed now. He has fought, bled, and nearly died for me, and I for him. Before I could respond, A distant horn note echoed from the ridge above our camp. We both stiffened as the sound, one long, too short, signaled the arrival of a scouting party. Hurriedly, we made our way back across the plateau, hearts pounding with expectation. Any new information could mean the final push is upon us. Dire reports. In the main tent serving as our command post, torchlight revealed anxious faces. Liana stood at a rough-hewn table covered in maps, her spear leaning against one shoulder. Myra and Kane, representing Silvercrest, were close by, scanning freshly delivered notes. A cluster of scouts, dusty and fatigued, waited at attention. Liana bowed slightly when we entered. Luna, Alpha Ethan. These scouts returned from the southwestern gorge. They bear grim tidings. I forced composure despite the jolt of dread in my chest. Speak. One scout, a lean she-wolf from Stoneclaw, took a step forward. We trailed a band of rogues who left the caves. They met up with a larger force just beyond the second river crossing. From what we overheard, Garrick himself is there, mobilizing for a major offensive. Cassian is apparently with him. An electric hush fell, at last. A confirmed sighting of Garrick. Both relief and fear prickled my skin. If the entire rogue army was congregating outside the caves, it meant an end to cat and mouse. But the scale of their gathering could be massive. Ethan's jaw tensed. How many? The scout's expression turned grim. We couldn't get an exact count, but dozens, possibly nearing 100 rogues. And if Garrick has allies beyond, it could be more. The terrain is mountainous, riddled with hidden passes, making it hard to see everything. Myra swore under her breath. They've amassed more followers than we thought. Kane folded his arms. They could be planning to launch an attack against us or slip around to strike our territories. We need to move fast. I gripped my staff, ignoring the ache in my side. So, our options are 1. Meet Garrick's army in open battle, or 2. Try a preemptive strike. But if we wait for them to come here, they might isolate us, cut off supply lines. Our forces are strong, but not infinite. Liana nodded in agreement. A direct assault on a force of that size could be suicidal without a plan. We need to exploit their weaknesses, maybe sabotage their supplies, or catch smaller groups off guard. They've done that to us for months. A solemn pause settled. My mind spun with possibilities. The risk of a full-scale clash in the mountains was enormous. Even with the coalition, we were outnumbered if Garrick had truly amassed 100 or more trained rogues. Yet letting them roam freely could spell disaster for every pack across the region. Ethan spoke quietly. We also have Cassian to consider. He knows our tactics. The best approach might be to divide their forces or force them into terrain that favors us. The fortress siege taught us how determined they are, but also how unity can prevail. Memories of that bloody siege churned my gut. We'd survived only by combining resources and cunning. A repeated scenario might kill half of us. But what choice do we have? From the corner, a young crescent moon warrior cleared his throat. Luna, we do have one advantage. The new watchtowers we built on the southwestern ridges. If we lure Garrick's army into that area, we can use archers, elevated defenses like a partial siege from above. Kane's brow furrowed. We'd need time to fortify. Garrick might not wait. My voice emerged. Strained but resolute. Then we provoke him to attack on ground we choose. Send a squad to harass his flanks. Draw him toward the southwestern ridges. Meanwhile, we concentrate our main force there. When he arrives, we unleash archers from hidden positions. A muted ripple of assent passed through the group. The plan was dangerous, but it leaned on what little advantage we held knowledge of the ridges and prepared watchtowers. If Garrick took the bait, we could funnel his rogues into a lethal zone. But any misstep could lead to our own disaster. We have to trust our allied leaders to hold the line. After fierce debate, we settled on a final outline. A swift raiding party led by Myra would strike Garrick's perimeter at dawn, inflicting damage and retreating quickly. As they pulled back, they'd feign weakness, enticing Garrick to pursue. Our main coalition force, including archers and some newly arrived backup from Amber Fangs, would fortify the ridges. Once Garrick's rogues emerged in pursuit, they'd be caught in crossfire from multiple vantage points. A hush spread when we concluded. Each face in the tent revealed an undercurrent of apprehension. This was it, the final gambit. If Garrick refused to be baited, or if Cassian suspected a trap, we might be forced into a chase across endless mountains. But we had to try. We had come too far, lost too much, for half measures. Ethan glanced at me, the flicker of conviction in his hazel eyes. We'll lead the main defense, side by side. I met his gaze, swallowing nerves. Yes, let's end this. A risky lure dawn glowed faintly over the rugged peaks as Myra and her squad slipped out of our camp. I watched them vanish down the slope, hearts pounding with the knowledge they were walking into the jaws of Garrick's army. Meanwhile, the rest of our coalition broke camp in a hurry. Lyanna commandeered scouts to carry urgent messages to allied packs along the southwestern ridges, instructing them to gather at prearranged points for a decisive stand. The mountainous path was grueling on my injuries, but I refused to ride a horse or be carried. My staff clacked on stone, each step pressing fresh pain into my thigh. Ethan stayed close, offering an arm when my balance wavered. Behind us, a column of grim-faced wolves marched in near silence. We were a patchwork of once divided packs, now knitted together by the pressing threat. Survival had become the common language. By midday, we reached the first watchtower overlooking a steep canyon. The structure was little more than a wooden platform, braced against a rocky outcrop, but it provided a sweeping view of the valleys below. Already, more allied wolves had arrived. Amber Fang's archers clambered up the tower. Riverstone scouts perched on higher ledges, scanning for any sign of Myra's approach or Garrick's vanguard. Ethan, Lyanna, and I conferred with the watch commander, a stout Silvercrest warrior named Tobin. We've positioned archers along these ledges, Tobin explained, pointing out vantage points. If the rogues come from the south, we can rain arrows on them, but we'll need time to coordinate. I nodded. We'll place our heavy fighters at the canyon mouth to block any direct assault. Meanwhile, flanking squads can ambush from higher ground. I paused, ignoring the spike of pain that flared in my side. If we see Myra's group approaching at a run, we open the gates and let them slip through, then close ranks. Tobin's expression was tense. Understood. Let's pray Garrick falls for it. Thus began an anxious wait. Warriors lined the cliffs, some crouching behind hastily built fortifications of stone and timber. We shared hushed conversations, checking weapons and scanning the distance. The hours crawled. My mind spun with worry for Myra's raiding party. If they fail to draw Garrick's army here, or if Cassian anticipates the trap. Ethan joined me at a rocky outpost near the tower's edge, eyes narrowed against the glare of late afternoon sunlight. "You should sit," he said softly. Noticing how I clutched my staff, I managed a tight smile. "I'm fine. Adrenaline keeps me upright." His gaze lingered on the bandages visible beneath my tunic. "I know. But you'll need strength for the battle if it comes," I almost argued. But a wave of dizziness reminded me that exhaustion was real. With a sigh, I allowed him to guide me to a low crate. The moment I sank onto it, relief and guilt waged war in my chest. I can't appear weak in front of the coalition, but I also can't lead if I collapse. Quietly, Ethan lowered himself beside me, scanning the horizon. It feels like a calm before the storm. I nodded, eyes drifting to the arcs of distant peaks. If Myra returns, it might not be calm for long. The hush of anticipation wrapped around us. I thought of Cassian's smug sneer, Garrick's rumored cruelty, the countless wolves pinned between their fangs. We have to end this war so our packs can rebuild, and so we can see if Ethan and I truly have a future beyond survival. The storm breaks as dusk neared. A scout's urgent cry rang out from the tower. We rushed to the edge, ignoring the pain in my thigh. There, far below in the winding valley trail, movement stirred. A cluster of figures bounded over rocky terrain, Myra's squad, chased by a seething mass of rogues. Dust rose in their wake, the low rumble of snarls and barking commands drifting uphill. "They're coming," Liana hissed. Spear at the ready. Tobin sounded the signal horn, two long blasts that echoed through the canyons. Wolves on the ridge leaped into position. The watchtower archers readied bows. My breathing quickened. This is it. Myra's group, maybe a dozen battered wolves, sprinted toward our position, weaving around boulders. Behind them, at least 50 rogues thundered in pursuit, Cassian among them. Though Garrick wasn't yet visible, more shapes stirred in the distance, hinting at reinforcements. The sight of that many enemies chilled me, but the plan was working. The rogues were chasing Myra right into our trap. Ethan gently squeezed my hand. "Steady," he murmured, then raised his voice for all to hear. "Hold until Myra's squad passes the outer barrier. Then strike." A hush of readiness settled. Myra's group bounded closer, the rogues closing in. At the canyon mouth, a wooden barrier braced with rocks formed our outer line of defense. We'd left just enough space for Myra's squad to slip through. Beyond that, hidden archers waited, bows trained on the opening. Moments later, Myra vaulted the barrier, panting heavily. She locked eyes with me across the open ground, giving a nod of desperate triumph. Her squad scrambled behind her, each wolf battered and bloodied. Cassian's rogues, drunk on the thrill of pursuit, surged forward with snarls. Now, a single arrow, fired by Liana, arced through the twilight and struck the lead rogue in the chest. The watchers unleashed a devastating volley. Arrows rained from the tower, from the ledges overhead, from behind rock fortifications. Rogues toppled, howling in shock. Myra's group spun around, weapons raised, joining the lethal counterattack. The trap had sprung. Chaos erupted. The rogues, bunched together, scrambled for cover. Some found partial shelter behind boulders, returning fire with crossbows or hurling spears. Our archers kept up a relentless hail, forcing them to huddle in clusters. I caught sight of Cassian near the center, rallying his men with furious shouts. "Push them back!" Ethan roared, charging down a rocky slope to join Myra's squad behind the barrier. He hacked at a rogue who vaulted over the makeshift wall, sending the attacker crashing onto sharp stones. Another rogue lunged, only to be cut down by Amber Fang's warriors. I forced myself upright, staff in one hand and a short sword in the other. The battlefield was a swirl of dust, fur, and flashing steel. My side screamed, but I refused to remain idle. Step by shaky step, I moved to a vantage point above the barrier, issuing orders to archers, ensuring their lines overlapped. Cassian's men tried to spread out, but we'd chosen this canyon for its narrow approach. They had limited room to maneuver. Liana hurled her spear from an elevated perch, impaling a rogue who attempted to climb the rocks. She yanked it free, face set in fierce concentration. My heart soared at the discipline of our packs, working in concert Riverstone archers, covering amber fangs, shock troopers, Silvercrest swordsmen flanking with crescent moon defenders. Unity in motion. Yet the battle was far from won. Cassian's voice cut through the din, commanding a group of rogues to scale a side slope. They vanished among boulders, possibly seeking a flanking route. I shouted at Tobin, who sent a contingent to intercept, but fear gnawed at me. Is Garrick still holding back, waiting for the perfect moment? Sure enough, a fresh wave of enemy reinforcements appeared near the valley. Ben scores more rogues, with stronger shields and savage war cries. My chest tightened. So many, more than expected. They surged forward, launching a renewed push that battered our barrier. Warriors on both sides fell, blood staining the rocky ground. Ethan, battered but unyielding, stood atop a fallen log bridging a gap in the barrier, cutting down rogues who tried to force a breakthrough. Our archers rained arrows overhead, but the rogues used crude shields or partial shifts to lessen the impact. Step by step, they advanced, their numbers threatening to overwhelm us. A roar of fury split the air, and a towering figure strode into view behind the second wave of rogues. My blood ran cold. Garrick. This was no rumor or shadowy rumor. He was here in flesh, clad in battered armor, face twisted with a sneer. Scars marred his muscled arms, and the sheer aura of his presence seemed to embolden his followers. "Your packs are weak," Garrick thundered, voice echoing off the canyon walls. "No alliance can stop me. Surrender, or I will paint these rocks with your blood." A defiant chorus rose from our side, wolves snarling, refusing to yield. But I sensed the tremor of fear in many hearts. Garrick had a legendary reputation, rumored to have killed entire packs for crossing him. Now he stood at the threshold of our carefully laid trap, glaring with malevolent confidence. Ethan, from his vantage, locked eyes with Garrick across the churned battlefield. I saw rage flicker in his gaze, rage for the fallen, for the months of torment. My knuckles whitened around my sword hilt. We can't falter now. This is the confrontation we wanted. Garrick motioned to his rogues, who fanned out, preparing a coordinated assault. Some hammered at our barrier. Others scrambled up the canyon slopes to target archers. The line threatened to buckle. My chest tightened with panic. Even with the advantage, they outnumber us. An arrow whistled past my ear, lodging in a rogue behind me. Another volley soared from the tower, thinning the enemy ranks but not stopping them. A Stoneclaw warrior yelped as a rogue clamped wolf jaws on his arm. Myra parried a spear thrust, shouting for help. The canyon thundered with the cacophony of clashing steel and howling wolves. My own pulse hammered in my ears, overshadowing the searing ache in my side. Suddenly, Garrick charged forward himself, smashing aside his own men to personally tear into our lines. He seized a Silvercrest fighter by the throat, hurling him into the barrier. With a savage grin, Garrick's partial shift manifested claws and fangs glinting in the torchlit gloom. Warriors scattered, some flinging themselves at him only to be battered aside. His strength was terrifying. Ethan leaped down from the log, blade flashing in challenge. "Garrick," he roared, voice ringing above the battle's din. "Face me, if you dare." Garrick halted, turning with predatory precision. A dark chuckle rumbled from his throat. "So you're the meddling alpha who joined forces with the Luna Aria." His lips curled in disdain. "I'll enjoy breaking you." They closed on each other in a swirl of dust, crossing blades with a jarring clash. Sparks flew. Ethan matched Garrick's savage power with nimble footwork, his partial shift granting heightened reflexes. But Garrick, bigger and more experienced, delivered crushing blows that forced Ethan back step by step. Fear seized me as I saw Ethan's face taut with effort. Garrick is stronger than any foe we've faced. I lurched forward, intending to help, but Liana's voice cut across the chaos. Luna, behind you! I spun, sword barely rising in time to block a rogue's slash. Pain flared in my side as the impact rattled through me. The rogue snarled, pressing the advantage, but I mustered a burst of adrenaline to slash back, forcing him off. Another tried to flank me, but an Amber Fang's warrior intervened, hacking the rogue down. Yet I could do little more than fend for myself, pinned in the swirling melee. My gaze darted back to Ethan's duel with Garrick, heart pounding. He can't fight alone forever. But the press of enemy wolves prevented me from reaching him. Arrows hissed overhead, archers aiming to keep the bulk of rogues at bay. But Garrick fought unimpeded. Their blades clashed repeatedly, each strike resounding with lethal force. At one point, Garrick slammed a forearm into Ethan's chest, sending him stumbling. Ethan recovered with a slash at Garrick's midsection, drawing a thin line of blood. Garrick merely snarled, eyes blazing. A brutal overhead blow nearly caved in Ethan's guard. Moon Goddess, help him. A dangerous twist suddenly. From the periphery of the battle, a new swirl of movement drew my attention. Cassian. He and a handful of rogues had broken away from the main fight, making a beeline for the rocky slope leading up to the watchtower. I saw them cut down 2 Amber Fang's wolves who tried to block them. Terror lanced through me if Cassian seized the tower. He could slaughter our archers or break the vantage we relied upon. We'd lose our crucial advantage. My eyes flicked to Liana. She was embroiled in her own fight, pinned by 2 rogues at once. A wave of desperation welled up. Someone has to stop Cassian. I willed my battered limbs to move. Summoning the last dregs of energy, I lunged free of the melee, hobbling after Cassian's group. Pain spiked in my leg with each step, but I gritted my teeth, pushing onward. My staff had been lost in the fray, only my sword remained. Up the slope, Cassian and his men advanced, ignoring a rain of arrows from the tower. 3 watchers tried to hold them off, but were overwhelmed. One tumbled down the rocks, screaming. Cassian glanced back, sneering when he spotted me approaching. Still standing. Luna. He taunted over the din. Impressive. But your luck is running out. My blood boiled at the sight of him. This traitor had haunted my pack for months, orchestrating attacks, mocking us at every turn. If he destroyed the watchtower, we might lose the entire battle. I forced my throbbing leg forward, rage fueling each labored stride. I won't let him sabotage everything we've built. Cassian motioned for 2 rogues to intercept me while he and another continued upward, glaring. I braced myself as they lunged. Our blades clanged in a savage exchange. My side burned, sweat stinging my eyes. But I channeled every ounce of fury into deflecting their strikes. The memory of my father's lessons guided me. Use your enemy's momentum. Strike fast. Keep your stance firm. One rogue overextended, leaving his flank open. With a hiss, I plunged my sword into his ribcage. He gasped, collapsing. The second rogue slashed at my shoulder, tearing fabric and grazing flesh. But I jerked aside, ignoring the flare of agony. No time for fear. Twisting my blade free, I spun and slashed the second rogue's thigh. He bellowed in pain, staggering. A quick follow-up strike felled him. I stood panting, drenched in blood, some mine, some theirs. Moon Goddess. The first prayed, reeling from the strain. But Cassian was still climbing. Steps from the watchtower. I have to keep going. Stealing a breath, I stumbled after Cassian, limbs shaking. The path grew steeper, strewn with loose rocks. Arrows zipped overhead, some from allied archers, some from rogues firing back. My ears rang with the echo of distant cries. Chaos everywhere. In a final burst of effort, I reached the watchtower's base. Cassian stood at the rickety ladder leading to the platform, where two of our archers desperately tried to reload. His rogue companion snarled, brandishing a spear. Cassian aimed a crossbow up at the watchers. "No!" I yelled, voice raw. With trembling hands, I hurled a small throwing knife I kept at my belt, aiming for Cassian's arm. The blade caught him in the forearm just as he pulled the crossbow trigger, spoiling his shot. He cursed, staggering back, crossbow bolt shooting harmlessly skyward. The rogue with the spear spun, charging me. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance on the rocky ledge. He thrust viciously at my chest. I barely deflected, pain jolting my arms. Another thrust came at my leg. I hopped aside with a ragged cry, boots slipping on loose gravel. The spear grazed my calf, ripping cloth and flesh. Focus. I mustered a final surge of will, batting the spear aside with a clang. Then, with a desperate lunge, I drove my sword into the rogue's torso. His eyes went wide, a gargled snarl escaping before he slumped, gasping. The first tore my blade free, nearly collapsing under the wave of exhaustion and agony. My vision blurred. No time to rest. Cassian still. He pounced like a viper, snatching my wrist in a crushing grip. My battered body failed to react in time. With savage force, he twisted, disarming me. My sword clattered away. Searing pain flared in my wrenched arm. Panic flamed. He's stronger than I realized. Cassian's face twisted in triumphant malice. "You should have stayed down," he hissed. Blood from my throwing knife wound dripped along his arm. "Now I'll finish what we started in the mines." He slammed me against the watchtower's wooden support post, the impact rattling my wounded side. Pain tore a scream from my throat. My ears rang. He pinned me with an iron grip, free hand snatching a dagger from his belt. "You're too stubborn, Luna," Cassian growled, pressing the dagger's tip to my neck. "Garrick wants you alive, but maybe I'll deliver a corpse. Less trouble that way." Cold dread coiled in my gut. My left hand scrabbled for a weapon, finding only empty air. Is this how it ends? A sudden roar above one of our archers leaped from the watchtower platform, tackling Cassian from behind. They crashed to the ground. I staggered aside, chest heaving, vision spinning. Thanked the moon goddess. The archer, a young crescent moon wolf, struggled with Cassian, each trying to overpower the other. Cassian snarled, elbowing the archer in the jaw, then slashed across the poor wolf's abdomen. The archer collapsed with a cry. Fury blazed anew in me, but my body refused to respond. I can barely stand. Cassian rose, dagger dripping. He pinned the wounded archer with a boot, then swung his gaze back to me, lip curled. "Stay still this time," he snarled, stepping forward. My battered limbs trembled. I had no sword, no energy for more than a feeble defense. The dagger gleamed as he lifted it. Then, an arrow whistled from the side, embedding in Cassian's shoulder. He howled, dropping his dagger. Another arrow flew, striking him in the thigh. A third soared, but Cassian twisted, avoiding a lethal hit. My head jerked toward the source liana, perched on a small outcrop. Bow in hand, eyes blazing with savage focus. Blood trickled from a cut on her temple, but she drew another arrow, unwavering. Cassian's face contorted with pain and anger. He pivoted, stumbling as his wounded leg buckled. Gasping, he scanned the battlefield below, where the tide of conflict raged. Archers pinned his rogues in the canyon. Ethan still locked with Garrick. Cassian spat, pure loathing shining in his eyes. "This isn't over," he snarled. With a final glare at me, he turned and scrambled away along the ledge, half limping, half running. Liana loosed another arrow, missing by inches as he ducked behind a boulder. I heard his ragged curses fade into the din. My knees buckled, and I sank against the tower's base, chest heaving. He's gone. Again. But at least the tower is safe. Liana rushed over, bow clattering down as she grabbed my shoulders. "Aria, moon above. Are you?" "I'm alive," I rasped, every muscle quivering with pain. The archer. My eyes darted to the wounded crescent moon wolf. Liana hurried to him, pressing a cloth to the slash in his stomach. I tried to crawl closer, but fresh agony in my side pinned me down. I can't do anything. Guilt and grief twisted in my chest. From below the watchtower, the battle still raged, but I caught glimpses of our lines holding strong. Rogues lay strewn on the canyon floor. Arrows rained from above in coordinated volleys. We're winning, but an icy dread sank in. Where's Ethan? Showdown with Garrick refusing to succumb to pain. I forced myself upright, crawling to the tower's edge. Through swirling dust, I glimpsed Garrick's massive form near the canyon barrier. He and Ethan circled each other in a brutal dance, both battered, covered in cuts. Garrick had a gash on his brow, blood streaming down one side of his face. Yet he still moved with formidable power. Ethan, chest heaving, favored one shoulder that hung at an odd angle. They're both on the brink. I clenched my jaw. I have to help. But I could barely stand, let alone fight. Liana was tending the wounded archer. The rest of our allies were pinned by ongoing skirmishes or occupied with other rogue sub-commanders. My heart thundered. Ethan is alone against Garrick. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me, primal, unstoppable. I won't watch him die. With a strangled grunt, I retrieved my sword from where it had fallen and rose, leaning heavily on the watchtower's post for balance. Pain battered me, but I forced my legs to obey. One last effort, step by agonizing step, I descended the rocky path, ignoring Liana's alarmed shout behind me. All around, battered wolves recognized me limping toward Garrick's location, their eyes flashing with a mixture of respect and fear. The path opened into the canyon floor, strewn with corpses and debris. Arrows still flew overhead, but the concentration of fighting had thinned as many rogues fled or collapsed. Garrick's personal guard lay dead or incapacitated, leaving him locked in single combat with Ethan. I drew nearer, breath ragged. Garrick swung a devastating blow that clipped Ethan's blade aside, forcing Ethan to roll away. Stone shards flew as Garrick's strike bit into the ground. Ethan lunged back, scoring a slash on Garrick's arm. But Garrick retaliated with a powerful backhand that caught Ethan's jaw. He stumbled, knees buckling. A snarl tore from my throat, summoning every scrap of will. I hefted my sword and thrust forward. "Garrick," I bellowed, voice raw. "Face me," he twisted, eyes flaring. For a heartbeat, shock flickered in his expression seeing me, battered and bloody, still standing. Then contempt replaced it. "You never learn, Luna. I'll crush you both." Ethan, gasping for air, regrouped at my side, blade trembling in his grip. Our eyes met, forging silent resolve. Together, Garrick roared and charged, blade arcing overhead. Ethan intercepted, but the impact threw him back. I lunged in, slashing at Garrick's flank. He twisted, knocking my sword aside, nearly disarming me with raw force. My side burned fiercely. Pathetic. Garrick spat, delivering a brutal kick to my leg. I yelped, almost toppling. Ethan seized the opening to slash at Garrick's ribs, drawing blood. Garrick howled in rage, spinning to smash Ethan in the chest with an elbow. Ethan crumpled to one knee, coughing violently. Time seemed to slow. Garrick loomed, raising his weapon over Ethan's exposed form. No, an unstoppable wave of fear and fury surged in me. I won't let you kill him. With a feral cry, I flung myself forward, ignoring the searing protest of my wounds. My sword crashed into Garrick's blade, deflecting it mid-swing. Sparks showered as we locked weapons. His face twisted in surprise. I strained against his overpowering strength, arms shaking, refusing to yield an inch. You can't win, I growled, though my vision blurred from pain. Garrick's eyes flashed with annoyance, and he shoved back, nearly sending me sprawling. But a flicker of movement behind him caught my eye. Ethan, mustering strength for one last strike. Garrick raised his blade, aiming to cut me down. Now, Ethan. I twisted aside at the last instant, forcing Garrick's balance to shift. Ethan lunged upward, blade driving into Garrick's exposed side. A choked snarl escaped Garrick's lips as Ethan's sword sank deep, angled up beneath his ribs. Shock rippled across Garrick's features, disbelief that he, the mighty warlord, had been outmaneuvered by two battered wolves. Blood poured from the mortal wound. He swayed, mouth working soundlessly. Then, with a final, rasping breath, he collapsed onto the rocky ground. Silence, broken only by our ragged breathing. I staggered back, sword slipping from my grasp. Garrick's massive form lay still, eyes vacant. He's dead. It's over. A storm of emotions tore through me: relief, horror, exhaustion. I half expected him to rise again, to unleash some last savage blow, but he remained motionless. The warlord who had tormented so many packs, ended by our combined strike. Ethan sank to his knees, blade dropping from limp fingers. Sweat and blood streaked his face. I forced myself over, knees buckling, and cradled his shoulders. Ethan, Ethan, I whispered, heart pounding. He coughed, wincing. I'm all right, just can't breathe. Bruises marred his chest, and cuts lined his arms. But he was alive. A fierce sob racked me, half laughter, half relief. We clung to each other as the battlefield hush broke, scattered cheers and cries echoing. Liana rushed in, panting, eyes wild as she took in Garrick's corpse. Myra and Kane followed, battered but intact. A wave of realization spread among the onlooking wolves, many dropping to their knees or letting out howls of exhausted triumph. The infamous Garrick was fallen, his army shattered or fled. My heart hammered with the knowledge that while this victory cost us dearly, the reign of terror that had haunted our lands might finally be at an end. Aftermath and a stolen light, though Garrick lay dead, the remnants of his forces still lurked in the canyons. Sporadic fighting raged into the night as our coalition hunted down rogue stragglers or accepted their surrenders. Some rogues threw down weapons, claiming they'd been coerced. Others fought to the last, fueled by blind loyalty or fear of Cassian. By dawn, the majority had been scattered, captured, or slain. We established a makeshift field hospital near the watchtower. Healers from various packs worked tirelessly to save the wounded. I hovered outside a large canvas tent, stomach in knots. Ethan was inside, receiving care for his cracked ribs and multiple lacerations. My own wounds had reopened during the final confrontation, leaving me dangerously weak. Yet I refused to rest until I knew he was stable. Liana approached, an anxious slump to her shoulders. The healers say Ethan will pull through. He needs time, but the injuries aren't fatal. She paused, voice thick. You should lie down. Luna, you're pale as a ghost. Tremors racked my limbs. Relief that Ethan would survive warred with my body's scream for rest. Thank you, I whispered. And you, your head. She touched the bandage on her temple with a wry grimace. Just a graze. I'll live. We exchanged weary, thankful smiles. The cost had been devastating, dozens dead or maimed. The canyon floor a graveyard of unfulfilled destinies. But Garrick's threat was over. Cassian, however, remained at large. No one had found his body among the dead, nor any sign of his escape. A pang of unease tugged at me. He won't let this go. At last, I allowed Darius, the crescent moon healer, to lead me to a smaller tent for my own injuries. Once inside, the exhaustion of countless battles overwhelmed me. My eyes fluttered shut as I collapsed onto a cot, darkness rushing in. The last thought flitting through my mind, please, let this truly be the end of terror. A fragile peace for the next few days. The battlefield at the canyon slowly transformed into a hub of recovery and regrouping. Allied packs collected their dead, offering funeral rites under the solemn hush of the mountains. Row by row, we honored the fallen with shared rituals that blended our various pack traditions into a single tapestry of mourning and unity. Scouts confirmed that the rogue forces had disbanded. Without Garrick's leadership, the scattered survivors either surrendered or fled beyond our borders. Some tried to return to the caves, but our coalition kept watch, determined not to let a new warlord rise from Garrick's ashes. Ethan and I remained in the makeshift medical encampment. Though I yearned to help coordinate, my body demanded respite. We spent hours side by side in adjacent cots, healers scolding us for trying to move too soon. At night, we'd exchange hushed words about the future, or simply lie in companionable silence, letting our joined presence soothe the horrors of battle. One evening, as I dozed fitfully, I heard soft footsteps. My eyes cracked open to see Ethan, propped on an elbow, gazing at me across the dimly lit tent. Bandages wrapped his ribs, and bruises darkened his skin, but relief emanated from him like a gentle warmth. "How do you feel?" he asked softly. I forced a wan smile. "Better. Now that I'm not bleeding all over the place." His lips curved, but worry lingered in his eyes. "We've come a long way. Do you remember how you once rejected me in front of everyone?" A pang of guilt stung, mingled with the faintest laugh. "I was so certain you only wanted me for politics. Now I can't imagine how I ever believed that." He sighed, reaching across the gap to weave our fingers together. "We were both stubborn, and fate doesn't smooth the path, it only points the way. What matters is, we're here now, with a chance to build something real." A hush settled as the weight of his words penetrated. If the war is truly over, can we finally claim the bond we fought so hard for? My heart hammered with a mix of hope and uncertainty. We still had to return to our packs, heal old wounds, unify a region torn by violence. Yet the thought of guiding our people side by side filled me with a tenderness I never expected. Ethan squeezed my hand. "I know tradition says the Luna and Alpha forging a mate bond can unify packs, but I don't want that to overshadow your individuality. I love your strength, your mind, and your heart, not just your role." Tears pricked my eyes. Love, the word hung between us, potent and undeniable. Slowly, I brought his hand to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to his knuckles. "I love you too," I whispered, the admission raw and liberating. "No matter what happens next, that won't change." The flicker of a grateful smile softened his features. In that moment, lying among blood-stained bandages and the fading echoes of war, We finally acknowledged the truth that had grown through conflict and heartbreak. Our bond transcended destiny's decree, shaped by genuine respect and devotion. Let the rest of the world see, or not. We are done denying it. The looming threat of Cassian, despite Garrick's defeat, one shadow still loomed: Cassian. Scouts scoured the mountains, but found no trace of his body or any sign of capture. A few rogues we interrogated claimed he fled north with a handful of loyalists, vowing revenge. The knowledge gnawed at me, keeping me restless through my convalescence. He won't simply vanish. One afternoon, as I hobbled around the camp on my staff, I found Kane waiting for me near the perimeter. The Silvercrest Beta had come from a patrol. "Luna," he greeted, dipping his head. We discovered a trail leading toward the old fortress route. It might be Cassian's band. I frowned. The fortress? We left a small garrison there, but it's not heavily defended since the main battles moved here. Could Cassian be aiming to capture it? Kane shrugged. It's possible. Or he could be trying to draw us away. Some watchers reported glimpses of a group traveling stealthily at night. Concern tightened my chest. We can't let him gather new allies or sabotage our territories. But we also can't chase shadows if we're still healing. Kane nodded. Agreed. Just keep in mind that if Cassian wants revenge, he may strike at something you hold dear: your lodge, your fortress. Or, he didn't finish, but the unspoken meaning hung in the air. He could come for me, personally. I thanked Kane, mind racing. The idea that Cassian might mount a desperate last-ditch assault weighed heavily. Should we muster a contingent to track him down, or remain here to stabilize the region? The coalition is exhausted, but ignoring Cassian's threat could be lethal. When I returned to the medical tent, I found Ethan awake, discussing strategy with Liana. At my arrival, they fell silent. I relayed Kane's news. Ethan's mouth set in a hard line. Cassian won't stop until he's avenged Garrick, or until we end him once and for all. Liana's eyes flicked between us. We can't muster everyone again. The packs are battered and want to go home. But maybe a smaller elite group can track Cassian if we confirm his location. We owe it to ourselves to finish this. My side twinged. One last mission. Or risk letting him strike from the shadows. A sense of weariness pressed down. Yet I couldn't ignore the countless lives Cassian had destroyed. All right, I said quietly. We'll watch for any sign of his trail. If we find proof he's near the old fortress or heading toward Crescent Moon, we'll act. Ethan nodded, grimly resolved. He won't catch us off guard again. A return to Crescent Moon, after another week of tending to the wounded and ensuring the region's stability. We finally deemed it safe to break the main camp. Packs began dispersing to their homelands, carrying bittersweet pride from toppling Garrick and mourning the losses suffered. Our alliance had proven victorious, though the cost weighed heavily on every farewell. Ethan and I, accompanied by a modest entourage of Crescent Moon and Silvercrest wolves, prepared to return to the Crescent Moon Lodge. We left behind a few squads to patrol the southwestern ridges, ensuring no rogue resurgence. The battered watchtowers and canyon outpost became permanent outposts of our new cooperative defense, a sign that unity would endure beyond the crisis. Traveling back felt surreal. As we descended from the harsh mountains into more familiar forests, a hush of relief mingled with the ghosts of heartbreak. My wounds, while still limiting, had improved enough to ride a horse, albeit gingerly. Ethan rode beside me, occasionally exchanging wry smiles as we marveled at the simpler beauty of tall pines and singing birds reminders of life outside constant war. At last, the Crescent Moon Lodge rose into view. My heart clenched with emotion. Once, I had strolled these grounds convinced I must bear every burden alone. Now, I approached with Ethan at my side, having learned the power of shared struggles and mutual devotion. A wave of pack members poured forth, cheering or releasing anxious tears at our arrival. Rowan, my beta, greeted me with a deep bow, eyes glistening. "Welcome home, Luna," he said hoarsely. We feared the worst, but rumors spread of Garrick's defeat. I dismounted carefully, wincing at the pull in my thigh. The rumors are true. Garrick is dead, his army scattered. But Cassian remains a threat. A shadow flickered in Rowan's gaze. Then we'll stay vigilant. For now, come inside. Your pack awaits your leadership. We have so much to do. Rebuilding trust, restocking supplies for winter. He trailed off, voice trembling with relief. A tired smile touched my lips. Yes, let's begin. Ethan dismounted as well, tipping his head respectfully. Some crescent moon wolves eyed him with curiosity or uncertain admiration. The rumor that I'd once rejected him might still linger, but now the weight of what we'd accomplished overshadowed old judgments. We entered the lodge together, greeted by warm embraces, tears, and prayers of thanksgiving. For the first time, a glimmer of peace stole over me. We can rebuild. We can find a future. Trials of rebuilding. The following weeks turned into a blur of reconstruction. My pack had endured months of strife, lack of supplies, structural damage to outlying farms, a tense climate from repeated rogue threats. Now came the labor of resettling families who had fled, repairing storehouses, and healing emotional wounds left by war. Ethan lent Silvercrest's assistance, dispatching workers to help rebuild our watchtowers and roads. A wave of solidarity spread among the younger wolves, who'd never known a time without fear. Allies from Amberfangs and Stoneclaw visited as well, forging new trade agreements. A network of cooperation blossoming at last. Amid these busy days, I found fleeting moments with Ethan, quiet walks along the lodge's perimeter at dusk, stolen laughter while we checked inventory ledgers. Our bond deepened in subtle ways, the intense passion of battle giving way to gentle companionship. Yet a quiet tension underlay everything. Cassian is still out there. Rowan reported scattered sightings of suspicious figures near the old fortress, but no confirmation it was Cassian's band. We sent scouts, found nothing. The fortress garrison remained alert. Weeks passed without direct confrontation, leading some to hope Cassian had left for good. I wasn't so sure. One evening, as we finished final discussions with Rowan and the elders, Ethan led me outside to the orchard behind the lodge, where blooming apple trees cast dappled shadows in the setting sun. The memory of training there, of my father's presence, swam through me. A bittersweet ache tightened my chest. Ethan paused near a tree bearing late summer fruit, turning to me with an earnest expression. "We've come so far, Aria. The packs are stabilizing. The region breathes easier. But one question remains about us." My heart fluttered. "Yes." He gently took my hands in his, calloused palms enveloping mine. "We stand on the threshold of peace, and I realize I don't want to face another day without fully acknowledging what you mean to me. My pack, your pack, they deserve to see us united, if that's what we choose." Emotion clogged my throat. "Is he?" Ethan dropped to one knee, eyes never leaving mine. "Aria, Luna of Crescent Moon, the woman who fought beside me, bled beside me, and who taught me what genuine love and respect look like. Will you accept me now not just as an ally, but as your mate, by choice and by heart?" Tears spilled freely. My chest ached with gratitude, relief, and a shy joy that war had long denied me. I recalled that night of public rejection, the hush that had condemned us both. Now, With trembling lips, I nodded. Yes, yes, I will. He rose, gathering me into his arms. Our lips met in a kiss that sealed months of struggle, forging a promise that transcended destiny. Beneath the orchard's rustling leaves, I let go of old fears, embracing the man who had proven his devotion beyond all doubt. When we broke apart, breathless, I rested my forehead against his. Thank you for never giving up on me. He pressed a tender kiss to my temple. We both fought for this. A swirl of excitement and nervousness thrummed in my veins. A ceremony to formalize our bond would send ripples across our packs, uniting Crescent Moon and Silvercrest in a union once tainted by my rejection. But now, it could herald a new era of unity and hope. Love and danger intertwined. News of our upcoming ceremony spread quickly through Crescent Moon. Joyous chatter replaced the gloom that had hung over the lodge. Preparations began for a simple but meaningful event, weaving together Crescent Moon traditions with Silvercrest's customs. The elders, at first cautious, warmed to the idea once they saw how it lifted morale. At last, something to celebrate. Yet even in this blossoming happiness, Cassian's specter lingered. Patrols reported suspicious movements near the old fortress footprints, glimpses of armed wolves skulking at night. I ordered increased vigilance, but no direct contact occurred. With each passing day, anxiety coiled tighter in my chest. Ethan noticed my worry. One afternoon, as we inspected the orchard's expansions for the ceremony, he placed a hand on my back. Something troubles you, he observed softly. I sighed, scanning the orchard rows. I want to celebrate our union without fear, but Cassian lurks like a poison. What if he attacks during the ceremony, or targets those we love? Ethan's gaze hardened. We'll protect our people. Cassian has only a handful of rogues left, hardly an army. And if he dares show himself, we'll end it. I managed a nod, though the knots in my stomach refused to ease. My father's teachings had drilled caution into me. Never underestimate a wounded wolf. Cassian had proven too cunning to corner, too hateful to yield. But I forced a smile for Ethan's sake, clinging to the promise of joy soon to be realized. The bonding ceremony. The day of our ceremony dawned bright and cool. Crescent Moon's main courtyard bustled with life tables laden with food, flower garlands draped across timber beams. A space cleared at the center for the official vow. Pack members from near and far gathered, including allies from Silvercrest, Amberfangs, Stoneclaw, Riverstone, and other smaller packs that had stood with us against Garrick. It felt like the first true festival in ages, a mosaic of color and laughter offsetting the memory of war. I wore a simple white gown embroidered with a crescent moon pattern, overlaid by a silver crest, reminiscent of Ethan's pack emblem. My side and thigh wounds still ached, but I walked with minimal assistance, wanting to show strength. Elders from both Crescent Moon and Silvercrest presided, weaving blessings for unity and prosperity. When Ethan stepped forward, clad in dark ceremonial attire, adorned with discreet silver trim, my breath caught. He radiated quiet confidence, hazel eyes shining with an emotional depth that threatened to unravel me on the spot. We've earned this moment, gathered in a ring around us. The crowd hushed as the lead elder spoke. We witnessed today the vow of Alpha Ethan of Silvercrest and Luna Aria of Crescent Moon, a union once tested by doubt, now proven in courage and devotion. May their bond bring our packs greater harmony and herald a lasting peace. Ethan took my hands in his, voice steady but brimming with feeling. Aria, I once believed fate alone bound us, but you've shown me that love requires choice, sacrifice, and unwavering respect. I pledge my heart and life to you, not because destiny says so, but because my soul has chosen you above all. Tears rimmed my eyes. I cleared my throat, voice quavering. Ethan, from the day I rejected you, I carried pride and fear that blinded me to your true heart. You fought for me and with me until I saw the sincerity of your love. I choose you now freely, promising to stand by your side as partner, friend, and mate. Soft murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd. Ethan and I exchanged symbolic tokens, small silver bands etched with intertwined crescent moons. Then, under the watchful eyes of every ally, we sealed our vow with a kiss that resonated with the triumph of unity over division. Applause and howls of celebration erupted, echoing across the courtyard. For a blissful span of time, I let the waves of joy carry me. Friends embraced us, offering blessings and heartfelt tears. Music floated on the air, joined by laughter once stifled by war. This is what we fought for. Shadows strike, yet happiness can be as fragile as a single breath. As evening settled, the courtyard glowed with lanterns and dance, the festival in full swing. I leaned against Ethan's arm, contentment warming me despite the night's chill. A lull in the music prompted me to slip away briefly, checking on Rowan, who managed supply deliveries at the lodge's side entrance. In a quieter corridor near the lodge's rear gates, a crescent moon guard approached in a rush, face pale. Luna, something is wrong. A messenger from the old fortress just arrived injured, babbling about an ambush. He claims Cassian has seized the fortress. My heart lurched. What? Where is he? The guard pointed to the small guard room. I hurried there, dread coiling in my gut. Inside, I found a young scout slumped in a chair, bandaged arms trembling. Two healers fussed over him. His eyes widened when he saw me. Luna Aria, he gasped. They came at night. Cassian and his rogues, some new allies with better weapons. They overwhelmed our garrison. They took hostages, claimed they'd lure you there to finish this once and for all. My vision swam. I knew Cassian wouldn't vanish. How many hostages? The scout coughed, grimacing. Dozens our entire fortress guard, he said. If you don't come, he'll kill them. If you come, you die with them. A wave of panic threatened to drown me. Cassian, even wounded, had mustered enough rogues to seize the old fortress. That stronghold was dear to me. It symbolized Crescent Moon's legacy and served as a strategic fallback. Now it was a prison, with my own packmates inside. He's forcing my hand. Footsteps sounded behind me. Ethan burst into the room, alarm etched on his features. Aria, what? I relayed the messenger's news, voice shaking with fury. Ethan's jaw clenched. Cassian timed this to coincide with our ceremony, hoping we'd be caught off guard. We have to act. Rowan approached, grave determination in his eyes. We can assemble a strike force from the warriors here for the wedding, but many are celebrating, unarmed. If Cassian's position is fortified, we risk slaughter. He's counting on you to either rush in or let the hostages die. Hot tears burned at the corners of my eyes. On the day we finally embraced our bond, Cassian tarnishes it with more bloodshed. I inhaled sharply, steadying my voice. No matter the risk, we won't abandon our people. Cassian must be stopped, once and for all. Ethan gently gripped my shoulders, gaze intent. Then we do this carefully. We gather only the most capable warriors, those who can fight immediately. We slip out discreetly, mount a surprise assault on the fortress at dawn. If Cassian expects a reckless charge tonight, we'll prove him wrong. Rowan nodded. I'll coordinate a portion of Crescent Moon guards to remain and secure the lodge. The rest can follow you. We'll do everything possible to keep the wedding guests safe from panic or sabotage. A maelstrom of emotions whipped through me: anger, heartbreak, the bitter realization that Cassian had stolen our chance for peaceful celebration. He wants me to suffer, to see my pack bleed again. But a deeper resolve flared. We won't cower. This ends now. Let's gather who we can, I said firmly. We ride for the fortress under cover of darkness. By dawn, Cassian won't know what hit him. Ethan's eyes mirrored my fierce determination. Side by side, as always. Despite the protest from my battered body and the heartbreak of leaving our wedding festivities, we steeled ourselves for another battle. Duty called once more, demanding that we defend our people and purge the final stain of treachery. No rest until Cassian pays for his cruelty. March to the fortress. Shortly after midnight, a small contingent of heavily armed wolves slipped out of the Crescent Moon Lodge. The celebration continued in the courtyard, most guests unaware that an urgent mission was unfolding. We didn't want panic or half-trained revelers to hamper the rescue. Only seasoned fighters from Crescent Moon, Silvercrest, and our closest allies joined, each donning armor or carrying weapons at the ready. Ethan and I rode at the column's head. My wedding gown was hastily replaced by a simpler tunic and leather armor. The Crescent Moon embroidery peeked from beneath, a reminder of the vows we'd exchanged only hours ago. A hush of grim resolve cloaked our force as we traveled under moonlight. The path lit by torch-bearing scouts. My wounds protested each jolt of the horse, but I clenched my jaw, using to yield to pain. Memories of Cassian's previous escapes haunted me. This time, he's cornered in the fortress, hostages at his mercy. My mind churned with strategies: infiltration, negotiation, or a direct assault. Yet Cassian was cunning. He'd expect us to come quickly, maybe plan traps. I prayed we had enough skill and luck to outmaneuver him. By the time the first hints of dawn brushed the eastern sky, we approached the old fortress's perimeter. A chill settled over the air, the silhouettes of ancient walls looming against a gray horizon. My chest tightened with conflicting nostalgia. This fortress once saved Crescent Moon. Now it's a prison for our people. We halted in a sheltered copse of pines, dismounting quietly. Ethan signaled for scouts to survey the fortress gates. They crept forward, returning with unsettling news. Cassian's rogues patrolled the walls, crossbows ready. The main gate was barricaded. Hostages might be held in the central hall. Ethan and I conferred with Liana and Myra, both having accompanied us. We have two main objectives, Ethan murmured. Rescue the hostages and neutralize Cassian. We can't risk a siege. He might start killing prisoners. Liana nodded, eyes flinty. A small infiltration team could scale the fortress's western wall, where it's partially collapsed. We free the hostages quietly, while the main group distracts Cassian's men at the gates. I weighed the plan. It carried immense risk, but Cassian's advantage lay in controlling the fortress's defenses. We needed to divide his attention. All right, Liana, gather your best climbers for infiltration. Myra and I will lead the frontal approach with Ethan. Once we draw the rogues, you slip in, if possible. Wait until we cause enough chaos to keep them from focusing on the hostages. Ethan placed a hand on my arm, voice low. Stay near me in the main assault. Please, we can't let Cassian corner you alone. I managed a faint, grateful smile. I promise. Let's finish this. Assault on the fortress. The sky glowed a cold pink as we advanced. Our main group emerged from the tree line, approaching the old fortress's gate at a brisk pace. Rogues on the walls quickly spotted us, shouting alarms. Crossbow bolts whistled, forcing us to duck behind battered siege shields. Meanwhile, Liana's infiltration team vanished around the western side, hugging the shadows of the crumbled wall. Ethan and I led the charge, crying out for Cassian to show himself. A volley of arrows from our side suppressed some of the rogues on the battlements. We battered the gate with a makeshift ram, but the barricade held firm. Hostile jeers drifted down from above, the rogues certain of their high ground. Amid the clash, a voice boomed from the ramparts. "Aria, I knew you'd come." Cassian stood atop the wall, bandages visible from his previous wounds, but eyes burning with hatred. Hostages, gagged and bound, were forced to the edge, a rogue holding each at knife point. My blood froze. "Let them go!" I yelled, heart pounding. Cassian sneered. "Surrender yourself, or I start tossing them off the walls. This fortress is mine now. You'll die here just like Garrick, but without the glory," Ethan growled, tension thrumming in his posture. "You're alone, Cassian. Garrick is gone. The rogues who remain follow you only out of fear." Cassian's laugh was hollow. "Fear is enough. I've built alliances you can't fathom. Even if you kill me, they'll tear your packs apart eventually." My breath rasped. He's bluffing, but hostages are no bluff. Bolts rained down, pinning us behind partial cover. Time slipped away. We have to trust Lyanna's infiltration. We pressed a false front, continuing to ram the gate, exchanging arrow fire with the rogues. They hurled insults, rocks, and occasionally threatened to kill a hostage if we got too close. The tension roiled, every moment pregnant with potential tragedy. At last, a muffled commotion sounded from within the fortress. Shouts, a clang of steel. Lyanna's team must have engaged. Cassian jerked around, clearly surprised. The rogues on the wall faltered, some hurrying to check the disturbance. My heart soared with hope. Lyanna must be freeing the prisoners. Now was our chance. Myra led a swift push, archers peppering the battlements, forcing the rogues to duck. Ethan and I raced to the gate, joined by Stoneclaw warriors who heaved the battering ram. Splintered wood flew as the barricade groaned under repeated impacts. Cassian screamed curses from above, uncertain where to focus his forces. The tide turned. With a final crash, the gate burst inward. We surged into the fortress courtyard, a swirl of dust and chaos. Rogues scrambled to form a defense, but our momentum carried us forward. A savage melee erupted, blades clashed, wolves shifted. Partially, howls of pain and rage echoed beneath ancient stone walls. I kept close to Ethan, each of us parrying or striking with practiced synergy. My battered body screamed for mercy, but adrenaline and raw determination fueled me. For our hostages, for our packs, hostage rescue fighting spilled into the central hall, where Cassian's men had corralled the prisoners. To my relief, I saw Lyanna's infiltration team had already disabled several guards, freeing small groups of hostages. Some wept with relief. Others grabbed abandoned weapons to aid in the fight. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, the floor slick with debris. I scanned the hall, searching for Cassian. Furious shouts near the dais drew me on. He was there, rallying his remaining rogues. Ethan and I pushed through the fray, dispatching any foe that tried to bar our way. Finally, we found him. Cassian stood near a battered stone pillar, cornered yet defiant, a dagger pressed to the throat of a trembling hostage, a crescent moon warrior, only half freed from his bonds. Around Cassian lay the bodies of rogues he'd sacrificed to hold his position. His eyes blazed with near madness. "End this," I demanded, sword raised. "You have no escape." Cassian pressed the dagger harder, drawing a line of blood on the hostage's neck. My heart lurched. "I can still kill him," Cassian snarled. "And more, if I must. Let me walk out, or I paint this hall red." A cold sweat broke across my skin. Ethan angled his blade, fury twisting his features. But we couldn't rush Cassian without risking the hostage's life. My mind raced, recalling how Cassian had always used fear to manipulate. We must break that control. Behind Cassian, Liana crept closer, spear at the ready. She gave me a subtle nod. We could attempt a simultaneous strike. Yet Cassian's reflexes were honed by desperation. If he sensed an attack, the hostage might die before we could intervene. Ethan's voice rumbled. Cassian, enough innocents have died for your twisted vendetta. No one stands with you now. Drop the blade. Cassian's lips curled in scorn. I stand with my revenge. Aria destroyed everything I believed in. Forced me to grovel, to watch as Garrick fell. You think I'll just vanish? His grip on the hostage trembled, mania flickering in his eyes. A faint shift behind Cassian Liana changed position. Time slowed. I realized we had only one chance to distract him enough that Liana could strike. I have to confront him directly. I lowered my sword slightly, raising my free hand in placation. Cassian, you blame me for your failures, but you made your own choices, betraying your pack, siding with a tyrant, hurting innocents. You can stop now. Spare this hostage. Spare yourself. Let your hatred die with Garrick, he sneered, though a hint of desperation glinted. Words won't save you. I don't need saving, I said quietly, taking a step forward. My side throbbed, but I refused to show weakness. But maybe you do. Let him go, and I'll let you leave. Ethan tensed at my bold claim, but he kept silent, trusting me. Cassian's gaze flickered with suspicion. You lie. I forced my voice steady, calling on the leadership I'd honed. I promise safe passage if you release the hostage and never set foot in Crescent Moon territory again. We can end this bloodshed. An eternity seemed to pass in the hush. Cassian's grip on the dagger loosened minutely as he processed my words. Doubt creeping into his glare. My heart hammered. Almost there. A blur of motion, Liana lunged from behind. Spear angled for Cassian's side. He sensed it at the last second, attempting to twist away, but not fast enough. Her spear pierced him below the ribs. He gasped in agony, reflexively dropping the hostage. With a strangled snarl, he lashed out, slicing Liana's arm, but she yanked the spear free, stepping clear. Cassian stumbled, blood staining his tunic. The hostage scrambled free, tears of relief streaming. Cassian glared wildly, attempting to raise his blade again. Ethan pounced, sword knocking the weapon from Cassian's hand. Another savage blow hammered him to his knees. At last, Cassian collapsed, struggling to breathe, the spear wound mortal, panting. We closed in. Cassian spat blood, hate blazing in his eyes even as strength seeped away. You tricked me, he rasped. Should've killed you earlier. I stared down at him, heart twisting with conflicting pity and anger. All this, Cassian, for what? His lips curled in a bitter snarl. Power, respect. I'd have burned every pack to get it. You'll never be rid of the darkness I stirred. A ragged cough tore from him, and he slumped, eyes glazing. One last rattling breath escaped, then his body stilled. Silence pressed in. Cassian is dead. Relief warred with sorrow for every life he'd claimed. My limbs trembled, exhaustion cascading over me. Ethan dropped to one knee, breathing hard, shoulders sagging with the weight of finality. Liana clutched her bleeding arm, eyes closed in weary triumph. Around us, the freed hostages wept or embraced. A few bravest souls carefully disarmed any remaining rogues, but most had fled or surrendered. The fortress hall, battered once again, had witnessed another dreadful confrontation. Yet this time, I felt the chain of hatred snap. Dawn of a new era. Word of Cassian's defeat spread swiftly. Our allied packs rejoiced that the final threat had been stamped out. At the old fortress, we tended wounded hostages, burying the dead with solemn rites. Though sorrow stained our victory, a sense of release infused every sigh. Garrick and Cassian, the twin pillars of terror, were gone. In the following weeks, Ethan and I oversaw the fortress's restoration. Freed captives returned home, the coalition ensuring they had food and medical aid. We posted a stronger garrison, determined never again to let a traitor exploit this bastion. Slowly, the tension that had gripped the land for so long ebbed away, replaced by cautious optimism. Back at Crescent Moon, we picked up the threads of our disrupted ceremony. Many guests had departed, unsure if celebrations would resume. But our newly sealed bond didn't hinge on grand parties. It lived in the grateful smiles of our packs and the vow we carried in our hearts. Over time, a quiet sense of normalcy blossomed. We walked the orchard hand in hand, discussing farmland expansions or new trade routes instead of war strategies. One evening, we stood on the lodge's balcony, watching the sun set over rolling hills. My injuries had healed to scars, faint reminders of battles survived. Ethan's once bruised ribs had mended, though I sometimes teased him that he favored them after strenuous sparring. We wore simpler clothes, free of armor or ceremonial embroidery, at last able to relax as leaders at peace. He slipped an arm around my waist, voice low. Sometimes I wake up expecting to hear alarms or face another ambush. I exhaled. I feel it too, as if any moment, Cassian or Garrick might appear. My hand drifted to the scar on my thigh. But they're truly gone, he nodded, gaze warm with empathy. The region is healing. Aria, we helped make that happen. My throat tightened with emotion. Yes, and maybe now, we can focus on building a future united Pax, safer borders, pup trainings that emphasize cooperation rather than fear. A tender smile curved his lips. And us. A soft laugh escaped me, eyes shining. Yes, especially us. He gently turned me, pressing his forehead to mine. I've dreamed of a life beyond constant war, a life where we can lead our packs with wisdom, protect them without bloodshed, and share quiet moments without bracing for the next fight. I lifted onto my toes, capturing his lips in a gentle kiss. My heart fluttered, recalling how far we'd traveled to find such peace. War had tested us, but love endured, forging something unbreakable. In that hush of twilight, with the orchard's fragrance drifting on the breeze, we reaffirmed our bond, not in desperation, but in the calm acceptance that we'd earned this happiness. Epilogue. A season of hope seasons turned, and the southwestern mountains wore a mantle of lush greenery. Though pockets of rogues or distant hostilities never vanished entirely, the unified pack swiftly quenched any sparks of unrest. Garrick's memory faded into cautionary tales, Cassian's betrayal an old wound that taught vigilance. A new era dawned, marked by cautious alliances, deeper trade routes, and shared watchtowers that soared over once isolated boundaries. At Crescent Moon, the bustle of daily life thrived under gentler skies. I embraced the role of Luna with fresh perspective, balancing compassion with the steel needed to lead. My father's legacy guided me, as did the unwavering support of my mate. Yes, mate for that was the word both Crescent Moon and Silvercrest used when referring to Ethan and me now. One crisp morning, we found ourselves in the orchard, far from the clamor of official duties, checking the harvest of apples and pears. A handful of younger wolves trailed behind, practicing partial shifts to climb or rummage among branches. Their playful laughter rolled through the orchard, reminding me how we'd once known only fear. Ethan paused by a tree, shading his eyes to watch the juveniles. "They're full of energy," he remarked with amused affection. I smiled, adjusting the basket on my hip. They've never known the terror of Garrick's raids. Part of me still finds that miraculous. He slid closer, resting a warm hand on my lower back. And that's precisely what we wanted. Right. A generation that sees cooperation, not war. I turned to face him, heart swelled with gratitude. "Yes, we did it." His grin softened. "We did. Though our life might never be perfectly peaceful, there will always be new challenges. But if we face them together," he let the unspoken promise linger. In response, I brushed my lips against his. A gentle affirmation. A distant horn sounded, likely a messenger from Silvercrest or an allied pack. Our duties beckoned, but no longer with the weight of survival hanging on every decision. We had found balance, forging a world where love and leadership weren't at odds. As we walked back toward the lodge, the orchard's canopy casting dappled light over our intertwined hands, I thought of the road that brought us here filled with pain, betrayal, fleeting victories, and near-fatal losses. Yet each step had also revealed the depth of devotion Ethan and I shared, nurtured by respect for each other's strength and vulnerability. In the great hall, Rowan and a few elders waited with scrolls, detailing expansions of farmland, new alliances with Stoneclaw, and a request from Amber Fangs to host a cultural festival. The swirl of normalcy felt surreal after so much chaos. But that was the gift we'd wrested from Garrick's iron grip, a chance to shape the future on our terms. I glanced at Ethan, exchanging a smile that carried the memory of battles won and a vow for tomorrow. We are Luna and Alpha, partners in all things. Our union, once overshadowed by rejection, now stood as the keystone uniting packs once fractured by fear. When the meeting concluded, we retreated to a small balcony overlooking the courtyard. The sun shone high, illuminating Crescent Moon's bustling life wolves, training with wooden swords rather than steel, artisans crafting goods for neighboring packs, pups chasing each other in carefree circles. Ethan's hand slipped into mine. "Think your father would be proud." My throat constricted. I hope so. He always taught me that leadership meant protecting everyone, even if it hurts. I tried. We tried. My voice wobbled with emotion. He squeezed my fingers gently, eyes shining with empathy. I believe he'd be more than proud. A breeze lifted stray strands of my hair, carrying the orchard's sweet scent. I let the quiet moment ground me in the present, breathing in the peace we had forged. My wounds had healed, the ghosts of war receding. Our packs blossomed in unity, and my heart brimmed with a love stronger than any I'd known. "We've earned this life," I murmured, leaning my head on Ethan's shoulder. "No matter what threats come, we'll face them side by side." His arm wrapped around me, voice tender, "Always." Aria. With that final word echoing in the summer air, we stood together, gazing over a realm once haunted by terror, now alive with promise. Our love, bound by choice and proven in strife, anchored a future no longer ruled by fear. The memory of battle scars would remain, but so would the unbreakable bond. We'd forged a bond that transcended destiny, sealed by devotion and a fierce determination to protect what truly mattered: each other, our packs, and the fragile peace we had won at last.